just in time.
All right. I haven't done this in a year. Holy hell. Good morning, good day, or whatever else it is. We got breakfast or the respective thing because we're completely out of time zone. Um, and today we want to talk about Bayonetta, this series. Like, one through whatever the thing is we just got released a couple of weeks ago. And I wanted to do this earlier, but not everyone had time, and Uh, I'm stuck in Bayonetta 2 now as I replayed that and finally got to Infinite Ultimate. Because back in the day I didn't like Bayonetta 2 as much. Um, Mainly because Loki was, I found, a bit annoying, but he is absolutely no match for this new thing. I find him endearing now in comparison. I have a bit of a Star Wars prequel experience with Bayonetta 2 now that this third installation came out. And yeah, we'll get into gameplay late as well. Or rather, it's the first thing we'll talk about. For Bayonetta 2, in the Infinite Ultimate, actually got harder. I While it retains witch time. All things that to the uninitiated don't mean anything. We'll get to it. It's just things bubbling and bursting into my head. I would have liked to show some live gameplay footage of the various games, but right now, to my dismay, I am stuck in the middle of a boss fight in Bayonetta 2, and why I'm stuck, we'll get into that later. I would have liked to have finished Infinite Ultimate on 2 yet right now. I would have also liked to have finished Astral Chain, which is not Bayonetta, but another Platinum game that is relevant to the discussion of Bayonetta 3. Sadly, I might say, because Astral Chain is a pretty good game. Back then, I couldn't, when it came, I got it relatively shortly after it came out, but my brain was so overloaded with other things that I could not fit the gameplay into it. It's quite different and um, worth attention. However, uh, yeah, so that I stop babbling randomly, I am here with Horned Rabbit and Black Jacket, who have either restarted playing or just started playing Bayonetta 1. Do you want to tell of your experiences and escapades?
Or maybe I will start a little bit because I've I basically started playing after I saw the game, I think on some Twitch stream. I was interested in it. Um, I wanted to try it out. I bought the game. It took some time before I started even, going into it. I think I started playing, started doing. mm, I, I was getting into it, and then I hit a few roadblocks because I couldn't progress anymore. And even on the normal difficulty, I got stuck up in trying to chase the score. And then I basically laid the game down for around half a year. I came back, finished it on the normal difficulty, went to the hard difficulty, and I can confidently say that this game is meant to be replayed. It's meant to be multiple gameplays experience. Um, and the more you play it, the better you get at it, the more satisfied you are with the game.
Yeah, and
Normal difficulty went to the hard difficulty, and I can confidently say that this game is.
oh, I have audio issues on my end. Sorry, something is messing around. I don't know why. Horned Rabbit cut out right now. Sorry. Give me a second. Maybe I can just retrieve a link and then everything will be fine. Because I
Hmm.
figured out the issue with the YouTube chat on the thing. In
Oh.
the live streaming suite of YouTube itself, you get the studio chat link that you cannot use in OBS.
Ah,
You need to
right. You
get
have
it.
to.
You need to get the link from the actual stream itself.
Yeah.
So let's close this and this, and I'll have some RAM free again, and you can finish your explanation there.
Well, I think I was done already, kind of.
Oh.
Yeah, because I don't think I have too much to say about my experience with the game actually.
Okay, but the
Mhm.
replayability is
Yeah.
so the first playthrough on normal is usually yeah, it's a oh this is a fun spectacle. Here are some funny cutscenes, and there you go. What
Yeah.
was your first when you transitioned into replaying in hard mode? How did that feel like? Because that's where I guess you got your first impression that this game is about replayability.
Um. Well, the first thing I would say that it's I I was still quite inexperienced with the game, you could say, when I started playing the hard. And I think I also started right from the get-go to chasing the score and everything. And a few levels in, I got really frustrated with how much I was getting hit because there was a lot more enemies. They were a little bit faster. Um, and think I still didn't have all the mechanics. I wouldn't even say mastered, but I wasn't proficient in them. So um, what happened is I also got a bit frustrated, but I decided to do a bit of a push through. And at some point, I've started actually playing with the game, started experimenting, and that's how I finished the hard mode. And I would say it was quite an enjoyable experience.
And then you got to the actual game.
Yeah. I got a bit lucky, or you could say, because on the first level, on the beginning, in the prologue, I got, yeah, I got demolished right at the beginning because I couldn't get the timings right. But after that, I, like, my brain really did start picking up the cues,
Mm-hmm.
mostly the sound stuff, because on the normal and even hard, when you have the witch time, your brain doesn't really get the sound stuff so much because there is interruption. The witch time kind of interrupts slightly the flow of
Mm-hmm.
everything. And when there is nothing like that, the sounds become really distinct.
That for one, and it. I'm just going off of memory here. When you go back to normal, for example, to get an Alfheim that is too difficult on Infinite Ultimate, right away. Infinite Ultimate is the hardest difficulty, and the bonus levels also get harder with harder challenges. Some seem absolutely insane because they're effectively the bonus levels are effectively high level tutorials like fighting puzzles where you have a limited number of attacks yet have to kill everyone or other really ridiculous stuff, and you need to know the game inside and out to finish those without a walkthrough, that is. So if you got a witch heart, which is like a heart piece in Zelda, that is still missing for your full health bar, um, yeah, it's better to collect those on normal first and then work your way up in the difficulty of the Alfheims, the bonus levels. But of course, to get your best scores, you don't need health. You just don't get hit in the first place, right?
Yeah.
This is the fun thing. You keep dying and dying and dying in Infinite Ultimate as you learn the game, uh, but and every death is of course negative points. And when you then finally manage to win a fight, that usually means that you didn't get hit, or only got hit once, so you don't get a lot of penalty on that specific fight, and you may even get gold and platinum medals for it. But on the overall level, you get a stone award because you died so much. Um, the game basically don't. I would say don't bother with trying to master the game on normal. Just play through it to hard and Infinite Ultimate, because on Infinite Ultimate, the game actually starts properly teaching you how it wants to be played, and that will make refarming the lower tiers easier. Although the timings there are different, you have way more time to react to things, which then leads to funny situations like you have the dodge timing for Infinite Ultimate in your muscle memory, and the normal enemies then start their attacks with their sound cues, and you start dodge, 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 and they haven't even started hitting you, and then they hit you because you're out of sync, and it's great. I've actually lost on normal massively after I've played Infinite Ultimate, and got good there. It was a very frustrating experience. Um, but yeah, if you get Bayonetta, do yourself the favor, play through. The real game is on Infinite Ultimate, and it is so much fun. And if you are someone who likes Dark Souls, I like to say this because I've had this experience with a friend who speedruns Dark Souls. And if you struggle with Dark Souls because the timing is so hard to get right, play Bayonetta on Infinite Ultimate. Get good at it. Then go back to Dark Souls, and Dark Souls will be a slow motion game where you will just stare at the screen and wait for the boss to do his attack and the next attack, and you will have so much time because you will basically be in fighting game tournament brain, where you see the individual frames on the screen and don't think, don't use your big brain. The moment you use your big brain on Infinite Ultimate, where you start thinking about things or start to strategize during the fight, you will be dead. On Infinite Ultimate, it's all see and immediately process that through your spine to your fingers. Just the motor cortex, and that's it. No big brain functions. You don't have time for that. And this is why you will die a lot in the beginning, because while we learn as humans, it's always the big brain that tries to process first, tries to analyze and everything. And once it has the patterns down, it just sends everything through and just makes reflexes out of it. And that's when the game starts to be fun, because then Bayonetta becomes what it is supposed to be, and that is a dance with the enemy. And the thing is, with gameplay mechanics, Bayonetta was advertised with the witch time function, which is if you dodge at the right time, all the enemies, the world slows down, all the projectiles slow down. It's like bullet time in Max Payne, and you can still act in normal speed, which gives you on normal and hard a very big attack window for complex combos. You don't even need to learn combos all the way to Infinite Ultimate, except maybe the most basic one, which is punch, kick, punch. Because the game is fair enough to work without that. It's only on really only Bayonetta 2 on Infinite Ultimate has pushed me to the point where I had to learn more combos for the game. And parrying. I didn't need parrying in Bayonetta 1, which is a bonus function. Like it's not naturally in the game, you have to equip a bonus item for it. So you have slots for 2 bonus items for special effects, and one of these gives you the ability to parry. You parry by pushing the movement stick into the enemy's direction while the enemy is attacking. So you do this instead of dodging. But you can do this much faster, and I think you don't run out of parries, but you are limited to 4 dodges in a row. So, yeah. Bayonetta 1 doesn't need this. Bayonetta 2 in Infinite Ultimate still allows you witch time. Bayonetta 1 doesn't. It takes it away. It's out of the game. And so the mechanic that made Bayonetta 1 Bayonetta is not present on the hardest difficulty. And that's why it is so taxing, because it forces you to be so fast, to react to everything within frames, mere frames. We're talking about split seconds. In Bayonetta 2 on Infinite Ultimate, and I learned this the hard way, because there's it does still have witch time on Infinite Ultimate. I learned this the hard way because I assumed it doesn't have witch time, so I equipped the accessory, the Evil Harvest Rosary, which naturally by itself takes away a witch time, which wouldn't be a problem in Bayonetta 1 or Infinite Ultimate because you don't have witch time to begin with, and while you dodge, it lays a mine that does damage to enemies. Only by taking this off, because I found Bayonetta 2 so hard in Infinite Ultimate that I took it off at some point and used another more defensive accessory for the time being. And then I got witch time. What a surprise! And it shows that, or it rather, I think it balances that out. It explains why Bayonetta 2 is so much faster than Bayonetta 1 on Infinite Ultimate. Because that's the point. Infinite Ultimate, that's where the game is at. Because then you get these windows for better attacks where you can do more damage to a boss enemy. Because the boss fights in Bayonetta 2, they're much more focused on these individual fights against, like a Jeanne fight in Bayonetta 1. In Bayonetta 2, you have a couple more of those. And they are the ones that are the most taxing, I would say, because they have very fast attacks. They rely much less on spectacle. Or rather, the spectacle's in the background for everyone who has time to watch that, because while you are fighting, you don't. And I mean, you've watched me try I think it's the last fight against the Lumen Sage in Bayonetta 2. And just after I beat Alraune, on which I sat for a day, it was I think 330 deaths until I got through it. And the second phase is easy. It's the first phase that's hard, because she just ignores damage. She doesn't even phase or stagger. She just ignores it as if she has this protection spell that that you can have as well, but you take time to actually activate and cast it, and she just randomly ignores damage, which can be 3 or 4 times in a row with your super strikes, your wicked weaves, or any other attacks, and she just doesn't. It's frustrating. I'm actually gonna say it. It feels unfair. When you hit the enemy hard 3-4 times, and the boss just ignores the damage completely, it doesn't feel right. With the Lumen Sage, yes, he's also hard to hit. He dodges a lot. He has basically the same powers as Bayonetta. Alraune technically has as well, because that's where the from these types of demons is where the witches get their powers from. But with the Lumen Sage, it feels more fair, because he actually takes damage when you hit him. He doesn't have an instant glance off effect. But Hound Rabbit, you were watching me when I played that a lot. Those two bosses. What was your feeling about those?
Well, at the times, it really felt like when you were hitting Alona, when that she should get hit, she should get staggered, but she just wasn't. And it it's just as you said, it feels unfair. It feels like the game is doing something different than what it showed you before. And the Lumen Sage, yeah, he moves around a lot, but when you hit him, you hit him. It actually, you know, it feels
Even if it's just a few pixels off the hit point bar,
yes,
that's
yes,
enough. Give me at least a few points off the hit point bar, a few pixels. With Alraune,
yeah.
just nothing.
It feels like she gets hits right there and nothing happens. So yeah, it feels it it looks frustrating. Oh,
Like a proper parasitic demon queen, Alraune marry-sues her boss fight. Is that a good description?
you could say that, I think.
Um, yeah, and the Lumen Sage is where I'm currently stuck at. I wish I would have gone through Infinite Ultimate yet on Bayonetta 2, but there's, these pesky real life things that keep us from the important things in life, like video games. Um, it's the first boss in the entire game that forced me to learn to parry, to properly parry. Some others had before, like Phantasmaranea, where I accidentally started to parry the big fireballs back into Phantasmaranea's face, which also stunned her. That was fun. Um, yeah, but that was more by accident. Um, Alraune does work better when you parry her. When you parry an enemy, you stagger him a little bit and you do some extra damage, and you still get witch time. Except in Bayonetta 1, because the game hates you in just the right way. Um, but the Lumen Sage in Bayonetta 2, like the last fight against him, the others they're fine, but the last one, whew, he attacks so fast and in succession. It's absolutely insane. So when you beat him, when you actually beat him, you will have been so in the flow that the fight will automatically look like an amazing, beautifully choreographed dance where you didn't get hit. If you got, you're probably dead and have to restart. And the sad thing about this whole thing is that so on the consoles we don't have the achievement data, but Horned Rabbit, you looked at the Steam achievement data for Bayonetta 1, because that game is actually on Steam, the others aren't. What was the achievement for finishing hard mode and normal mode? How many people did that?
Just let me look one more time, but I think uh for the completing the game on the hard difficulty, it was 2.8% of players.
Ah, that is so sad. Not
That's
not even 3% started on Ultimate.
yeah.
And that is where the game starts. So these people, they all these people, they stop the game before it starts. I find that sad.
Okay, so let me check this one more time. Completing the game on normal, 14.9%.
What?
Yeah,
That's
of
probably
people
the problem with Steam.
who have the game. Yeah,
Yeah. So the problem with Steam stats is already what do we call this? Dud buys, people who buy the games but never play them.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
see
but
how many finished the prologue? So that's the people who even started the game.
prologue. Let me check because I don't remember. No, but there is something like the first 4 chapters on normal difficulty,
Ah,
it's
okay.
30%.
Wow.
So that's really low.
Yeah, that is very low. And assuming that some people give up on the first boss because Fortidoro is annoying.
Let's complete all chapters on any difficulty, it's 20%.
That means that the people who started the game likely finished it.
Yeah.
At least that's something.
Yeah, but
Um,
even then, like the people who got to the hard difficulty, it's like 10% with something
yeah,
of that. So it's
yeah,
it's really low.
yeah. So about 70% who bought the game didn't even play it on Steam. So the 10% estimate is all right. But that's 90% who never got to play the game as it is meant to be and as it really exhilarates you. Because let's Black Jacket, you didn't get through the normal game yet, right?
No, and I'll say this as a bit of a what's the term disclosure, um, yeah. So currently I'm doing my first playthrough on normal.
Mm-hmm.
Just I just right just after I defeated kinship,
Oh god,
yeah, the missile spamming motherfucker. Yeah,
that's a
fuck him.
nightmare enemy. That I still hate that today.
He does the missile battery attack in during the cutscene,
Yeah,
and right after that, the missiles hit you.
the first thing you have to do is dodge.
Just dodge and pray.
Yeah.
Just a word of advice on harder difficulties, they do it even more. So if you skip a cutscene, be
Oh, of course.
prepared to dodge right away.
Yeah, most enemies
Yeah,
love to do that. To get the introduction cutscene of new enemy. I'm the angel of really making your day horrible. And the first
and
and even the animation starts with an attack, and then the attack happens, and then you better dodge.
then like 90% of your health is gone in a snap of a finger.
And that's why you
Yeah,
need all the
it's
witch
a
hearts.
yeah. I mean, this being a Platinum Games game, I started this right after I got back from playing Metal Gear Rising. So I had a good idea what I was getting myself into with this.
Yeah.
But yeah, Infinite Climax. What was it? Ultimate
Mm-hmm.
Climax. It sounds fun.
Yeah, it takes a while to get there, and I know the game is hard when you first play it. Um, but
Hmm.
it's on the way to Ultimate Climax. The game prepares you for Ultimate Climax. So when you get to Ultimate Climax, you will die even more at first. Then you get the timing right. Then you actually start to learn to dodge right because you didn't actually need to do that before. Even during hard, all the way through hard mode, there was only a few times where it was really important. Um, because well, the game was rather slow and didn't do much damage. On Infinite Ultimate, whew, once you get that timing in, you're fine. And it's only in Bayonetta 2 that it ups the ante, so to say. So um, don't feel bad too much that the game wrecks you at first because all these enemies are new. Every enemy is a puzzle. Essentially, I see games like this as dexterity puzzles as well as the actual what's the best strategy to fight this enemy, or what can I do with what I have at my disposal to fight this enemy. Like the giants that you met in the first chapters that have this giant that have this little big brain on their spine on the back. That is the actual weak
Yeah,
point where you do more damage.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So that's something you have to figure out. The game doesn't hold your hand. It doesn't explain that to you. Contrary to a certain later game that holds your hand and explains everything to you. And
Well,
Mhm.
just wanted to say it's part of the genre. I mean, it's an action game. It's basically just nature of the beast, just to say to put it like that.
Mhm.
You just have to go for you just have to learn it. The best way to master the gameplay is just by experiencing it.
Yeah, and multitasking. Damn it, Ford, come back to me. I'm sorry, it slipped. It slipped. Mastering the game, yes. Right. That's what I wanted to say. Bayonetta is one of these games that brings back the old, ancient, and core important concept of video gaming, and that is that losing is fun. Because every time you lose, you know why. Or hopefully you do. And that makes you think like, I can do this better next time. I can do this better next time. I got a little bit better. I get a little bit better. If Bayonetta was an arcade game on an arcade machine in an arcade, English is sometimes a bit boring in the words it uses. This game would eat your wallet.
Definitely.
Especially on Infinite Ultimate, where for one boss fight, what did I say? 330, 270 deaths. Imagine every one of those being a quarter. Continue. I could have bought the entire machine with that.
There would be people who would do that.
Oh yes.
I've had a suspicion that Platinum Games they've had a good track record of producing games with this sort of design philosophy up until now with Bayonetta 3, obviously. Because you applied that it does hold your hand. I forgot which examples, but
Like one of the things that becomes really apparent when you look at the Bayonetta 3 that is different is the grading system. You are definitely not penalized as much for getting hit as you were in the previous games.
oh yes,
That
definitely.
already. That definitely. But Bayonetta 2 already is softer on you. Bayonetta 1 is really, really uncompromising.
It penalizes you for taking what fall damage, for God's sake.
There's no fall damage in Bayonetta.
I mean, when if you jump off a ledge and you
Yes.
spawn,
Ah,
with your
yes.
yeah,
That is true.
Yes. Also for getting damaged by lava or something that's on the ground. Or other environmental hazards.
or if you miss time a quick time event.
Oh god, we'll talk about the quick time events in a minute. Because Bayonetta 1 is a bit mean on that. But I will forgive every game on messing up QuickTime events to a degree before Asura's Wrath. After Asura's Wrath, no game has an excuse to make crappy QuickTime events.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one who thought the quick time event deaths were bullshit.
Oh, like
Well,
at the end of what was it, level 2, where you are in the cathedral.
We had to
and...
jump off the falling clock tower, or even that
Oh yeah, that's
cutscene as well.
and you have you have a split second to hit the button, and it's not a jump button. It's Y. Why it is Y, I don't know, but it is Y. It's not B. So I'm talking the Nintendo controller. So B is jump. And the QuickTime event is about jump off the clock tower. And when you hit the jump button, instead of the shoot button, which is Y, you die.
Yes. And it also
And it does this a couple times where it asks you the unintuitive button prompt.
I would say the problem with the QuickTime events in Bayonetta is that the QuickTime events come out kind of how to say, they surprise you because the game looks as if it's in a cutscene, and then it expects you to push a button.
Yeah.
More
There's a
than
f-
once, I've just failed to press anything because I wasn't even sure I had to do something.
Yeah. The
Just wanted to
interesting.
add on that. Yes, yeah. So I'm playing the Steam version of Bayonetta 1,
Mhm.
and the QTEs during the cutscenes still run at 40 FPS, which makes it even more jarring.
Yeah. The QTEs in Bayonetta 1, they're one of the points of critique of the game, I would say. The cutscene QTEs. The torture attacks, that's fine. Do that.
Yeah.
Usually with the bosses, it's also fine, but the environmental QTEs, they're the silly ones. They're a bit broken, I would say.
You're talking
And
about the ones where you lift up the cars with using your magical demon hair, and
and
you point them at the enemies.
when you're in the tunnel with the big giant.
I was speaking in the one in the second in chapter 2, I think. When you're fighting in the village.
Oh yeah, but that's just an optional thing. When
Oh.
you remember the part where you should have been there. Is that after the kinship? Have you been chased by a giant in a tunnel? Because there you have to do that. It's not much of a spoiler. This is because you have to slow him down by throwing stuff at him so you can get through the thing. It works relatively fine.
Oh. This is doing when you're trying to protect a child.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the things that I mean is, for example, when you are in the church and you're fighting for Titoro's one head that is
Yes.
stuck in the church. And so first you then swing around the room by turning the analog stick. And then for some reason that I don't understand, you also have to hit the shoot button afterwards. And if you miss that, you die. And you have half a second time to hit that button. And that I think is why?
Maybe they have swapped it because when I was doing it, I was actually doing this fight today. It was first the shoot button and then the spin.
Okay.
So
Oh, could be, but it's the press the button thing that
Yeah.
always gets me when I get back to that level, and I've forgotten this is here, and it's like, oh shit, there was this.
Yeah, you just don't expect it at all. That's I would say the major criticism. The major criticism of this is that you don't expect the QTE. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I've had a weird effect in this game as well as others, that on the first playthrough, because the QTEs aren't different in higher difficulties, except the counter attack with Jean, that gets impossible on Infinite Ultimate. I don't think you can win that on Infinite Ultimate. I think I did it once, but I think my thumb was a mess after that. So it's not worth trying the counterattacks on Infinite Ultimate. But with the general, as you go through the story, when I play through a game the first time, I always get the QTEs right the first time. When I replay the levels, I think I get nervous about it coming up because I know it insta-kills me when I mess it up, and then I do mess it up. And especially like with the jumping off the clock tower. The first time was no problem because I didn't know what button prompt that there would be a button prompt, and so it just appeared on screen and it said hit the Y button, the shoot button, and so I hit the shoot button. On subsequent playthroughs, you have to jump off the clock tower. You know it's coming. There's a QTE coming, and I have to jump off the clock tower. So the thought jump is in my head. So I want to hit the jump button for the QuickTime event, but it's the shoot button that the prompt is calling for, and so this mistake happens. And that's what I mean with unintuitive QTEs. They break. I think they're immersion breaking and maybe gameplay breaking. That's my issue with those. So when you make, dear game designers, when you make QTEs, make sure they fit with your actual controls, like what happens on screen and what you want to do. The thing later where you spin shoot through the lava so that you shoot a hole through the lava fall in Witch Time, that you have to hit the shoot button repeatedly, that I can understand. That makes sense because it's the shoot button and you keep shooting. So until there's a hole in the lava flow. Okay. And that's basically all about that. And personally, I hate everything that makes me have to spin the analog stick. I get flashbacks to Mario Party 1 with that. That game destroyed controllers. It wasn't fun. Most of the mini games were spin your analog stick the fastest so you win. It's like 50 of 100 mini games were like that in my memory.
And this is how Switch controllers get the drift.
I don't know. My Pro controller didn't get that. My Joy-Cons are fine, except the right one, which got drift, but it's not the analog stick drift that everybody complains about. It's motion drift of the motion controls. And I only noticed that because I played Skyward Sword. Since the Switch came out, I had never used the Joy-Cons after I got a Pro controller, because I wanted to play Breath of the Wild. It's horrible with the Joy-Cons. The Pro controller is, to me, the best gaming controller I've ever had. It's big, rests well in your hands. It's everything in the right place. There's very little to complain about. I didn't know how to repair the Joy-Con, and just for Skyward Sword, the HD release, I did not want to buy another Joy-Con. That was not worth it. I did have an issue with the Pro controller, but I could repair it because I did have an issue where the left stick couldn't immediately run to the upper right for a while, and I thought this isn't right, because if I kept holding it in that direction, it would start to run. So, what was the issue? I took the thing apart and looked into it, and there was a tiny, not fully grown, but a tiny immature eyelash that got into the analog stick move box that was stuck in between the plastic. And I removed that, and it worked fine again. I am so proud I repaired my Pro controller. So somehow this tiny eyelash got into the case. Damn it. So I have, to bring us to a little bit forward, It was very important element of Bayonetta. Um, so how do I do this that it doesn't look total shit? Floop. Um, right. Up da 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 da. I should get this. Right. Foop. I have posted picture in the Discord because on the stream you will have a bit of a delay. You know these two guys?
That's Grace and Glory, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Black Jacket. Since you are newer to the game, what do you think of these enemies?
Uh, that's if I can recollect my fights with these guys. Um, I'd I'd say pretty. If I'd say pretty fair. Their attacks are well telegraphed. The red the red guy on the right, he does this fire spinning tornado, which is fairly easy to read, fairly easy to dodge as well. So you can dodge that, which time activates, and then you can go to town with him. Um, same story with I don't know which is Grace or which one is Glory,
Neither do I. But
um,
go on.
but but yeah, well telegraphed attacks. I pretty fair enemies, I think. But but again, I only have what, like, let's see, I have only 14.6 hours into Bayonetta 1. So
Mhm.
take what I have to say with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Horned Rabbit. Would you agree or disagree that these two become your best friends?
Yeah. I mean, their upgraded version, you could say, is a bit more irritating at times, but the general thing is that they do telegraph well. Things can get a bit hectic if you try jumping around all the time, because they also get really twitchy. They start jumping around, and yeah, they can get a bit troublesome.
Like many games, many enemies in the game, that includes the more personal bosses. Uh, they rely on your button inputs because it's the case in many games that the AI doesn't really know what to do if you don't do anything. Then it slows down and eventually does something because it needs to do something.
There is a caveat to that.
Mm-hmm.
If you do taunt them, they start attacking on their own, and they can get really fast.
Yeah, well, we talk about the taunt later. I would suggest.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
really fun mechanic. Yeah, Black Jacket.
not nothing to add. I I haven't used the taunting that much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just so I'm a bit uh sorry, let me rephrase that. Um, just wanted to clarify what that mechanic does exactly. So it makes the enemies go faster, but what's the pro to that?
They drop more stuff, and they give more points. They
Uh,
give more combo points.
do they do taunted enemies fill up your magic gauge more
I
once you
don't
kill
Uh,
them?
think so.
I think they do, but from what I remember, the taunted enemies, if you get the witch time, at times every single hit that you do against them, so every single push of your button is going to result in filling up the magic gauge. So this can also be to your advantage.
Really, I never noticed that.
Yeah.
So you can play Bayonetta for 10 years and you will still notice new things. Unless, of course, you read the comprehensive super manual that probably someone wrote. Yeah, other than that, there is an accessory that gives you a little bit of health if you taunt an enemy. It's I don't know how much. I used it for a while in to cheese through an Alfheim. I don't remember which one. But with it, I forced to, after I get hit too much, just get distance and then repeat taunt enemies to fill up my health. Yeah, but when you hit enemies that are taunted, you probably don't have time to look at the point counter that appears on the top right of the screen when you fight. But when you hit them, their points are calculated with a red background, so they do get calculated extra, and give more points. And you have this other accessory that auto taunts everyone, which means everyone's gonna be faster, and that is really fun because you're basically playing on one difficulty higher than you are.
It gets really funny on Infinite Ultimate.
Yeah, if Infinite Ultimate gets boring for you, just add this accessory, and you'll have even more fun. The only annoying thing about it is that enemies that are flaming, that are burning, they're hard to see because the taunted enemy looks very similar to that. It's all red and orangey, and the flaming enemies are then red orangey with a tiny particle effect on top of that. The problem with flaming enemies is that you can't melee attack them. You will damage yourself, and they will be protected. So you can only damage them with ranged attacks, wicked weaves that you need to do from range, or you equip the fire claws. That's another of these little gameplay things that you figure out as you go. But yeah, Grace and Glory is a very special enemy type. They always come in pairs. So that's why we don't know who is Grace and who is Glory, and honestly, it's not important. And a little trivia, this was the first enemy that was designed for Bayonetta. And it was deemed too hard in the development process, and that's why they installed the tag team function for them. That technically only one of them is gonna attack you at a time. The other one is only gonna attack you once the previous guy steps back. That's how it's supposed to go. Sometimes you have freak situations where both will attack you at the same time or very close to each other, but in general, like when you go for the other guy, then I guess the AI is a bit confused as what to do and actually defends itself, which is fine by me. On higher level difficulties, you get 3 of these guys. And they're upgraded versions. And since you just got through the kinship, I don't wanna spoil it really, because you should be. I think after the kinship comes the tentacle jump through the 50 tentacles.
It's
Yeah,
on this
just
level,
went for that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and shortly after that, you will encounter the upgraded versions. And that's a glimpse of Infinite Ultimate. That's all I'm gonna say.
And when you fight them the first time, it's really something.
Yeah, don't get too frustrated over it. They're more fair than kinship. Which I don't think is that hard of an achievement.
Sure.
But yeah, they're gonna wreck you. Don't feel bad of losing to them a bunch of times. But these are the enemies that test your skill, and it's in Infinite Ultimate on the plane. I think you get there after this level. Where the first encounter on Infinite Ultimate is Free, Gracious, and Glorious, the upgraded version. And I just couldn't beat them. And I was at that spot for 2 days, and I decided to go at it with have the accessory equipped that cancels witch time, because you don't have any on Infinite Ultimate anyway, and place the bombs, and just dodge. And it took me 2 days to finally win that fight, and then the one after, because the save point is after the fight after this one, which has a completely different timing. So that then wrecks you. You get this. Finally manage this super hard fight, and then you get this other one, and that's my lunch alarm. Should have switched that off. Sorry about that. And after fighting Free, Gracious, and Glorious for 2 days with only dodging, I finally had the timing in to dodge things. Like, my brain could process this frame on screen, hit the right button, finally, for the first time, as it should. And that's where Bayonetta really began for me. Because it trained me to play at its speed, at the speed it wants me to. And then Jan wasn't much of a problem anymore either. She's a bit more erratic, but it's basically, yeah, dodge. Hit when you don't get hit. And when the enemy wants to hit you, dodge, and then hit back or dodge more, and everything's gonna be fine. As long as you, because the trick is as with every other video game, as long as you don't die, you win. As long as you don't get hit, you don't die, which means you will win. No matter how little damage you do, over time you're gonna whittle the enemy down. Of course, except there's some timer going on or something. But yeah, that is these guys. They will teach you. These are your teachers of how to play this game. And if ever you play Bayonetta 2, which is only out on Nintendo consoles, when you play Infinite Ultimate on that, it will teach you to parry. That's a function in Bayonetta, but so far, there may be Alfheims where you need it more, but man, that is another world. And that's the amazing thing about Bayonetta games. There's always another level of competence for you. And once you get to the point where you get this perfect platinum on all these encounters, you've mastered the game for years. This is nothing that you do on the side. This is the game you play, and that you get better at. And once you've mastered this game, other fighting games, they will be so much easier. Because this has been the thing that actually forced you to be quick and to respond the right way. So if you're not big on fighting games, competitive fighting games, and like everything from Street Fighter to Soul Calibur to whatever else is out there, Bayonetta is a good thing, because it you play against the computer all the time, and you always have the sense of progression. When in a normal fighting game, it's just you against one opponent, usually in 2D. It's fine, it's fun. Bayonetta is the other way, and oh god, once you really get to that point where it puts you in the zone, because that level of Bayonetta, you can only play when you are in the zone. It forces you to be in the zone. You cannot win outside the zone. And I think that's part of the appeal. And I've been rambling about these guys so much. Whew. Grace and glory. First, they feel like mini bosses.
Yes. No disagreements on that.
Yeah, I think it's the best designed enemy ever in the Bayonetta series. Bosses aside, that's always an extra category, to which Jeanne and the Lumen Sage count as well. That's something else. But regarding regular enemies, grace and glory. I'm always happy to see them now. After I struggled against them for days consecutively. And now it's just like, hey, my friends! Dodge, dodge, hit, dodge, punch, kick, dodge, dodge. It's great. It's great. It's like a rhythm game. Maybe that's a good comparison. It's a rhythm game where you don't know the buttons that are gonna pop up on the screen. Oh dear.
I can't wait to fight these guys all over again.
Well, if my memory serves me right, yeah, you're gonna visit their big brothers shortly, and you'll hate it, and then hopefully you'll love it one day.
You kind of learn to use them for training.
Mm-hmm. And that's where the beginning of that level after Justitia, after the next boss you'll see, gets that part in the plane I described, because that's the first encounter in that level, and so you can just, it's the first thing that happens, and you can just restart that level if you want to train that more. I think it's a very, very useful thing.
This sounds no this sounds no different to when I first fought the Marauder from Doom Eternal. Because I first encounter, I just hated this guy, because it's Eternal's an arena shooter, but it borrows a lot from traditional action games. I believe, because with the Marauder, he's a AI it differs a lot from all the other cannon fodder enemies that you've been fighting through up until that point in that game. So once you really get to know those types of AIs, how of those particular enemies, how their movement patterns, their attack patterns, how they behave, how they react to your actions during gameplay, like it's a really special experience. Just trying to unpack what makes these enemies tick.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just looking for a picture, and that's not really a good one. Let's use this one. Just takes me a moment. Because you should already see it in the Discord. Because that's the earlier, I'd say, smaller cousins of Grace and Glory.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, that's Fearless and Fairness. The Chimera things.
They're not as I guess they don't attack as much. They just sort of they walk around the
They're
arena for a
y-
short time and then decide to pounce on you or shoot a fireball at you.
yeah, they seem to they seem when they prance around, prowl around. Prowl is probably the right word. When they prowl
Yeah.
around the arena, it seems like they're strategizing, they're calculating what next move to make. And so let's switch this out. Floop. Ah, it's a PNG. All right. Let's take out the logo. Yeah. That is Fearless, I believe. Fairness is the fire guy. No, Fearless is the first one. That's the fire version, and Fairness is this the electric version that you meet later. And what I like about this enemy in Bayonetta 1 is the variety of attacks it has. It has so many different attack patterns, and many of them are really, really fast. It's mainly a ranged enemy, and which is also indicated by this little reticule, as that it has as a hologram above its helmet. So it has its tail attack like a scorpion. It can shoot with its tail, I believe, some laser thing. At least the fire guy can shoot a succession of fireballs really, really quickly. And I don't know if both can do it, but the blue one definitely can. Is like this. The one thing that's easy to dodge is a very powerful, very big Kamehameha laser from the mouth that slowly sweeps across the battlefield.
Oh jeez.
Have you seen that?
Man, I've tried to dodge that laser so many times, but I'm finding this guy's cousin at the same time, so I just had no time.
Oh yeah, and the really mean thing is they're specialized on ranged attacks. But when you get too close, they will pounce you. They will pounce you
Yeah.
and bite you and throw you around in their beaks, and do a lot of melee damage that way, and then throw you away.
The problem is with that they are very fast.
Yeah. So they move very, very slowly, like prowling cats, very carefully, but the attacks are super fast. And this dichotomy there is it's great. It's only after I mastered the game I had time to appreciate, and I still haven't completely mastered it, of course. But once you get good enough, you start to really appreciate the game design of these enemies because you have time for it and you've learned the patterns and how to dodge them. And these are good examples of already on normal forcing, if you want to properly dodge them, you have to react within frames already. And that's why there's this fun part where you first encounter the fire version of him, where you get two of the fire versions at the end of Vigrid, when it is in flames. And there's this big plaza, and there's cars standing around and everything. Because that's a setup for new players who will be scared of these guys, as they should, to then use the cars to lift them up and throw them at these guys to make the fight a little bit easier. Because that's I think that's nicely thought out. Because later players don't need that, and new players, they will play around with the environment. I've seen this a few times.
Yeah, I never used the cars during that fight, mainly because it was very tricky to aim in the first place, and the camera.
Yeah, it's
camera.
auto aimed, and basically the enemy needs to be on the screen, and you need to roughly look into the direction. Then it auto locks somehow.
Yeah, it's just, it's really gets on my nerves sometimes.
Mm-hmm. So at large, I would say, these guys, Grace and Glory, and the upgraded version, Gracious and Glorious, they're one family of enemy that is very well designed on speed and just fun to play. But always I'd rather play with Grace and Glory than with these hounds, because to this day I am always a little bit still on the brink. Well, how do I attack him?
Yes.
Because he's looking at me. He knows I want to do something, and once I do, he'll jump at me. It's great fun. In Bayonetta 3, you will only encounter these and Grace and Glory in bonus encounters that are hidden throughout the levels, and it's such a waste. But they basically just copy and pasted the code and models from older games there, which makes it look like the game has variety, but it actually hasn't. But we'll get to Bayonetta 3 in time.
Can't wait.
Oh God, I can. What a mess. But we'll keep talking about the good game for now. There's another enemy that I keep forgetting every time. I do not know why. That you two also enjoy a lot. In Blackjack, you at least came across the introduction fight with it, and for YouTube reasons, I'm probably not gonna put up a picture. I'm talking about Joy. Joy falls into this family of so it's a humanoid enemy, and it's sort of a mini boss, but easier, mainly because it has very few hit points. Joy is. I'm having gas in my stomach. Sorry. Sorry. She has a variety of attacks. If you've played Soul Calibur, and you know Ivy, who with the busty, domineering woman with a chainsword, or rather a whip sword, let's say it that way. She can have different stances where she either uses her sword directly, or she extends the sword and then she has a whip with these with the bits of the sword between on the cable. And Joy does something like that. She has a full melee stance, a whip sword stance, where she uses a whip, and a ranged weapon stance, where she shoots feathers, I believe, angel feathers.
Yeah, something like this.
That part is really annoying, and the other ranged attacks that she does is some Toho bullet hell crap, where she shoots laser patterns that you can dodge through. That she uses rather rarely, but it looks great. And the trick about Joy is, what makes her really interesting, aside from these you don't know which stance you're gonna fight, or which he's gonna switch to, is that if you give her too much time, or rather, let's say, if you don't give her enough attention, she will do a little dance and then split. And then you have two of her. And she can do that so that there are up to 3 of her in the room. That's great. So multiplying enemies with different attack weapons types that they can switch between, it's great. It's great. She dies pretty quickly if you know what you're doing. But sometimes you just don't get lucky, and then you have to fight 3 of them. You've had that happen, Horned Rabbit, right?
Me too.
They did me dirty.
Yeah.
That sounds sad. You did not enjoy that? Oh, the pun.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, but this is just this range of Bayonetta 1's enemies have such a variety, such a nice in-depth design, variety of attacks that I don't find it in many games on this level. And even Bayonetta 2, which introduces new angels, but even this element is missing a bit. They still have a few attacks, the new one, like the new giants that have with their one big tentacle arm. They have a couple of attacks, but it's not as varied and different as with, for example, Fearless here, or Fairness and Fairness, or Joy. That's not coming up again. Not with normal enemies. And in Bayonetta 3, I think that was completely absent. Yeah, so much for enemies. Bayonetta 1 has one more big flaw, I would say. And Black Jacket hasn't gotten there yet, but you're just before that, really. And that is the arcade level.
Yes.
And while the Road 666 is, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I liked it.
That's great music. Music makes a lot of that level. The rocket ride to the island, that is bad. That is, I'm sorry, it's just too long. And the mean thing about it is, the final Jean fight, it locks behind it. So anytime you want to play the Jean fight again, you have to get through that rocket level, and it's, I don't know, how long is it? 10 minutes?
I'm not even sure anymore.
It feels
Is
like
it longer?
forever.
Yes.
I mean, is it longer compared to the route, the bike ride from Route 666?
I'd say
Route
so,
6.
yes.
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 You know what? It definitely feels like it.
Oh, yes.
Because the bike ride is, it feels kind of split a little bit. You start the level fighting normally, then you
Yeah.
go on the bike, you start riding on the bike, and there are rather frequent checkpoints. In the rocket ride, I think there are only 2 verses.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they drag out because the enemies keep repeating.
Always the same patterns, and it's like
Yeah.
4 times in a row.
And also you have to click a lot so that so you are shooting at an appropriate rate. Because if you just keep the button held, it's okay. It's like pum 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 pum, and then you can start mashing both buttons at the same time, and you do 2 or 3 times faster. So it's really taxing if you want to just breeze through it.
Yeah, and for that long. There are 2 things that help with this level, and you should not feel bad about using them at all. They don't count against the item limit, or the item penalty rather. And that is, one is the accessory item Infernal Testimony, which you only get after 50 Umbran Tears of Blood. So you probably don't have access on it when you first play it on normal. The things that you get when catching ravens and doing the achievements. That's the Umbran Tears of Blood. When you get 50, you get access to this item for, I think, 500,000 halos. And when you equip that item, it automatically refills the first 2 bubbles of magic that you have. And in that level, you can shoot rockets per magic bubble that you have. So having those auto refill will give you constantly 2 rockets all the time, which is very important against the bosses that this mode puts before you. This arcade level. Because with just a pea shooter, it really takes forever. And I forgot the name of the flying serpents. Inspired? I think.
So.
Yeah. To hit them right with the pea shooter is very annoying, and with the rockets you can spam them away. If you get the other thing, that you can definitely get, is the golden moon pearl from the ever annoying bonus arcade mini game after each level. There you can get a golden witch heart and a golden moon pearl for a silly amount of bonus health, and the golden moon pearl will also fill up 2 magic bubbles in the next level that you play. And that is an item worth to get, because it makes it easier to do torture attacks and other shenanigans. And you can have both. You can equip Eternal Testimony and get the Golden Moon Pearl, and then you will have 4 auto-replenishing magic, which is already half the magic bar. That then makes that level really bearable, and honestly, I would suggest when you play it on Infinite Ultimate, do it, because it's just too long, it's annoying, and well, everything that makes that easier without getting you a penalty, I would say, is intended by the game. It's intended by the designers to be, yep, you're fine to use that to solve the level. But that level, since it harbors one of the most fun and engaging fights in the game, I would say the hardest fight in the game even, those should be 2 different levels. Like, imagine putting a boss fight at the end of Road 666. You get this final encounter with the Braves, the Sentai Braves that, I don't know if they have a different name. The giants that also can do Sentai poses if you don't kill them fast enough, and when 3 of them do the Sentai pose, they turn into a super giant that is super fast, and I think he also denies you witch time.
From what I remember, the entire fight is already like in canon in the witch time, so you don't get the witch time during the fight. I think so.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure.
It's a very off-putting enemy, the super giant.
Yes.
Yeah, no, when the first time you encounter an enemy that denies you witch time, simply because it is, not because of the difficulty level, it completely puts you off because you expect the witch time to happen. But yeah, that aside, imagine you had a proper boss fight at the end of Road 666, Black Jacket. That and the boss fight that's fun. Would you like to start the level to get to that boss fight, because knowing that you'll have to get through these, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes of just riding around the highway?
I'd probably find the dude who designed that level and ask him to go fire himself.
All right. That's a good answer. Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, and the rocket ride and the Jean fight, they should be separate levels. If ever there's a remaster of this game, make it chapter, I don't know where's my cheat sheet? Bloody hell, I had one. Here. Bayonetta 2, Bayonetta 1. Yeah, chapter 14. Just make it chapter 14 and chapter 14.2. Then you get to keep your chapter numbers, but bloody hell. That is, I hated that level, and that's why on random replay I couldn't find a Jun fight for a while, back when 10 years ago, 5 years ago, yeah. I played Bayonetta 5 to 6 years ago for the first time, and I couldn't find a Jun fight anymore until I realized, oh crap, it's in the rocket flight level. Why did you do this to me, game? Why are you so mean? That is just not nice. So that's I'd say that's the big blunders of Bayonetta. Ah yeah, and of course the arcade mini game at the end of each level, because it's so repetitive. There's nothing fun or special about it. What do you think about that one?
I don't know. I've never had too much of a problem with it, possibly because I was just taking the normal angels, like they go around in circles and just line two of them up, headshot,
Yeah.
and that was the only way to rack up the points, and that was basically what I was doing.
I just find it boring.
Yeah.
That's my main issue with
Yeah,
it.
it's a neat distraction at first, but then you get to it like 10 times after each chapter, and you're just like I'm done.
Can I just auto convert to bullets and we're out of here, please? That's what I got after some point.
Yeah.
So I would say that's it's a small blemish. But the big blunders, the rocket level, and what did we talk about before? I'm a I'm a bit out of it already.
Well, rocket level and the arcade, I think, like the two of the bigger problems.
Yeah, there was one other thing, and I think we talked about it, and I already forgot again. Damn it, mind, damn it. All right.
We talked about the enemies. So basically Glory and Joy and Fairness. Who's the other one?
Fearless.
Fairness.
Fairness and Fearless. That's the Gryphon pair, and Grace and Glory and their bigger brothers. Those are the really cool enemies, and they're the things that stand out of this game. And we're not talking about any of the bosses here. At that point, just the normal enemies, because they make up the large part of the game. Misdesigned enemies, I would put Kinship there, because not because I still have trouble with it, but because I find it's overdone erratic. It has a lot of very different attacks, and it's equipped for every situation. It has this super cannon in front. Did you ever get hit by the super laser? It needs.
It has
Times.
Hmm?
At times, because if you get a bit too focused on one of them, the second one can load up laser. You don't notice it, and then boom.
Yeah, and it needs to align for that, because that thing can just shoot straight forward. But Black Jacket, you were just struggling at this very point for the first time, so you probably have the most experience with this off the top of your head.
Oh, I was just going to ask, that thing has a super laser move.
Oh, you never got that yet? You never got hit in the face with that yet? You know this big.
I can't recall.
The big hole. The big hole in the front of this thing.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, that's.
I think I was just so.
That's to shoot a giant, fat, horrible Kamehameha at you.
Why? I think I maybe.
Would be fun if you
I was
had.
so irritated with the fucking barrage attack.
Mm-hmm.
That that you get hit by this during the split second after the cutscene, after the introductory cutscene ends.
Yeah, the damn rockets.
Yeah, it's a rocket barrage ship, and once you get on its deck, which you need to because that's where its weak point is. It has its brain
Yeah.
bubble on the little house where the rockets come out, and it has a defensive system for that. Because not only is it going to shoot its rocket barrage at you while you're standing there in this tiny spot, but it also has
It
grappling
can,
hooks that come out and attack you.
yeah, the claws.
Mm-hmm. And those this is just on normal it's doable, but on infinite ultimate it's just like, what am I doing here? And why are there three of these things swirling around me?
Yeah.
Like one of them okay, but three of them all shooting their rockets. That's silly.
Problem is also that there isn't a surefire way to get rid of the rockets.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you dodge them and get into witch time, you are kind of stuck. The only thing you can do is try to run away.
Yeah, but by running away you
Or
don't kill it.
try
Yeah.
or try getting onto the deck if you got if you can cover enough distance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you miss getting on the deck because you have a really bad day or something, you tend to just fall into death. It's great.
I had one of the fights like this when I first missed the barrage that comes right after the cutscene, so I got hit a lot. Then I mistimed the jump, so I fell down, and then the second rocket barrage killed me
Mm-hmm.
because I got hit with the rockets right after I respawned.
Great. Um, yeah, but I think kinship is the only thing that really borders on a bad enemy in Bio 1. In regards to bosses, and you've not seen all of them Black Jackets, so we're not gonna say too much. In the tower, the last actual level, you get oh you've definitely been through the Remembrance of Time a little bit, so you've encountered the golem, I'm pretty sure. Yes, no?
Trying to remember.
I think the golem is a little bit. No, the golem is kind of from the start. I don't remember when the fight is.
Yeah.
Actually.
When you get into the Remembrance of Time, that's right after Road 66, 666.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the big ball that's jumping around just as a little
Oh, that
obstacle.
fucking thing.
Yeah, and then when you get to the plaza where you first encountered Grace and Glory, you now have the golem boss fight.
Right.
Should you have?
Don't think I've gotten up to that part.
Oh, I thought that was in the first Remembrance of Time, and I thought you'd be in the second. That kinship is in the second one. Huh. Oh no, that's all one. No, it's two. It's one is the Remembrance and two is the Sea of Stars.
It might be the Sea of Stars.
I'm pretty sure it was Remembrance. Damn it.
Yeah, but I think the entire encounter is like in the one level, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, because you see him jumping around, and at the end of it, you have the golem as the stage boss. Let's see if I can find some pictures. Browser, why are you so slow? That is a horrible resolution. No, that's the golem from Bayonetta 2. So what I mean, and This is on the Discord first. Damn it, that's too small. That's this guy.
Yeah, I definitely remember getting chased. You get chased by this thing at the start, where you're going down a huge snake statue. And not only that, you have to dodge the incoming lightning strikes. And once after that, you get to the part where it smashes the huge key, and you have to go around the arena, collect breaking all the chests just to get the pieces back. But yeah, I don't recollect any. I don't remember any actual boss fight with this thing yet.
I mean, at the very end of the level, I think you fight it. So
Yeah. Pretty sure it was at the end of the level, but then I don't remember where Kinship was. I thought Kinship was in Sea of Stars. Because after Kinship comes the part with where you jump through the tentacles.
That's in Remembrance.
That's in Remembrance? Okay. Very strange. Oh, then in Sea of Stars is the worst encounter with Kinship. Probably. Yeah, I think that they come again there. So there's horrible things in front of you. I'm sorry. It will be war. Alright, but aside from that, the fight against Golem is a lot of fun. It's a really creative enemy that is generally in its ball form, where it is mainly indestructible, and its core is in the center of it, and the core is only exposed when it goes into an attack form, in which it emulates demons that you summon throughout the game. And yeah, and only while it attacks you, you can attack it. And yeah, it's a very fast fight, especially on Ultimate, because you do not have this giant time window where you can actually hit the core several times and eventually even stun it. It's a very fun mini boss.
it's very easy to make a mistake due to witch time with him, because some of the attacks have kind of follow-ups. And you trying to hit the core might put you in the way of the follow-up.
Yeah, and the different forms. It's always just a ball, reshape into form, attack, go back into ball. So it just stays in the form for the attack it does. And there's different forms. Some of them have more than one attack type. Like, for example, the bird, it can either swoop down on you, or it can make whirlwinds. The dragon can either bite you or shoot fireballs at you. Things like that. And the hands, they can either do the double punch or they can do a clap attack. And stuff like that. And what is different, the golem appears again near the end of the tower, and has the centipede form as well. It doesn't have it in the first time. And the trick with that is, and I only recently figured that out on my last playthrough of Bayonetta, the way to not get hit by that thing while attacking it is to stand in the center of it, because it skitters in a circle, and if you stay outside of it, it will most likely hit you. When you stand in the center of the circle, for some reason it doesn't. It's a counterintuitive little trick, and it's bloody hell. But yeah, this is a mini boss, and it's so creative.
Yeah, there is also one more thing that you can do. The golem has a mechanic that if you attack it enough in the ball form, it will break apart.
Mm-hmm. That's the
And
stun.
then it's the core is exposed, and you can try and do some serious damage to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. While we're at it, so I don't want to jump around through the games too much. But since we're on this, oh god, this is tight. That is tiny. Is there a nicer picture? So I wanted to go. Golem appears again in Bayonetta 2, but it's a different golem. It's a golem from even more ancient times, from even more advanced technology. So it looks more like a nano machine thing. It is not this blocky thing. It looks more sleek. But not in the way that this Bayonetta 3 nanotech goop works, which is just horrible, but an actually visually appealing version of that. Let's see. Copy image. Yes.
That looks cool.
Yeah. And it's also fun to fight. It has completely different forms. So it also has the bird, but I don't remember all its forms. I remember fighting it, but it's so fast. I'm sorry. So I just need to put this.
Oh, it's straight up. It's just a diamond now.
Yeah, but as you can see, it's sorry, I'm horrible with multitasking, so I'm stammering. There you have the golem. This is its base form in 2. Yeah, and you see it's not this consisting of little blocks, but these sleek metals. Like it's a liquid metal device somehow. And with one of the forms is a giant spacey artillery thing. That looks really cool, and that you can. Oh, its attack patterns. Now I remember. Its attack patterns are like. Oh, what was its name? Always get the names wrong. Temperantia. The wind boss. That the last phase where you're just fighting its head, and it does the laser spin attack in a circle around itself. That's one of the attacks this guy does when he's in the artillery form. Yeah. Yeah, fun reintroduction of an old enemy, because it's redesigned. It has new forms, new attack patterns, but it essentially works the same. I think this is the right way to do that. When you rehash old content. Okay. Yeah, the other flaw of Bayonetta is, I would say, in the tower level. And the tower level, I think, is in general, it's pretty amazing. It has 2 questionable designs. One is before the golem fight there. Not this golem, but the Bayonetta 1 golem. In the room with the floating platforms, Horned Rabbit. Where you have
Yes.
the big standard, the big fixed floating platforms in like, let's just call it north, south, east, west. On 2 of them, there is a fight. And both of these, they're on opposite sides of each other. Both of these constitute a verse. So you need to fight both of these to get the verse. Which means you need to jump around this entire annoying level with the small connecting platforms appearing and disappearing. That's a bit annoying, especially due to the how the movement physics work. And the save point for this verse to count, is after the golem fight that comes afterwards. The golem fight you can't skip. The golem fight is before the next elevator. Or when you want to get on the platform of the elevator, the golem appearing is triggered. So if you lose against the golem, you have to redo the level from before, jumping around all these platforms and getting this hidden verse. Like there are some hidden, some of the fights in Bayonetta are hidden. Not everything is a bonus level. Some are just hidden fights. The first before that is in another, like you get out of one depression into this big hall at the top of the tower. And on the opposite side, there is, I think, a witch heart and an extra fight, is a hidden fight. So that hidden fight is saved. But the other hidden fight on those platforms isn't. I don't know if you can do the fight on the on the floating platforms and then go to the hidden fight on the floor to make sure you have saved that. And of course, if you are good enough, you don't need to worry about the order of these things, because you just go for everything like butter. I know. But in general, it's very frustrating if you then get to the golem fight, the real mini boss. He wrecks you, and then this other fight isn't counted anymore, and you have to do it again and jump around in this very tedious fashion around this level. That's a bit of a downer. And the other
it's kind of yeah. The thing about it is this: the Alfheim. Some of the Alfheim fights are also very tedious and completely unintuitive because you have to backtrack half, if not entire level.
Oh yeah, and Bayonetta 1 getting to the Alfheims is sometimes silly. Like, a certain thing in the level progression needs to be triggered, and then you have to walk back almost the entire level to a hidden place, like the arc over a tunnel that you walked through. Like in Vigrid, there's one of those. Yes. And the Alfheim then appears on top of that. So you have to jump up the wall of the building to get on top of this arc, where the Alfheim then appears after you've done things almost at the end of the level. Like you would just need to step forward, but you have to walk all the way back. That's eh.
It's kind of similar with the tower level, where you have to go after a certain part, you have to go all the way back and then jump around something because it's not visible normally.
Mm-hmm. There's one, I think the best example to just illustrate this the most is, and don't consider this a spoiler, because this is something that you will not find otherwise. In the epilogue, when you walk up the statue, almost before the cutscene triggers that brings you to the final fight. Almost before that. Then you walk back down the entire statue to the beginning platform, and there's an Alfheim. But it only opens if you've walked all the way up the statue almost before the cutscene triggers.
I did that one yesterday, and I was very, very careful to not trigger the cutscene.
It's, I do not know where exactly the point is. It doesn't give you an indicator. It's just, I would have never found that. Never. Because how far do you need to go? I don't know. It's horrible. But I can live with this to some degree, compared to just having these secret levels and secret encounters right in plain sight with a big spotlight from the sky or something. That is just dumb. Even in Bayonetta 2, it's a bit of a mix with the bonus levels where they are. Like they're just on an alternative route, for example. It's just the very first one that is in plain sight, because it's like on the big plaza when you start Bayonetta first level. It's this big plaza, and there's basically here's a normal chest. Here's a challenge chest where you have to make this little puzzle of find the 5 pieces in time. And the left end of the plaza, there's an Alfheim. It's just on the floor, and it's just about they kill all enemies. It's very simple. It's basically the tutorial introduction of what does this game have. I think there's also a Raven somewhere on that plaza, but I don't remember. The Bayonetta 2 Ravens are much easier, except one. One is an asshole. One of them is an asshole. He's in the lava underground, because that thing, if you don't catch it right away, it doesn't respawn. It doesn't fly back. You need to redo the level. That is annoying. I read up, you can actually just quit to menu, like the start screen of Bayonetta, not just the chapter select, and then hit the continue button, and then it restarts the level at your last checkpoint, which is just this portion of running across the collapsing bridges, and then at the end the Raven will have respawned. But I did that a couple of times, because you have to do the jump right. You can't walk around to get to it. You have to jump over the chasm right to get to it, otherwise it flies away too fast. It's a very annoying one. Bayonetta 1 has a few... the Ravens, you can get them all relatively fine. Except 2 that you can only catch after an Alfheim. 1 you can get, he's on the bridge, like the Alfheims are structured that you teleport into it, you are on a little island, and then there's a little bridge that goes to the second island where the actual challenge is. And in one of them, the Raven is on the bridge, on the railing, and you can just catch it, and you can leave again. You don't need to do the challenge. The other one is on the other railing, and the challenge triggers before you can catch it, before you can grab it. So you need to actually win the challenge to get it, and it's a tough challenge. I don't remember anymore what it was, but it was a tough one. Oh yeah, in Bayonetta 1 you have Ravens in all 3 difficulties, I think. And they're in different places in the levels. Like you can have 2 Ravens in... I'm just making it up now. You can have 2 Ravens in chapter 5 on normal, 1 in hard, and 3 in infinite ultimate. It's not like sometimes there's none at all. But there's a list in the menu that tells you how many of the Ravens are in which level. So if you don't want to use a walkthrough, you can still use that. They are findable. They're not hidden too hard. Same as in Bayonetta 1, the menu tells you how many there are in which level. Bayonetta 2 also tells you how many Alfheims there are in each level, and which ones you've missed. That is at least a nice addition. So do we want to talk about... Oh, right, the last thing about blunders in Bayonetta. That's why I brought up the tower level, even though Black Jacket isn't there yet. The bosses that you fought, lesser versions of them reappear there. That also happens before in some instances, like the Remembrance of Time. You get a lesser version of the double-headed dragon at one point. Temperancia, the wind angel, is, I think it's the one that reappears the most. And in the tower, there's one section where you run around the outer circle of it, and a lesser temperancia appears. And there's 2 artilleries on the balcony, on both ends of the balcony, and you have to shoot it down. While this lesser temperancia is just in the distance and shoots rockets at you. That's tedious. So it's fine on normal, doesn't have too many hit points, but on Infinite Ultimate, this thing has so many hit points, and it just does nothing. Yes, it shoots the rockets, and eventually, I think about the halfway point, it will do some super attack where you have to get off the artillery and run to the other artillery. It's just boring.
Yeah. It's boring, it's irritating. If you are lucky, you can stagger it a few times, but
Oh, if you do it right, you can completely stun lock it through the entire fight. You just have if you manage, because it's you shoot slightly ballistically. So it's a slight ballistic curve. If you keep consistently hitting its head, its face, it will get staggered. And since it doesn't move when it gets staggered, you just need to keep shooting. And that's also when it can't really shoot more rockets. You can shoot down the rocket. You should shoot down the rockets with the artillery so you don't get damage. Because that damage means lesser points, fewer points, and also death, which means even less points and less awards. Yeah, but you can... imagine sitting there for a minute and just hitting the shoot button. Because the artillery doesn't keep shooting, I think. You need to shoot... You need to hit the button and then you get one shot. So you shoot for a minute.
Yeah.
And then it gets to phase 2, which is the same phase, just you have to run to the other artillery. That is bad. That's bad. Don't like it. Not fun. And that's basically all the blunders of Bayonetta. A stupid little encounter at near the end. A not so great mini game at the end of each level. That's always the same. And the rocket ride level. That's okay.
Not to mention insta kill, quick time events that instantly one shot you.
Yeah. And
during cutscenes.
Yeah, and some of the insta-kill quick time events, of which the final Jun fight also has.
Oh, yeah.
You know how you
Several.
fight the dragon snake for the first time?
The dragon snake?
The inspired.
Oh,
or
inspired,
something like
yes.
this? Yeah. So when I was replaying it, going through the Alfheims, he kind of glitched out because there's one section when you are going up this like spiral thing, and he destroys it and it starts breaking apart. He bugged it out to the point where he destroys it and I fell down immediately. And that's an insta death. And it happened like 2 or 3 times in a row, where it bugged out so that I couldn't go further and I was just falling down immediately. So yeah, that was really unfun.
I can imagine. On my last playthrough of Bayonetta, something happened that had never happened before. You know the snake spiral that leads up to fightings inspired the first time?
Yes.
That breaks apart as you run up its length.
This was kind of what I was talking about. But there's that one point where he just deliberately destroys it.
Yeah. I never knew you could fall off of that thing.
Yeah.
It never happened. in 6 years, and then I was just I kept falling off of the bloody thing in my last playthrough, and like what I didn't even know this is possible. I thought there's invisible rails, but no. So I kept jumping off accidentally and run off, and like why is this happening? I died four times.
Yeah,
This game can surprise you sometimes.
I've had similar experience. So.
You think you know this game, and then something that's never happened before keeps killing you over and over, because like, why? Why this never happened before? I've played this for years. It never happened. The what the fight with Inspired that annoyed me was basically the main fights with it, in this fountain area, because it means you to use the witch time to slow it down, get onto the water, because during witch time you can walk on the water, and to force it onto the ground and then kill it on the ground, and sometimes it just doesn't want to come down. And there was a time when I really had this fight figured out, and then it's gone again. So I don't have that down yet. Inspired is not a very hard fight. It's just annoying in its behavior. Yeah. Good morning, Legacy, in the chat. Yeah, but I think that rounds up the Bayonetta blunders. So
All
important.
in all, I don't think there's too many of them.
Yeah. I think that's mainly it. Bad QTEs. One misdesigned level. That had I cut it up, it would be fine. Had I cut up the arcade rocket ride and Dujan fight, I think that would be better. Would be bearable. And then just minor encounter issues. But important things. Gameplay. Actual gameplay. So the core mechanic that Bayonetta teaches us is witch time, that it advertises itself with. I'd say, and just talking about Bayonetta 1, it is training wheels, it is a crutch, and it is the most amazing crutch to learn a game that I'd say there has been. Because it's at the same time, it's fun, it's stylish. It gives you a feeling of powerfulness. It gives you a feeling of a second wind, especially when you learn the game. You're fighting this boss, you're on your last hit points, and then finally the witch time triggers right because you dodged right, and you just get to hit back like mad. That's a great feeling. That's a great experience. But in the end, it's training wheels for Infinite Ultimate, where you don't have the witch time anymore. Yes, no? Anything to add?
I
Not
would
much.
say, yeah, overall, yes. It's once you get to the parts where you have no witch time, you realize just how different the game becomes.
Mm-hmm. You just started on Infinite Ultimate, right? You haven't met Gracious and Glorious yet.
No,
On Infinite Ultimate.
no.
Just for the fun of it, once you get to them, equip the auto taunt.
I've already went through a few levels with it. Oh yeah.
See, it's such a masochistic item. And
It
I
is.
think it's what you can spot a real gamer by just, I want to see what happens. And you go, oh my god. And then you
One
go,
of the
oh my
things,
god, this is fun.
yeah, one of the things it does is that the it interrupting the enemies becomes a lot harder because the normal angels can get, interrupted just by hitting them. When they are taunted, you need a wicked weave or a stronger attack. So that can be a bit of a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Just looking for. I have done way too little, or rather, not at all preparation, because I hope I get into the flow of this, and then I know what I need in the future when I do talks like this. Yeah. Next thing, gameplay wise, that comes after the witch time. We talked about the parry mechanic, that is an optional addition, if you will. And you started training on that already in hard mode, right?
Yes.
Can
It
you?
is. It is very. I mean, it started with me fighting Gracious and Glorious a few times and accidentally getting some really interesting mechanics. So yeah, it's just went like I just went on full experimental mode with them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's just it helps. The mechanic is very good because you can stagger the enemy, you interrupt their flow of attacks for once. Um, it can be quick, but if there's too many enemies, you run the risk of someone getting through. So there are reasons for the dodge being the main mechanic of Bayonetta,
Yeah.
I would say.
But I was surprised that I learned to dodge the proper dodge in Infinite Ultimate, and you already went to hard training the parry in hard mode. That impressed me, because I basically only learned this game when it puts more pressure onto me. This is why I now learned the parry in Bayonetta too, because I have no idea. I have no idea. I talked about this before. This that fight is so bloody amazing. But sorry. Black Jacket, I suspect you have no experience with parrying yet.
I just got the accessory that allows you to parry.
Okay. It's usually said that everyone permanently equips that just for a random parry that sometimes can happen.
Right.
Because it's basically the game wants to tell you with that it's not about this mechanic. But effectively, it makes you have only one accessory slot. Because you want to keep the mechanic in. But yeah,
Yeah.
later on you will be thankful for it. Especially if you have trouble with the dodge and you get that timing right. There's a special thing about it that if you do a perfect parry, you get witch time. And I think that's what you train for, Horned Rabbit, only to find out something on Infinite Ultimate.
Yep, that is true.
Again, no witch time.
Yes. But there is a caveat to that
Mhm.
also. If you are proficient with the sword, um, doing the perfect parry gives you an automatic counter attack. So even though you don't get a witch time, you will get the damage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so the sword counterattack doesn't happen on a normal parry?
It also happens there, but I think it only happens on the perfect parry. Like you get the counter attack When you, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but when I was doing the training and all of that, when you parry some of the enemies, on the perfect parry, the normal angels tend to get flung out.
Mm-hmm.
They just get hit. The katana allows for a lot stronger version of that, and basically on any enemy. So, despite not having the witch time, you can get some damage in. So there is little something.
All right. In Bayonetta 2, you will get you get the perfect parry witch time. You will get that back. And I'm not sure how to feel about this change in Bayonetta 2. That they took witch time into Infinite Ultimate by dodge and by perfect parry. But it allowed them. I think that is what allowed them to make the game so much faster on Infinite Ultimate there, because it's like nothing I've encountered in Bayonetta 1. So I'm torn apart. It's like two different games. It's like two different games on hard. It still both have the same core, the same essence. I think this Bayonetta 1 relinquishing a core mechanic in its final difficulty. I think that is something that blew me away, and that a game would be so bold to do that. So yeah, I'm as much for as against it in Bayonetta 2. Because the gameplay it forces you in Bayonetta 2 with the bosses at the end. Holy hell. Holy hell. It is. I wish I could show you some cuts from the fights I did, but I haven't uploaded any of it. Maybe I can get the get VLC working. I'll see through that when you're talking more later on. When we go to Bayonetta 2. So, other core mechanics of Bayonetta, that is, after the witch time, the parry as a bonus, needs to be mentioned, is the various weapons and how you can combine them. And isn't that the great fun of it? How much variance you have in there?
Yep. And I am still getting new weapons. I still don't have everything, I think. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff. Everything is a bit different. I'm still not very good with the katana.
The katana is a very special weapon in this game. It's very strong, and especially if you know how to use it. But really, Bayonetta is about ranged fighting. Yet, if you know how to use, I think on normal I played a lot with the combination of the katana and Odette, the ice skates.
Yes.
Until I
These
got
are
the
hard.
until I got the claws, and also of course also because the ice skates allow you faster movement before you get the travel form. And oh, by the way, the attacks from the cat form, like you can run up to an enemy in cat form and scratch it with an attack. It does massive damage. It does as much as a witch strike. You can insta open a treasure chest with that.
Yeah.
So don't underestimate that. Like when you hit Grace and Glory with that, they'll look at you scared, like what the hell is this cat doing here? I haven't managed to incorporate the special attacks of the bird form, because that has I think about 4 attacks, and you can incorporate them into your normal fighting somehow. Some of them they're very useful, like the swirling feather blade saw that you can summon around yourself. Maybe that's something to use against kinship with, where you dodge, get magic build up from that. Get to the bird form. Get the blade saw feathers, and they'll help you kill the kinship quickly. I've never
Yeah,
thought about that before.
that sounds like a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Whew. Yeah. Yeah, but the sword is a lot of fun, and there were some because it's punch kick punch combo it does a sweeping motion. It's a sweeping strike that does a lot of AOE. It has a lot of area of effect. That makes a lot of the killing Alfheims much easier.
Yeah, that combo was very useful when I had to do the Wicked Weave Alfheim challenge.
Yeah, and it's if you're not used to the thing with the sword is that it prevents you from learning the core gameplay, because the gameplay is attack, hold button so that you shoot your weapon, which is what makes your attacks double as strong, if not more. You don't do that with the sword, because then you would just be standing there holding your sword, charging it up, instead of attack. So
Meanwhile, the enemies come closer and closer to you.
So the sword is more for quick attacks. The sword has some insanely stupid attacks for which you need to charge up, like the. Have you ever done the moon circle? I don't remember what it's called.
You mean the attack from the air?
No. I don't remember how you started, because I haven't used the sword in forever.
Okay.
Bayonetta starts turning her sword in the air slowly, and the magic circle appears in front of her, like a portal. And if she finishes it, and it takes a few seconds to do that, so she's just standing there drawing this long, slow circle, like some Japanese Budo sword art thing.
Okay.
It's a meditative stance. And once the circle is complete, it shoots a giant Death Star laser.
Okay.
Yeah. It probably does. I don't think it does a lot of combo points, and it doesn't incorporate well into any other fast attacks. I don't think Grace and Glory would give you the time. I think it does a smaller version of that if you just do the half moon, like the half the circle. But it's I think it's a nice addition, just for completion's sake. For look, this is what the game can do. Not everything makes sense to use, but it's there. It's awesome, and it kind of rounds out the how do you say it? I don't just want to say immersion or world, because that's not really the thing here. Just this, like it gives you this thing. There's more to it. There's more you can do. Even if it's not always useful. Like when you finally figure out how to use the fire claws right.
Yeah.
That the fire claws they're slow, but they're mainly about planting the bombs, which do silly amounts of damage.
Yes.
And I think the claws also. You already have the claws, I think. Black Jacket, you should.
I do.
Yeah, and I think they illustrate the weapon play of Bayonetta the most, because they have two modes that you can switch between: fire and lightning. You do it with a spin punch, changes it from lightning to fire, or the other way around, and spin kick, if you have them equipped on your feet, switches that around. So if you have both pairs of claws, you can have fire, lightning, lightning, or fire, lightning, or lightning, fire. And the lightning claws, when in lightning mode, they do less damage, but they're so much faster. And the charge attack, I think it does a stun on the enemies instead of the massive damage. So you can combine those already. And you can switch these mid-fight with your spin attack. Like, oh, I need the fire things now. Bam. Oh, I have to fight fire enemies like that I can't damage or that I get damage when I attack them in melee. So I'll switch to the fire version, so I can actually attack them. Or there's this other part later where there's lightning in the room. If you equip the lightning things, the lightning versions, the environment, the lightning environment, doesn't do anything to you. You're immune to it. That's a neat trick. And so you already have 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 4 combinations? With just equipping these claws by themselves. And then you can equip a pair with any other weapon.
Yes.
And that just makes it so insane. And if for some reason you want to compare it with Odette, you have 3 elements at your disposal: stun, freeze, and explode enemy in face. If you want to do that. Combine it with the bazookas, combine it with your pea shooters, combine it with the shotguns, combine it with the whips. This doesn't matter. It's play the game you want to play it. We figure out your fighting style that's fun to you. That is Bayonetta.
Yep. Yeah, which is why I've been staying with shotguns and claws for most of the time right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I find this combination very easy to use.
Yeah. Black Tricket, what's your most fun weapon so far?
I haven't experimented that much. I probably like the shotguns with the claws on the feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that way I can get some distance with some of the fodder enemies while also placing the mines using the with the heavy attacks.
Yeah. Basically the same combination that I tend to use. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you unlocked Go on.
Oh, you go first.
Oh, no. I talk all the time.
I know, I was just being general. I was just going to say, I did just purchase the alternate version of the class.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm planning to experiment with that as well. Well, most of my playthrough has been with the katana, just to play things safe. But like you said, it does serve as a bit of a crutch.
Oh, it's great. And it's such an interesting alternative play style. Oh.
Like every new thing is basically another thing to learn. Like when I got the Odette, I think I'm still having trouble with it because of how different it is compared to the other things.
I haven't used Odette in forever.
I just remember. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I unlocked the whip recently.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been liking that as well because I can maintain some distance between the bigger foes while at least doing some damage to them.
There's an Alfheim that you can do it probably with something else too, but it's easiest with the whip. And I think you have to use the whip, otherwise you can't win it.
It's the one that you have to stay in the air, right?
One is stay in the air, and one is get to a specific height. And there's no way you can do that without the whip, because the whip keeps you atop enemies.
you can latch onto you can grapple to enemies with it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like one of the Alfheims that I did was stay 60 seconds in the air. Like, how is that even possible without a whip? Like, how are you supposed to do that?
I think I managed to complete that challenge without the whip.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
That is a master level if you can do that. It's a
Because
JPEG, damn you.
first one is like 20 seconds and the other one is 60. The 20-second one, it's doable. 60-second one, being up in the air for the whole minute is
Oh yeah,
wow.
yeah. I just remembered it was a 20-second one.
Yeah. It's nice, it's doable. The other one is pure retardation in my mind.
Not wrong. I will not disagree. Bloop. Here's the thing I hadn't noticed. But this is some of these little details that if you put the two guns together, you get the witch logo again. Yeah. Because I was looking for a Bayonetta screenshot from the menu with all the weapons, but it eludes me. It eludes me. Because I look for Bayonetta 1 and I get Bayonetta 2 menu screenshots. What is wrong with you, internet?
Mm.
What is wrong with you? Just most advanced AI supported search engine in the world gives you the wrong game.
I was just about to ask, because I haven't unlocked the ice skates yet. Like how early into the game do you, I mean how
I think you can get them before the inspired fight. I think you have them already by then.
oh gee, yeah, I haven't found all the pieces yet.
Mm-hmm. Some are in the bonus levels. Some are in hidden chests. It's the big difference. And
Yeah.
now it's showing me pictures of Bayonetta 3. What the hell is wrong with you? My God, this just looks creepy. I'll use that picture later on. It's from Nintendo Live, so it's not doctored. Holy crap! This does not have all weapons unlocked. Game, what is wrong with you? Internet.
Which search engine are you using?
I use Google and DuckDuckGo.
Oh, Google.
Google gives me the worst results imaginable.
Yes, of course it does.
Why? It gives me the opposite of what I'm looking for.
Exactly.
Can you imagine that 20 years ago Google was the hope of us all? Oh, that's a cute picture. I'll keep that. Dum da dum dum. This doesn't have all the weapons either. Damn it. What? Does nobody post a picture with all the weapons unlocked? So sad. So I would have liked to go through them, or somewhat at least. This is Bayonetta 2. That doesn't help me right now. Unbelievable. And I haven't loaded it up in the Switch right now. The problem is I'm just between the two phases in that boss fight, and I want to know how many deaths I had until I got it right. Otherwise, I would just boot it up. So, oh, maybe I can just look into the Bayonetta wiki. These horrible things exist after all. Brave has a search engine now?
Yeah.
Well, we need to try out everything at this point. Like, not even DuckDuckGo does free speech anymore. So screw them. Or untampered search results is probably the more accurate. More accurate description. Like, no, they don't have a menu screenshot either. Pity. They list all the weapons from all the games though. Yeah, so there's a lot of weapons you won't see until end of the game and end of all the difficulties. Because I think it's at the end of I'll look it up. Wait, Discover for Onyx Roses. Luga Odette. The Patino Waltz. Dum-dum-dum. So I can tell you where you missed it. Because it's a I don't think you'll keep it for long. What is wrong with this wiki site? No, it links me to the actual song, not the. Oh, Jean's version of Odette is called Karen. Fitting. Okay, just go to Odette's subsite. How to obtain LP. First piece, as the level begins, located in chest behind you in chapter 6. Oh, all parts are in chapter 6. Okay. It's all in chapter 6. First piece, just as the level begins, right behind you. Ah, that's what's in there, okay. Second piece, soon after first, in the area where you fight the 2 inspired. Near the entrance, there's a pile of rocks. Destroy these to reveal a chest containing the LP piece. Oh yeah, in the lake. It's not a good description. In the lake bottom, there's a hidden cave. To the left of when you come into that place. And the third piece given to you later as a reward for defeating Joy. So I would suspect you just missed the second piece of it.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I thought that you get that there. Interesting. Ah, but then it's after this inspired is... Huh? To inspire? No, I'm confused. Yeah. But other weapons you only get much later in the game. Like the alternative guns, the Basilians. It's a very silly weapon.
Yes, it is.
Did you get them after hard mode?
No, I'm not sure. You know what? I'm not sure. I got them at some point.
Yeah,
I
this
got them at
website's just
some
loading so
point.
slow. Because when you've played this game for too long, you forget where you got the crap from.
Yeah. And also because, the weapons here you get by visiting Rodin, right? So if you don't go to the Hell's Gate a lot, you just miss it.
That can happen too.
Yeah, that's kind of how I got to that. I think I just finished it, finished the levels and stuff. And at some point I just decided to go inside the Hell's Gate, and then there was Rodin giving me new weapon. Okay.
This browser is killing me. Yeah, so when you finish the game, you get something. When you finish it on hard mode, you get something. When you finish it on Infinite Ultimate, you get something. And when you've played 100 levels, which if you just play normal hard ultimate once, you will not have 100 levels. When you do that, you get Saifung. Saifung is a wonderful melee weapon that is also guns. It's a gunchaku. It's a nunchaku that is guns.
I think I've seen that.
It's amazing. It even has an extra costume. So if you use the normal skin and equip the costume with it, it looks actually pretty good. It's not. It doesn't look just silly. Because you Bayonetta gets the Bruce Lee outfit with it, like the big martial arts pants and then a belly free top. Looks really cool. Nice little idea, and actually interesting weapon because it stuns enemies as well. Very different playstyle. I love and that you can combine this with everything else. So there are some weapons that you can only equip in your hands. That's fine. Was there anything that you couldn't have lag weapons with? Don't think so. No, there wasn't anything super heavy. Yeah, Basilians is an alternative gun set. Like you get 4 of them. Like the difference is between your basic weapon, Scarborough Fair, that we see on screen right now. They continuously shoot once you hold the button for like a strong attack. Like punch, hold button, and then they shoot, which does a lot of extra damage. The shotguns have, once you hold the button, they have a delay, and then they shoot and do massive damage. So they basically imagine doing all the damage that Scarborough Fair does, but at once. So with Scarborough Fair you can apply damage more flexibly. And the Basilians, which look really silly because they shoot lasers, yeah, complete on hard, then you get Basilians. They charge up, and once you release, they shoot the laser. But since you can actually see where they shoot, they're very likely to miss their target. When they hit, they do silly amounts of damage. But that takes away from your combo counter, I believe. They're very good to deal with troublesome enemies that are still too annoying for you to deal with. But since they take a long time to charge, you don't do much in the meantime. They're still fun to use. The other one is an alternative version to the katana. It's called Pillow Talk. Pillow Talk you get once you beat Ultimate Climax. And yeah, you'll laugh your bottoms off. Because it's a laser sword. It's a laser sword. It's nicely explained because you have the hilt, and where the laser comes out of the light sword of your lightsaber, that's a tiny portal where the demon comes out. Like, who takes the effort to implement a lightsaber in his game, and then bother with making it a law appropriate? That's the funny bit. It works a little bit different from the standard katana, in that it doesn't do wicked weaves. So it doesn't do the sweeping strike, for example, but it does insane amounts of extra damage.
Mm.
So it's something you really have to get used to. And it has a few unique combos. Sorry. And there's some other thing with it. I think you can only really understand this weapon, train on this weapon, if you read up on it. Because it has different charge modes, charge levels on which it does different levels of damage, and it's weird thing. I tried to get to use it, but I wasn't really getting into it. Jean's version of Bayonetta's version of this is the nice green sword, and Jean gets the red lightsaber. Very fitting. And other fun weapons, Rodan we don't talk about. Because that's the secret fight. What is this? Huh. Yeah, the Kilgore, the bazookas. Do you have the bazookas yet?
Me? No.
Ah, such a pity. They're really fun because, like, what could be more fun than equipping a bazooka?
To your arms or legs.
Yeah, 2 bazookas. And what's more fun than 2 bazookas? 4.
Bazookas.
And it just goes. It just makes this nice doof doof sound as you shoot them. They're basically stronger shotguns. Stronger, slower. You can the projectile is actually moving. Yeah. And then you go about combining all of this nonsense together in silly ways. So, Bayonetta 2 continues with this sort of gameplay, where you combine weapons with each other, and introduces a lot of new ones. It sadly doesn't have my personal favorite, which is Durga, the Fire and Lightning Claws. It switched that out for Flamethrower that can switch into an Ice Thrower. They are more clunky. They just when you hold the flame or ice comes out. They're okay, but it's not the same. It's not even remotely the same. However, they got basic claws, where you have it's called Rakshasa, where you have Wolverine claws on your hands and feet. It's very fast, but it's not. It doesn't feel the same as Durga. It's I don't know. I don't know. You got a whip again. You've got a 2-handed bow. That thing is very different to use from everything else. There's a scythe. It's also 2-handed. I don't have much experience with it. It does a lot of damage though. And then there's Takemi Katsuchi, which is a giant sledgehammer. It's also 2-handed. So there's 3 3 2-handed weapons. And then on top of the small Wolverine blades, you get the strong version of that, which is chainsaws. Somebody maybe watched Army of Darkness too much, because Bayonetta did get her chainsaw strapped to her arm. To both arms, actually. And to both legs. And then you can freely combine it with all the other nonsense.
I remember there was a gag in the first game about it.
Yeah?
Yeah, where if you go to the Hell's Gate, sometimes Rodin tells you that no matter how much you ask, I'm not going to strap a chainsaw to your hand.
Yes, I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, and that's a reference to Army of Darkness. And maybe to another game that Platinum Games made at the time. That probably also got the inspiration from Army of Darkness. Yeah, and there's one secret weapon in Bayonetta 2. I don't remember where you get it from. I think for finishing hard mode. And that's a chain chomp. You know the
Mario ones?
the Mario ones.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but it's a feet only weapon. So
That must look funny.
yeah, it's a chain chomp on a chain strapped to your feet, and it randomly attacks enemies around you like a chain chomp would. And you can do actual attacks with it. You can do your normal kicks with it, and it has some interesting combos. Like one that I've got down that is actually useful against bosses, where Bayonetta at the end does a somersault, and she hurls 3 chain chomps at the enemy that then stick to it and explode. And since the bosses are so big, they're definitely gonna stick. That's kind of funny. So when you make a fun weapon, a fun silly weapon that actually works, I'll tip my hat. I just need to get a hat. Yeah. And yeah, Bayonetta 2 also got the standard katana, of course, and pretty early on in the game, so you can go right back into your old playstyle. If you like to play with the sword, you get the sword very early on. I think already in the first level, first or second. So when they designed Bayonetta 2, with and the I'd say the combat feels more fluent. It has more of a flow. The designers knew people like the sword. Let's put the sword early on in the game. Good decision. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, responding to the people that are playing the game, right? So that's kind of a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's all about being optional and letting people combine to get their playstyle that they want, with the combination of weapons and the accessories that you unlock and that you buy, and then you get your specific playstyle that you like and how you want to face the challenges and get through them. Something that Bayonetta 2 added to the game. Let me just where is because I was lacking a. Can I rename the file here? Yes. Whoop. Nice. Now everything is nice and orderly. Take the Scarborough Fair out. Whoop. So, because we're kind of transitioned into Bayonetta 2, I'll switch out the logo in the background. Something that Bayonetta 2 added was that when your magic bar is full, you can hit the left shoulder button, and you get the Umbran Climax, which in case of Bayonetta is all your attacks now do Wicked Weaves. It's like a power boost. That's okay. So instead of doing a torture attack, you do that. It's an alternative to what you usually do. I think that's an okay addition. And there's a level in Bayonetta 2 that brings you back in time, where you fight in the witch hunts and you get into a witch mech, and you do most of the level, or I think the entire level, in that mech. Once you've done that level, you can buy an accessory in Rodin's shop that allows you to switch your Umbran Climax with, instead of doing the wicked punches, to summon the mech instead and have the mech for a few seconds until your magic runs out. So that's a nice addition. Different gameplay. Again, the mech is a bit overpowered until you get to Infinite Ultimate, I would say, because their enemies just like to ignore being hit by it. On normal and hard mode, the mech just cheeses through things. It's really insane. Yeah, so you have this additional thing that you can switch out for what gameplay style do you want to do. And I think that's nice. What they made easier is that when you get hit in Bayonetta, I think you lose your magic points. Is that right, or is that just with the Witch Time accessory?
No, when you get hit, you tend to lose magic points.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
is yeah, Black Jacket.
I was just following up on that and saying, yeah, it's a core mechanic.
Yeah, and that makes Bayonetta a bit hard. So okay, the stream was just complaining for a second. If there are any issues, just type it in the chat. Where was I? The mech, right. In Bayonetta 2 has a lot of gameplay changes, small ones that make the game, on the one hand, easier, less punishing, but also make the game play itself, the game flow, more fluent, which is I don't like to use all the same words all the time, but yeah, my language processor is not the best anymore. You don't lose magic points anymore when you get hit, so you can constantly keep building up and then do your torture attack or do your Umbran climax in Bayonetta 2. I think that's okay. That's not too big a change. What do you think? I mean, you haven't played Bayonetta 2, but what do you think about changing that aspect of the game?
I would say it depends. I mean, I don't really know how it really compares, because if you take the regular Bayonetta gameplay, the punishment for getting hit is kind of on par. I saw you playing on with the bosses, so I know that certain things are definitely harder, and I think it would depend. By itself, it's probably not a wrong thing, but I would have to look at it, more broadly.
The thing in Bayonetta 1 is that if you can't play the game, or well, if you're learning the game rather, you will get hit a lot. So you will likely never build up a lot of magic, especially not if you found all the moon pearls. You have 3 magic bars. You get to do a torture attack if you fill a magic bar. The only other use for magic in Bayonetta 1 is to use any of the magic accessories that do spells that honestly I never used.
Yeah.
What does cost magic is the attacks that the Raven does when you go into the bird form.
Yep.
I think they cost 2 or 3 points, so you can't do them right away. And with that, the gold moon pearl helps. I think you should get the gold moon pearl every time when you do the mini game, except for if you go for a boss fight, boss level, because it doesn't help you that much there. Because the extra problem is, and this is where I'm torn, Bayonetta 1 penalizes you for using items, which is the health lolly weapon damage boost lollipop, the red one, and of course there's the invulnerability lollipop, the yellow one. Punishing you for using the last one, okay, I can see that. The thing is, Bayonetta 2 already does not punish you for using items at all. And I think that was a wrong choice. Because then you can just spam health. Yes, you can get more hits, and then get penalized by having gotten more damage. But you can just farm the invulnerability lollipop and cheese your way through with that, through some boss fight. That I think defeats the purpose. But the problem is in Bayonetta 1, it penalizes you so hard for using these things that basically you don't want to use the lollipops at all. So I don't know what to do about that or what to think about that.
Well, I'd minimize the penalty. If I had to make a call.
Mm-hmm.
So keep the penalty, but not make that not make it that severe.
Yeah, or make a tier of the penalties, like have the health and magic lollipop just give a very small penalty. Like, I'm using fantasy numbers, like minus 100 points or something per lollipop. With the weapons damage lollipop, make it minus 200, and with the invulnerability, make it minus 500 or minus 1,000 or something. Like the invulnerability lollipop, I could actually see like equivalent to half a death, which is what the game does. Every time you use an item, it takes, I think, half a death from you.
You're basically activating
God. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're basically activating God mode. So yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I haven't checked whether it penalizes you if you use the health lollipops between fights. Because
I thought it does. I'm just saying, I thought the game did penalize you.
I haven't checked for it deliberately. I may at some point. But what's the difference to finding random health ups and magic ups between fights in urns that you destroy? Because that's like taking a lollipop. It means taking the lollipop is more controlled, but in the end, you can the urns respawn usually after a fight. You go back, the urns are back, and yeah, you can look for more health items. So I'm a bit torn on that. So the replenishing things between fights, I would penalize less or not at all. During fights, different thing.
Yeah. Just follow up on another suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. So you implement implement a way that whenever, and this is just an example I made up on the spot. Maybe for every torture attack you do to an enemy, they drop portions of health.
Yeah, maybe.
Just some food for thought.
Yeah, would be an interest. Yeah, that would be an interesting thing. It would also be a bigger incentive to do torture attacks instead of Umbran climaxes in Bayonetta 2. Because you have this alternative. Do I do a torture attack or do I do an Umbran climax? And it can depend on the enemy, which you're more likely to do, because the torture attack is likely an insta-kill on some annoying enemy, while during the Umbran climax you can still get hit, but you might do more damage to more enemies. Overall, the Umbran Climax is the better choice, I would say. It also gives you better combo points. Oh, which reminds me. So before I get to what dodge offset is the next thing.
Alright.
The items. So I think Bayonetta 1 penalizes too hard on the items, and Bayonetta 2 too little. That's my
Yeah.
That's what I take from it, from these two games so far.
Same here.
Yeah.
One core mechanic we haven't talked about is dodge offset. That Black Jacket, you may not even be familiar with it yet, at least not consciously.
I have.
Yeah?
I have.
Okay. From other games?
Yeah, yeah, Metal Gear Rising has that mechanic.
Okay, cool. So for the viewer, if you're still with us, dodge offset basically means you do a combo, like punch kick punch, and if you hold the button of the combo, like punch kick, and during the kick you do a dodge. You hold the attack button, you do a dodge, then after the dodge you can then do the punch and finish the combo. And that is really what makes the Bayonetta gameplay, because you don't have time to do the full combo of like the bigger combos that have 5 or 6 button pushes, because the enemy will attack you at some point, so you will have to dodge. So you dodge offset, hold the button. You're supposed to hold the button anyway, because that does a stronger attack. Some parts of certain combos have rather useless attacks in them, or rather situationally relevant ones. Like, what was it? Punch, kick. No, punch, kick. What? I don't remember.
Punch, kick. I think it's this combo.
Oh yeah.
There is 2 punches, then there is like this slam down from up, then there is actual weave, and then another weave.
Yeah. And the last weave is super slow to come, but it's also super powerful. And the punch, kick, the first of the 3 kicks, that doesn't do a wicked weave. Bayonetta shoots her weapons at the ground, and the bullets fly up into the air. That's good if you have airborne enemies. If you don't have airborne enemies, these things just go nowhere. So that's something where it makes sense to do a long punch, short kick, and then long kick. So you that useless move you do short. You don't wait for the bullets to fire, because the bullets do nothing.
Well, the only time it is useful is when you have things like the claws on the legs and you want to put the mine down. So that can also be useful.
That's an interesting point. Yeah. Well, in Bayonetta 2 you don't get to drop the mines. You don't have that, sadly. Maybe since it's flamethrowers, it does area damage on the ground instead. I don't remember using him with that combo. Because the game hadn't forced me to learn the combo yet. Alraune did. Yeah, so with different weapons, the combo might make more sense. And then some weapons have their own combos. The variation. So there's something special about dodge offset though, because it's not only dodge that allows you dodge offset. It's also the parry. You can parry offset, and you can taunt offset. So you can actually do your combo, taunt the enemy, who then enrages, and then finish your combo with a wicked weave and insta-kill the taunted enemy. So you get extra points and loot. Like it's such a fun mechanic once you figure it out, and I didn't need to consciously think about it until Ultimate Climax. So you can just have fun with the game without understanding too much of it. You get into that with time, and there are some special moves that you may never ever use because they're hard to pull off, or because they're just the situations where you need them just never arrive for you. I've seen a video of Matthew Matosis where you see his combo list in the training mode, and there was some where he had 0. So even he has some things that he never does. But at some point, once you get to Ultimate Climax, I think it makes sense to just take your time in the training mode, especially when you get stuck, and just go through the combo list and try everything once, that you have done every move at least once, so that you have a better grasp of the game. You know what you can do, what can be done, and you will find a few moves that you really like and that vibe with you. But until you get to that brick wall that you need to climb, just have fun with the game. So that's core mechanics. In Bayonetta 2, you also get an extra character after playing through hard mode, which is Rosa, Bayonetta's mother. And so you can unlock Jeanne in both games. She does more damage, she gets more combo points, she also takes a little bit more damage. And this is where I like companies like Platinum Games. For Jeanne, they made an alternative version of every weapon that has a different name and a different skin. It's something that most players will never even see, because they won't ever unlock Jeanne. Just as you said, like only not even 3% of people who bought Bayonetta on Steam have even finished hard mode, which means probably 10% of players who actually start the game. So for Bayonetta 2, for which we don't have any numbers, you get Rosa after you finish hard mode. The difference to playing Rosa is she takes even more damage than Jeanne. She also does more damage than Jeanne. The downside is, aside from taking even more damage, like the bosses in Bayonetta 2, they can 2-hit her. Or sometimes 3-hit. It's amazing. And I am so stupid as to do my first playthrough on Infinite Ultimate with Rosa. I don't know why I do that. I just do, and I keep doing it. So the other difference about her is, the positive is, her standard Umbran Climax is the mech, instead of the standard Bayonetta thing. So Bayonetta needs to equip an accessory to get the mech. She doesn't, which means you basically have 2 free accessories with her. The downside with her is she has only 1 weapon, and that is the shotguns. No weapon variations, only shotguns. That's an interesting bonus character. It limits a superpower to a bonus character. With her, you can, if you replay normal with her, you cheese through every encounter due to the mech, and get platinum without problems. It's a bit silly.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, and doing
That's
it
the
with
thing.
an... Oh, by the way, the mech can do dodge offset. I just find that fun. That this is the right way to go over the top in these games. So yeah, that's the part of this. I don't have much else to say about Bayonetta 2 except for enemies. What Bayonetta 2 did is it introduced a few new more angels. They basically work the same way as in Bayonetta 1. On hard mode, on Infinite Ultimate, some of them get a bit silly. And since I didn't know I had witch time in that game yet, I got really frustrated with one. It's Centaur with in full golden armor with a flaming sword, and anyone who's played Dark Souls, if you look at that, you just think like, what the hell is that? Because I keep saying, if you played Bayonetta, Dark Souls is just running on slow motion. I'm not looking down on Dark Souls. Dark Souls does its own wicked little things. I'm just tired of this meme of, Dark Souls is such a mean game and it's so hard and it's only for super hardcore players. Like, play Bayonetta for fuck's sake. There's no better training ground. Because it's in the end it's about pattern recognition and timing. That's what both games are. With the addition that Dark Souls has has resource management in it that Bayonetta doesn't. Like you could say Bayonetta has soft resource management with the magic that you build up, which is basically accumulated combo points from good play, while Dark Souls has standard or negative resource management, where you can run out of the resource and then you can't do anything. So you have to decide, do you attack? Do you dodge? Or do you get hit? and yeah, don't do it at the wrong time or you're screwed. That's kind of the aspect of Dark Souls. But back to Bayonetta. Story structure. That's something that, since you only played one, probably can't say too much about. I don't know if you've watched playthroughs of Bayonetta 2.
Can't say I have.
Yeah. Bayonetta 1 has a very, very strict, almost a strict structure. Not completely, but especially the first half of the game is... sorry. It's basically after the... So you have the intro level where you can't be killed. That's the pre-prologue, if you will. Or it's like the back of the book. Then in Bayonetta 1, the vestibule is basically the tutorial level, where you get all the mechanics explained. You have this one fight that is completely in witch time, so that you don't actually have witch time, because the enemies are as fast as you are. Where you're supposed to do 3 torture attacks. And you do the 3 torture attacks by accumulating magic points through dodging or doing enough damage. If you do enough combo damage, you also get built up magic. And the fight is technically infinite. It runs on a timer, so time can run out. But you win the fight by building up your magic bar 3 times and do a torture attack. And once you have done the 3 torture attacks, the fight is over. That's a tutorial fight. It forces you into this mechanic and only allows you progression after you have succeeded at it sufficiently. Yeah, that's basically that's the vestibule. And then you have 3 levels, boss battle. And the 4th level is a boss battle. Then you have 2 levels, boss battle. 3 levels, boss battle. 1 level with a Jeanne fight at the end, the 3rd one, boss battle. And then you have 2 levels, of which one is the arcade shit with the Jeanne fight at the end. Boss battle. And then you have the Requiem, which is the final boss. So you always have this structure of you get at least a level or something before the next big boss that is only the boss. And the story as well structures itself in this format of Bayonetta is a character with amnesia, so she is already super powerful, but she has forgotten a lot of her techniques that Jeanne is there to help her remember. And as she also unlocks her past. This is how you can argue for a super strong character that still has a progression. We do the amnesia game. It's done well enough in Bayonetta. And throughout these chapters, Bayonetta learns more about it. Luca learns about his past, the past of his father, what really happened. And they grow together, especially after Luca finds out the truth. I for this I need to do a deeper analysis of the whole story progression to really retell it in what happens in these chapters from boss battle to boss battle. I only have the roughest notes of what's in those levels. In Bayonetta 2, compared to that, it still is somewhat this, but it's a refined thing, because what Bayonetta 1 does throughout the gameplay, and Horned Rabbit, you notice this in the replay. Black Jacket, you notice this for the first time as you play for the first time, is you have a constant build-up of spectacle. Every time you get a new enemy, it's something even bigger, even more scary, even more versatile, and the next boss is more epic. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, generally, I would say it's yeah, like basically every new boss is something that is a little bit different, and something a little bit bigger.
Yeah, Black Jacket?
For more or less, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And the threat level of the game, when you get to the end, is existence is at stake. So the entire universe, or this trinity of worlds between Paradiso, Inferno, and Purgatorio is the in-between thing in our world, I think. I forgot what they call our world in it. Just call it Limbo for now, which is probably wrong. So because the bosses hint at this, they say because they want to resurrect, it's about the Festival of Resurrection, and they want to resurrect the Creator Jubileus, which is God. And certain things need to be done in order to do that right, otherwise everything goes to shit. Or it doesn't happen at all. So what is and once Jubileus is resurrected, the Trinity of Worlds would be ended, and it would all be just one, which is what the angels want. The demons not so much, or they don't care about it. Who knows? We don't get to hear much of the demons' perspective on this, but they stay fine with their contracts to the witches. So the stake is already everything. It's not just the world, Earth, or some shit, the solar system, the galaxy. No, it's everything. Absolutely everything imaginable is at stake.
And you have to remember that in all of that, there are also personal stakes.
Yes. So, how do you up the ante from that? In for example, Bayonetta 2. How would you up the ante from that? It's a trick question. The answer is you don't.
Yeah, I was leaning towards that answer.
Yeah, because the trick with Bayonetta 2 is what is at stake, and as you figure out by the end, is all of existence. It's the same. It's the same. It's basically the same threat level, but it's told completely differently. So it's also about the creator god, but another variant of it. Which can spark a lot of discussion of, well, what is the law? Are there things that contradict each other, and so on. But that's something for itself. Bayonetta 1 and 2 is I'll have to spoil you here a little bit, Black Jacket. It's a time travel story. And it's one of the few times in history of media where the time travel is consistent enough with itself to make sense. Up to one thing that I still have a question about, which is the right eye that should have disappeared by the end of Bayonetta 2, so I don't understand how it gets back in time. I don't understand that part yet. Someone has to explain that to me. But other than that, this is a closed loop. And that's fine. So basically the story is over. The entirety of the Bayonetta big adventure of Bayonetta 1 and 2. Like, you don't need Bayonetta 2 to make Bayonetta 1 work. But it rounds it out. It fills gaps in a way that it fits together. It's not like there were mystery boxes in Bayonetta 1. It's just that with Bayonetta 2, everything makes more sense. And that's I think, a very nice way to deal with all of this. And so you have similar stakes, which is all of existence. But what is actually upped is the level of spectacle. It's probably because the technology is better. You have better animators with better software, with more experience, and so on. It's just when you play is it the prologue? No, yeah, it's the prologue. The prologue of Bayonetta 2. I'll jump one before because you have the same start with this invincible narrator telling you the story of the world. Before that, which also hints many things at you that you don't understand yet. That on a replay you understand what actually happens in that active cutscene in which you can fight angels while you have infinite HP and there are no scores on the screen. The prologue is the first real level, which is a complete roller coaster, where you start in the big city and then have a fight on the top side of a jet, I believe, where you keep fighting the basic angels. Is where you would get your tutorial stuffs from. You have some, you could say, homages to the prologue in Bayonetta 1. Like, if you remember the part where you do this torture attack tutorial, Jeanne had shot a circle out of the plane, and then that piece of metal bursts out with her standing on one side. Then Bayonetta, in order to dodge it, jumps onto the other side of it as it spins around, and the two basically spin while standing on opposite sides of this metal circle plate. You remember that?
Yep.
Yeah. So in Bayonetta,
It's a really fun visual.
Yeah, yeah. And Bayonetta couldn't see Jun all the time. Only the audience sees Jun. Because once this thing lands, Bayonetta jumps off, the thing lands and then rolls to the side, and that is when Jun is revealed to her. Although she doesn't know who Jun is yet. In Bayonetta 2, while Bayonetta is on this jet, another jet flies by. What do you call this? Topside? No, like upside down. That's the word. Upside down. So Jeanne flies on that, stands on that thing with her head down, and the two fly past each other. So it's an inverse of that scene from the prologue of Bayonetta 1. And now they're friends now, of course, or friends again. So that's how we do a nice homage, and that you don't necessarily notice it the first time you see it. So once this tutorial stage is passed with the basic angels, you have a big angel introduced, then one of the new giants, who has the basic art design of this game is that all the angels don't have heads. They have their faces strapped onto some other body part. And this giant has the face on the left breast, I think, and on the right breast it has something else, and it can spit out horrible gluey stuff. That's annoying. And it has, on the left side it has an arm, and on the right side it has a tentacle it can use as an extended whip. So it's really this Lovecraftian, Cthulhu-esque monster that's like it has heard of what humans are and is trying to imitate a humanoid shape without really knowing what it's doing. Which I really like about the monster designs in Bayonetta. You're fighting this in a sort of event fight where you're on a train and this thing is running after you, trying to catch up to you. So it's a sort of event fight, like the one on the bridge in the first level in Bayonetta, where you're on the bridge and the giant crawls up the side of the mountain, side of the cave, and then rips out the bridge and tries to slam it into the wall while you're trying to fight it. Sort of that thing. Final phase of that is actually fighting this thing with what hit points it has left. I think just a quarter or half or a quarter of it. Together with Jeanne, you finish it off. And already one of the bosses is flying through like it is super inspired, a winged serpent. And I think it was this giant that Bayonetta threw into a skyscraper far off, on which she then summoned Gamora, the dragon, that chews it up. And then, yay, cool. Nice, lots of energy in all of this. And then comes the subversion. That's where you could say the story starts. Because we know this is what Bayonetta does. She fights big angels. Okay, it's a normal day in her life, more or less. While the city explodes behind her. And the bridge on which the train was running. And oh yeah, there's actually two bosses that you see already in this thing that appear in the city. But it's only for mere seconds. You don't fight them there. So then the subversion part happens, where the portal of Gamora, after it disappeared, stops. Doesn't fully close, and then it rips open again. Gamora comes through, frees itself of the witch hair that binds it, and enters our world. It came through the portal and is now free, basically. So it's still invisible to humans. But now Bayonetta is like, oh fuck, now I have to fight the beast again. that she probably subdued initially in order to even get it under control and under contract. Gamora kills Jeanne. Jeanne's soul is dragged to hell, and you now have to fight Gamora as it climbs up onto the top of the skyscraper like Godzilla, like King Kong. So you have Godzilla climbing up like King Kong on the skyscraper. That's basically what happens. And only after you have subdued it again and summon another demon that thankfully doesn't also escape, the level is over. That's the prologue. After all the things that happened in Bayonetta 1, how do you up the ante? Not by increasing the stakes of even more of existence is at stake. That's bullshit. No, you do this roller coaster, and you have your friend is now dead, that you want to save from hell. You want to. So Bayonetta's quest is, I need to get to hell personally and get the soul of my friend out to revive her body before her soul is consumed by the demons. That's Bayonetta's goal. That's Bayonetta's quest that gets her started, and her quest then aligns with, or gets in parallel with, the other character that's in trouble, who's been followed by the angels and the demons because of the creator of the eyes of the world. So who then helps her get to hell, get to the gates of hell, into hell, save Jeanne, and then get up against the actual super boss. And that boss fight isn't as epic as the one in Bayonetta, but it's good enough. I don't think it needs that extra thing. It also, Bayonetta 2 also does this rocket ride arcade level again, but it puts it before this final boss fight. However, it's much shorter, it's way easier, and therefore is not that much of an obstruction. So I think they learned from that, and since they reduced it so much, I think it's okay to leave it in that level as well. Because the thing about Bayonetta final levels is that they consist of various very, very different stages. Like the motorcycle ride in I don't want to spoil too much, but that's the problem at this point. The motorcycle ride in the epilogue of Bayonetta 1 that then transitions into just further running up, and you're already so far away from Earth, that culminates into the final boss fight. And Bayonetta 2 does something more or less similar. There's no actual encounter before the final, between there it's a jet flight, another jet flight, and the boss fight. There's only a secret level, and an Alfheim, if you will. They're called Muspelheims in Bayonetta 2, but it's basically the same thing. It's even the same geometry, just that they put around a different skybox with flames. Yeah, and if you make the cutoffs with pure boss levels, you get 2 levels boss fight, 2 levels boss fight. So you get 2 pure boss levels after another. 2 levels that then transition into, because you are in one environment, and after that you are in hell proper, where you get then 1 level. So you would get technically 3 levels before the next boss fight. It's a more classic thing, but I make the cut because you have this complete environment change. Full boss fight. This is a pure boss fight, and then an event verse It's basically a roller coaster ride, and in the more literal sense, and then an actual boss battle, which is where I'm stuck right now. And then again, you get. Oh, right. I had Gates of Hell because you also have a boss fight at the end of that. Damn it. So the whole gameplay structure, the whole story structure, how you go through Bayonetta 2 is much more fluent. It's not as rigid as Bayonetta 1. And I think it does the story well. You don't have these super locks, as in Bayonetta 1 with the rocket ride level that I would bring up way too often. Yeah. Then you have Vigrid Past. Then you have the witch hunts. And then an event boss that is laughable. This is just a fun level. The witch hunts is just a fun level that is just in between. Yeah. That's all I can say to that. It's like it keeps the pace. Bayonetta 2 just keeps the pace, and it does it differently than Bayonetta 1. Bayonetta 1 has the benefit of being the new game that tells the story, the world, the lore for the first time, and therefore you always have something new that can build up. Bayonetta 2 has to do that in a different manner, and it pulls it off well. It keeps the spectacle up, and that's something that Bayonetta 3 does not. So you have all the good Bayonetta 2, which I mainly disliked because of Loki, the support character of the story, like where Bayonetta 1 has Cerisa and Luca. Bayonetta 2 has Loki, and well, Luca also shows up, but he has an even smaller role because Luca's story is essentially finished. It's told. It's told in Bayonetta 1. He's solely supporting Bayonetta from the shadows here, and there's not much what he does. He gives some exposition, and it's still sort of grounded with Luca. He has this comical he slams into a wall thing, but it's not on the level where he should turn into smudge on a windshield.
Well, he's not a how do I say it? Star Wars.
Jar Jar Binks?
Yeah, he's not Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
He never was.
Yeah, he has a bit of a comic relief element to him because he's a bit of a jokester. Yeah, but he's not that super silly cartoon character. While Bayonetta does everything it does in an over-the-top way, it at the same time manages to stay grounded. Like, it plays everything straight. That's what I mean. So even if it does this one little cartoon humor scene where Luca slams into the wall in this weird pose, it's still played seriously, and that makes all the difference. It's like Monty Python. It's like Monty Python humor. Monty Python humor is cartoonish, comical, and over the top, but it works because it's all played straight.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of the scenes later on in the first Bayonetta, where there is like the scene he's on the zipline, and it's played humorously, but also still rather straight.
Mm-hmm. Like the fun setup scene for Luca and Bayonetta 2 is you're aware of the whole Purgatorio thing where Bayonetta is and the angels are basically insubstantial, but they sometimes can affect the outside world through their attacks or sometimes through moving things. I'm not sure how that works when you can affect things and when not. But the when not, when you just pass through things, that is what sets up the joke in Bayonetta 2. Because in Bayonetta 2, Luca is able to see Purgatorio, so he can see Bayonetta in the in between world and the angels fighting. But so she's falling off somewhere, and he wants to swing by and grab her like the hero, and embrace her in that. And it's this slow-mo scene where it looks like it works, and it's beautiful, it's slightly sensual, and then he just passes through her, which he didn't expect, because he forgot that when he has the magic glasses on, he can't distinguish between, is she really here, is she physically here, or is this just her image from Purgatorio? And so he slams into the wall because now he's confused. And that's funny. It's also it sets up, this is, if you didn't know, this is their relationship, and it's funny. It's nice.
It works.
Anything else I had on Bayonetta 2? Oh, right. A difference for the worse in Bayonetta 2 is how they use the chests. In Bayonetta 1, every chest is has something important in it. It's always a witch heart or a moon pearl, or a weapon piece. In Bayonetta 2, and whether it's open chests or the hidden ones. In Bayonetta 2, there is so many more chests around, and most of them just contain crap. And these are the final resting places of Umbran witches. And there's only crap inside, like a couple lollipops, some halos. Like only a few of them contain witch hearts or moon pearls. I find that frustrating, especially when you have sections where it's where there's a story character and says, "Run, like we need to be fast now," and you go, "Oh, there's an off track here, there's a chest, there's an off track there's a chest, and there's just a magic lollipop inside." That breaks the pacing. And it's unnecessary exploration. In this game, I think it's detrimental. When you want to put things there, put an Easter egg there, or just random urns or something, but not an entire witch chest that needs a special attack or damage to open it, just to get a lollipop, while there's the other character urging you on because the world is ending. And Bayonetta 2 does this to a little degree. That's why I back in the day criticized it as being worse, in that regard at least. I always saw the combat feels more fluent. That is a fact. I will fight for. My criticism of Bayonetta 2 was about everything else. The graphics are fine too. I think they're more polished. Though I think the city looks too sterile, but that's a thing. I think that is a thing with Platinum games in general. In Astral Chain 2, the city looks a bit too sterile, I think. It's too gleamy and samey. Which I understand, yes, that's a thing that cities do. Yeah, but it's these unnecessary collectibles. They do annoy me. Make it something important. Well, no, there's other stuff, and we'll get into Bayonetta 3 because that is collectible hell. So we'll I'd say we do this in a Bayonetta 3 in an extra segment, because rather talk about what the first two games all did right and did wonderful, with the few flaws they have, and then we'll get into the gist of it. Because I don't just want to rant about Bayonetta 3 because it's the new game, or it's you just rant about it because of the cringe new character. No. There is so much more there's so much more to talk about, and I'd like to establish, even if it takes 3 or 4 hours, what's great about Bayonetta 1 and 2, and what makes these games. That's why we're here. Sorry, you wanted to say, Black Jacket?
Probably want. I think just this is one extra point that people in general don't usually go back to Platinum Games titles for the graphics. It's mainly because the gameplay is just so damn fun.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I can't get that under control. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, that is also one of the things that kind of bothered me. The, you could say, washed out color palette that is present in Bayonetta. I think the problem is that there isn't really an easy fix for that. Because I did try to look for some ENB stuff and shaders, but that just resulted in terrible screen tear. And yeah, I prefer to have not great colors, but properly working game, rather than something that's rather pretty, but tearing up all the time.
I'm assuming it's mostly to do with the game engine itself, so there's nothing really
Yes.
you can do about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Images. Yeah. What else? I had a list in the Discord. Damn it. Where was that? Just so. In case I missed anything of that, so I would like to. I think we should talk about the bonus levels a little bit more, and then we have that under wraps. Because some of them seem a bit over the top. I know they are basically puzzles, I said that before. But some of them just seem a bit insane, especially on higher difficulties. And while the pure battle ones are that's just a question of you being able to dodge right and do enough damage in time, I'm fine with those. My trouble is with the more weird ones. Some can bug a little bit. The out-of-body one that can bug a little bit. I still like it because it increases the tension, because there's 2 spots that you can be attacked on now, and you only have 3 or 5 hit points. So you don't have your actual hit point bar, your health bar. You just have, you can be hit X amount of times. But that thing can bug around a little bit. The AI can do random things and just decide, I'm just going to go for your real body instead of you. Haha.
Yeah, or fucking annoying.
Yeah, or bug through the pillar. If I like to put the real body behind the reward pillar, which is a funny innuendo that fits the topic of the games. And sometimes an enemy bugs through that thing. This is very annoying. And so putting the body behind the pillar has positives and negatives. The positives is the enemies have a more difficult time to get to it. The downside is that if an enemy got to it, you have a harder time getting to it. That's basically that. Yeah, some of these bonus challenges, they're just annoying. Like limited kicks and punches is always a thing where I have to figure out again, because I keep forgetting, what weapons did I use to do this. What is annoying as well is the kill enemies, kill X amount of enemies with torture attacks, and the further waves just get harder and harder. Once you've got the gameplay down with proper dodges and parries, That's less of a problem for you, of course, because you won't get hit and you will build up magic in time. So that's just getting the gameplay down. What was a really annoying one? Technically it's simple, but the whip thing with stay in the air, because it's just you get an arrow with the whip where it doesn't latch on right, and then you lose and you have to do it again.
Yeah.
God, there was one that I really hate. What was it?
I'm just getting a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah. That's the one where you are only allowed to use one combo. And that thing bugs out on me. I do not know what's going on. It randomly ends and says failure, 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 failure. And I do only do that one combo. I don't include dodge offset. I'm not sure that whether that makes a difference or not. It doesn't seem to make a difference whether you do long attacks or short attacks. But then there's also moments where it accidentally transitions into another combo because I got hit. And that then doesn't end the thing in failure, but usually it just randomly ends because the game thinks I didn't do the same combo for some reason, despite doing the exact same combo with the exact same animations. That thing, I just do not understand what I'm doing wrong there. It feels as if it's bugged. And that's the parts where the game gets annoying. Yeah, I know there was one Alfheim in Bayonetta 1 that I hated above everything else, but I think I've repressed the memory. With Bayonetta 2, that was the one where you are not allowed to hit the ground. You are on a pillar that is destructible. And the first few versions of that are sort of fine because there's several pillars and you're mainly just fighting the little air enemies. Okay. The last one of that is one pillar and there's a giant on the ground. Yay. That's fun. Especially when you play Rosa, who doesn't have any weapons variety. But it's doable. I just don't know how that scales on Ultimate. And I'm scared of it. But yeah. But it's not as broken as the bonus levels in Bayonetta 3. And that's probably because they want you to use specific demons for them in specific combinations with items. I haven't looked up the solutions for them. One of them is there's strong wind that basically if you run straight against it, you are staying on the spot. And your job is to kill all enemies. But at the end of the room, there is the death wall. If you come into the death wall, you die. So you have to kill everything while you're running against the wind. And if you do an attack, you're shoved further into the death wall pretty fast. You're probably supposed to use the train demon for that, and I don't know. I don't like it. It's just not... The train demon itself is not fun, but we'll talk about the demons later. Did you have any Alfheims that you really hated?
Well, for me, it was the out of the body.
Okay.
This one took me the longest because generally, quite a few of them, of the angels, just ignored me. They were right in my face and they went past me. And then you lose your real body in like a second and a half.
Mm-hmm.
If the angel hitting is determined enough.
Yeah, it's really annoying when ranged enemies start shooting at your real body. That's
Yeah.
like, oh no.
And the worst part is like is when you position yourself when you're like between the body and the enemy, and he shoots.
Mm-hmm.
You instinctively dodge, and then you realize, hey, I can't dodge this.
Yeah. Oh, but that's a fun thing. When you get the when it's either a fireball or one of these energy things that comes from the tuba or sousaphone angels. That is just
Okay,
this.
you can send it back.
Hmm?
You can send it back, right?
Sentient bug?
You can send the attack
Oh,
back the
back.
opposite
Yes,
way.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. And that happened to me once. I dodged that, well, it was in reach time, and then realized, wait a minute, I can hit the projectile now. And punch the projectile back so that it wouldn't hit the real body. And that was cool. Horrible, but cool. And that's the moment. That's these little moments in the
Yeah.
gameplay. But
Yeah, this and I think one of the Alfheims where this was just, only weaves
mm-hmm.
damage the enemies, and you get the combo, and then suddenly you get attacked 4 times in a row, and then you have to abandon the combo. You get hits
Mm-hmm.
while trying to create the combo and everything. That is also a bit irritating, but that's spacing, and you can actually work with that.
Yeah, and that's the kind of Alfheim that trains you on the gameplay. That because it forces you to use this mechanic that many new players that just button mash. Yeah, you get your wicked weaves by accident. You don't get them in a controlled fashion, and the Alfheim forces you to a controlled fashion, just like the torture attack Alfheim. But did you have any trouble with the only one combo Alfheim?
Frankly, I'm not sure I've even found it, so I'll have to check it once again because I
Or
was
is
looking
that
for it.
in Bayonetta 2?
I think that's in Bayonetta 2,
Huh.
but I will have to check. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, and because
I think
I forgot now.
yeah,
It blends together a little bit.
yeah. I think I got most of the Alfheims, if not all,
Mm-hmm.
but I am not 100% sure.
Mm-hmm. So, what was I looking for? I wanted a nice color wheel. Right, because Bayonetta 2, next to a few new angels, also introduced demon enemies. Sorry. Which are usually counterparts of the angel versions. But they do fight differently. They give different telegraphing. I really like the ones that shoot, because they don't just do the angels do this fanfare, this da 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 da,
Yep.
and then comes the projectile. Like it couldn't be more clear that I'm gonna shoot in your general direction in about 2 seconds with the slow moving projectile. Like, thank you. The demons, they have their super demon guns, and their telegraphing is a big, broad red line with wedges on the ground that you can dodge out of.
Yeah.
So you know roughly where to get what to do. It's a bit harder to see on the purple ground, but you can still see it. So there's so many color wheels. I want a nice one. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, let's take this double thing here. Why not? Dun, dun, dun. Copy image. So, and aside from the basic enemies and the basic flying enemies, the demons have a few special ones. They introduced support casters in Bayonetta 2 for the angels and the demons. that you basically want to take out instantly. The one for the angels, I think, when he gets to do his buff spell, I think it just does more damage. I'm not sure. But they also have other attack spells that I rarely get to see because they get killed first. They thankfully don't have a lot of hit points. And the demon version of that, when he does his AoE support spell, everyone gets faster. That is actually scary. That is horrible. And he has a lot of other spells that he uses. So it's again this thoughts put into the enemy so that they're not all the same all the time. And yeah, I really, really like that. What else? There's the, I think it's the variant onto Grace and Glory, as well as on Fearless and Fairness, combined into one enemy. And that is, it's called Greed. It's like a Cerberus enemy, but it has two heads in the front that spew fire, and one head in the back that spews ice. And it is as fast as Grace and Glory, and it has ranged attacks galore.
This sounds. I'm not even sure how to take it.
Well, calling it a demon is justified.
Yeah.
Once you figure the game out, it's more easy to kill, but until then, it's absolute hell. And then the game throws two at you. Like, why? There's it's fun to reflect fireballs back at it, if you can get that right.
Mm-hmm.
I have one issue with it, and that is the ice beam of the backside head. That thing has a way too big hitbox. It does insane damage, and it puts you into an ice cube. So if you even survive being frozen, and it's on Infinite Ultimate with Rosa, this thing is almost impossible to dodge, because the hitbox of this attack is so much bigger than the actual beam. I don't know. I don't know if you can parry it. I think that's even more difficult. There's a similar issue with Alraune, the boss in Hell, whose claw attacks have a much wider hitbox than the animation is going through the screen. I've seen that a couple times. Like since the camera is far away, it doesn't matter that much. But when you're close to her, it's like, why did she hit me? Like the animation of the red claws is like a head or half a head away from Bayonetta. That's a lot of space.
Yep.
So, and there's one enemy in Bayonetta 2 that I think is misdesigned. And it's called Resentment. And it's a Naga woman without a face. Instead of a face, she has this eternal void. And it has one arm is a whip. And the problem with it is that it has an almost insta-kill ability. It's not a direct insta-kill, but it's this sort of insta-kill that once it gets its first phase, you're down to, it seems you're down to luck. So what this enemy gets right is putting fear and terror into you. But I don't know. In a game that's where you get the biggest penalty for dying, logically. I don't know what to think about an enemy type like that has an attack like that. So what it does, it has a rather almost instant ranged attack that is a giant purple beam that, if it hits you, transforms you into Child Bayonetta. And So you can't attack, you only can slowly walk, and you have to run away from this enemy then. Other enemies can still attack you. So the AI doesn't always shut them off. What now happens is that resentment, and there could be two resentments or even 3 in one encounter, they will now sliver towards you, and you can dodge only once. If you dodge, you will fall, you will trip and fall onto the ground, and basically be fodder for the enemy. So you can only do this in the last very second that if a resentment catches up with you. If resentment does catch up with you, it will grab you and put you into its face black hole thing, and you're dead. Very terrifying, but I'm not sure if that's the right design for this sort of game. It's a great design for a horror survival game, I would say. I mean, you've seen it on a playthrough, I think. When I was
No,
playing.
personally, I didn't see it. No.
Oh, okay.
Gonna look this guy up now, right now.
Yeah, I can guess that it's just. Well, the problem with Bayonetta and such enemies is that any enemy that interrupts the flow kind of creates an issue, because Bayonetta is all about, as you've said it before, constantly dancing around, constantly being in the movement, and just shutting it down this way is counterintuitive to the way the game works most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those moments like you can tell it's one of those moments where you want the game to sort of tone it down essentially. Like don't like first thing I do is not fall free of these things at once.
Yeah, I am glad I didn't have to actually fight that. I was just chewing through. I think it was the second phase of a fight, and I just got into the mech. I had the mana up, the magic up for a mech summon. Summoned the mech, and the mech just chewed through them all at once. And I was like, I think that was 3 resentments. Okay, verse over. Bye. See you never again. Holy shit. These guys are terrifying because they have this game-ending mechanic. If it would just be, this is a super beam that does super damage, okay, that I can deal with. Like the ice beam on Infinite Ultimate does insane damage that it can insta kill you. These things with this terrifying mechanic somehow feels worse. It gets this feeling of, yes, I am in hell. It's where I first encounter these horrible things. And they kill me by terrifying me first. They basically toy with me. But I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's you're right. It destroys the game flow. Because, well, it will also break your combo points and everything else. But, well. Not to dwell on that too much. It's just one of the... I'd say this is one of the flaws of Bayonetta 2. I'd rather see this enemy in a different game, or this mechanic.
Maybe it might function better as a boss.
Well, Alraune has some of these abilities where she can just grab you and then try to suck your soul out, and you get a wiggle your analog stick prompt, and until you're done, she will continuously drain you of health, which on Infinite Ultimate with Rosa is very close to an instant kill. She will take half your health as well. So if you're already damaged and she grabs you in melee and starts this little sequence, you're dead. It's as if she hit you. But you can dodge the grab, I think. It's just a very quick animation, just like with fairness and greed. These very quick, very few frame reaction windows. Yeah, but that's so much on these things. The boss fights between 1 and 2, is that mainly for Bayonetta 2 they added background spectacle. So while you are doing the fight, there's also something going on in the background. So while you are, for example, while you are fighting the Lumen Sage, in the second phase, you summon Madame Butterfly, and the Lumen Sage summons Temperantia. And then while you are fighting the Lumen Sage in the foreground, almost in like a classic 2D fighting game, because you're on this bridge, in the background you have Madame Butterfly and Temperantia fight each other in melee and with shooting rockets and all this nonsense. And then there's this little added thing at the end, which is more of a joke, because these things are so big, they move very slowly. You get a small sequence where you control Madame Butterfly and all you do is punch or dodge, because Temperantia attacks you, so you just punch Temperantia's face to push off the last few hit points, and then that's done. It's like a tiny reward mini game. It's not very difficult. Then you have the spectacle fight inside the Insidious, which is a giant manta ray demon, demon robot creature thing, and you fight beneath its heart. The heart breaks, and all the blood starts swirling around you while you fight the Lumen Sage. In this it feels like you're in the middle of Noah's flood, but it's all blood. And again, he summons Sapiencia, another boss from Bayonetta 1. And Bayonetta summons another demon that I think was not present in Bayonetta 1. It's like a Hydra. And so it's basically the counterpart to Sapiencia. And they fight in the background and occasionally shoot lasers and rockets at you while you are trying to fight the Lumen Sage, which is like an upgraded version of the Jeanne fight. And so somebody who's watching you play has even more to enjoy, because there's this epic fight in the background happening. And that's how the spectacle is upped, is made more intense. And that's how Bayonetta 2 manages to up Bayonetta 1. So while at the end, while you finish off the Lumen Sage finally, these demons, the demon and the angel as well, fight off each other. And that's how it all gets bigger, it all gets more extreme. And Bayonetta 3 doesn't do that. So there's one last thing about the enemies, and that's how we can, I think, transition into finally talking about Bayonetta 3. That has to do with a key thing of game design in these two games, and that is, for that we need a color wheel. And I'm sorry if I blind anyone now. So, you're probably familiar with this thing. It's the base colors, the RGB base colors, and are you familiar with contrary and complementary colors?
Yep.
Good. So, the way the background in Bayonetta 1 it's a bit desaturated, I would say, but you usually have more darker backgrounds, or you have like green grass or something. Or you have, I think the only exception is when you are in the caves that are like grayish blue. You still have a lighter background. So the angels, when they still have their armor, they are white. So their armor is white, which contrasts off of everything. And then they have gold or red highlights. Some have, of the basic ones, also have a blue tabard. And that's their color schemes. Like, except of course when they have fire as their element type, or lightning as do fairness and grace and glory, or grace and glory do both. Gracious and glorious don't. They have their main colors are white, black, and I think gold. So overall, it's always, you can always see the enemy. No matter what else is on the screen, you know where the enemy is. Now, the demons in Bayonetta 2, they use red, purple. So those are not contrary colors. But they're far enough away to give you a bit of contrast. Black, of course, because they are not angels, so they don't use white. And some blue types, but it's a rather wide range. Oh, I think Joy of the Angels uses green. It's mainly in her attacks and stuff. But you have this white and green that stands out. And then, of course, when the angels lose their armor, that's something that in Bayonetta 1 you can see through the weaves when the demons are summoned. They look pretty much exactly like the demons. It's the same. It's basically the same race or species at large, just that they put nice armor on themselves. While the demons don't hide their grotesque features so much. So under that, they have purple skin and other things, but all of this contrasts of the background and off of each other. In Bayonetta 2, you only have some troubles in the ancient world and in hell to a degree, because everything is a bit darker. You have this dark purplish background, so of course you see or inside the Insidious, you have more purplish surroundings, and you have the base color purple with the enemies. But you still have these contrasting red lines on them, on their armor, and well, black doesn't contrast very well from already dark tones, of course. So they're a little bit harder to see than the angels, but it's not to a broken degree. When we get to Bayonetta 3, what we get is a brightly neon lit, gleaming, bright cyan, green, and I don't know. It's very little blue, but it's mainly it stays this neon cyan. It stays in the cyan and neon green range entirely, and then the what is it? The telegraph animation. The telegraph animation for the demons is a bright red. It still contrasts. The telegraph animation for attacks by the angels is the bright yellow, is the gold, which fits to them. And since everything is so desaturated, you see that you can spot that. With the enemies in Bayonetta 3, you have gleaming light blue, gleaming light green, and any telegraphed animations are gold. That is all on the same third of the color wheel. It's all complementary. There's no contrast. There are no contrary colors. It's all it's all a big mush. And the telegraphing of the ranged attacks, so the archers don't do any telegraphing, which I found very annoying. The artillery enemies, they have a green laser pointer. So over all of this, in this whole from the top yellow to the cyan, that's your color range. I think maybe the blue next to the cyan at max. So you have a third of the color wheel, and the telegraphed artillery shot is a laser pointer that is green. So it's the same color as the other enemies, and the background is usually in the blue range, especially in the bonus levels. It's in the blue range, and you have the cityscape, which is at best a dark blue. Like, what the hell? It's all the same colors most of the game. It's absolutely I mean, you saw me play through that. What did you think about that part? Do you agree or disagree with that?
On any kind of urban environment, it all looked very like meshed together. It's just one big blob of everything. It's the enemies weren't really cutting out properly of the environment. It's like it felt as if they were blending in all the time, especially when there were like bigger enemies next to the smaller enemies. There weren't really any proper boundaries between them. They all kind of looked as if one was almost connected to the other at times.
Yeah, I wish I had more. I had more screenshots for this. But that itself is such a misdesign, I would say. Oh, they I didn't notice this when playing. They also seem to have gray on them. It's not this gleaming white of the angels, because that would stand out. It's like this just grayish white, which is when you're in a city environment where there's always only concrete, is also not very helpful. Like,
Yeah, that is.
And then, for example, soldiers in green uniforms on the foresty background.
Well, they're supposed that makes sense.
Yes, but
It's
in
supposed to be
the
camouflage.
yeah, but when at the same time, when you're thinking about like the philosophy of the game and everything, it kind of also contributes to this whole blending in of everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to see the game in action to really see this. I think from still images, you would still say, "Oh, but I can still contrast these things and see that." The thing is, when you play Bayonetta 3, what you see is a lot of gleaming. Like, imagine you add bloom too much to everything, while it's already neon colors. Then everything moves. You have to react to it, and it just becomes this mesh. It all meshes into one thing, one soup.
I think I found a screenshot from Bayo 3.
Yeah.
Which I think is a pretty good example.
Yeah, it's against this big guy. But yeah, it shows out basically already blends with. This is in a cutscene, but it blends with the background here already pretty much. Just give me. Oh. And
Again, context-wise, you could have done so much more with the pre-established setting between the angels and the demons.
Oh, there's so much more you can tell with that. And since the threat has already been all of existence twice, you don't need to up that. You can have for Bayonetta, the main problem was Jeanne is dead. I need to save Jeanne. That's personal stakes. That hits home way more than the next. Oh, we the existence. We need existence to even more existence, because that's what Bayonetta 3 tries to do, to tell us that, well, it's not just that existence is at stake, but the multiverse of existence. I don't care.
That makes no sense.
Yeah,
that makes no sense. How?
Yeah, it breaks the law, but we'll get into that in a bit. I just wanted to finish this. Like, as we can see with the... In this cutscene alone, with this giant, it blends completely with the background. It doesn't contrast.
Yeah.
It looks like the clouds.
Yeah. What
It looks
I've
like the
sent
cars,
you...
it looks like the buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, what I have sent you is a part, I think, of Matthew, I think, second playthrough, when he's doing like this section when the entire city is being demolished, and when you see the enemies in there, all of them just blend in with the environment. Personally, when I was looking at this, I almost couldn't see them for the first time.
Oh, I haven't. I didn't want to watch Matthew's plays of Bayonetta 3 yet, because I was scared of that he might praise the game, and I don't want to know if he does. I'll watch it after we're done here.
Yeah, sure.
I
mean, you can put the part without any sound, because it actually shows very well what we are talking about. The fact that enemies are really blending in with everything that's happening on the screen, and that is really bad.
Yeah, I hope I don't screw this up with loading it. My browser is very, very slow. It takes like 5 seconds to open a new tab.
How many tabs do you have open? Remind me.
I think it's currently at 2,900.
Yeah, I never go beyond 10.
How is that even possible?
I finish the things and close them.
I close the things when I finish them too.
Well, we have a different scale of things we are interested in.
It's like this. You know, like this the stuff that your parents or grandparents have in the cellar, like old skis that are already bent through halfway, and you want to throw them away, and then grandpa comes in. No, I can still repair them, and he never does.
Yep.
I think that's my tabs, and I do want to do them. I every morning I close 10 tabs. I'm not kidding you. It's like brushing your teeth. Every day I finish 10 tabs. And I watch all my YouTube shit and other shit on double speed. Almost all of it.
How many more do you add daily?
More than 10. That's the problem. It's just a never increasing backlog. I am making progress. I am making progress, but the nuclear waste is piling up.
Yep.
And with browsers, 20 years ago, this wouldn't have happened, because believe it or not, back in the day, browsers weren't preloading gigabytes of nonsense. you had a load on demand option in Firefox 2 that if you turned it off, completely turned it off, it would not load the content of any tabs, no icons, no nothing, unless you clicked on it. All it would have is a list of the URLs, that is which URL is in which tab, and that's just a big list of text that doesn't take up much space.
Yeah.
Now, what they made out of load on demand in every bloody browser is that it still loads stuff. So it still loads the icon of the site. It still loads some other preliminary code and scripts of the site. It just doesn't load the images and other stuff. But I'm sorry, that's not load on demand. That is preloading crap that I don't want. And yeah, I don't want that. I want proper only load stuff when I actually click on the tab. Because, and I think this is how I got this bad habit of keeping too many tabs. I wanted to see how far this goes. So for a year, I didn't close a single tab in my Firefox. Because I was so proud of how well it was running. And I kid you not, I was at 20,900 something tabs. That was on a potato computer in 2005 or something.
Oh.
And the thing was running as if there was nothing loaded. As if only the one tab was loaded that I was on. That was beautiful. The problem is, like, you now need to search through your tabs somehow. But yeah, that was basically just for how far can this go? And it was nigh infinite. And today, you have Chrome or some other shit, or Opera. You have 20 tabs open and the thing wants to... It is suffocating. What the hell? That's what we got these supercomputers for, with which we can simulate entire worlds at this point. Like, fuck off. And we can't even use a browser anymore. And we have GIFs that are hiccuping and stuff. And god. So anyway, I was supposed to get this thing running. What do I use for this? Browser. Browser looks fine. Oh, no, I think that just loads the site directly, so let's not do that. Because then I can't use the controls. Where's the remove button? There's the remove button. Window capture. Window capture sounds fine. Perfect. Just the thing I needed. You don't get to see my porn that I totally don't have.
What?
Let's just put this to the right thingy. Right, if I put this on full screen, fit this in here, it should sort of work. Bloop. So we have this muted, and let's see what this looks like. This is the spider level.
Yeah.
Okay. For how long should I leave this running?
I don't know, just I would say a minute with something. It just, it shows really greatly how bad the color palette is here.
Okay. So this is basically an event section where you're supposed to get out of the city that is being destroyed by the nano cloud. We'll get into the nano cloud in a bit. And you can run with the spider, by the way. Matthew, why are you not running? Oh, yeah, this is also horrible. You have wall walk with the spider, but then you have the nano cloud there. And this is something that annoys me so much. But focus on the palette here. So the spider contrast's nice. And it's just gray. Everything is gray. Even the super boss there in the background is gray. Floop, floop, floop. Maybe a city setting isn't necessarily the best thing. I don't know. It's where you control Phantasma Ranea and are not in spider form. That's why you're slow. Okay. This was a really horrible section, if you ask me. So it kept you going into different directions, and it's like, why? It's just annoying. Yeah, there's an enemy. It's as gray as the concrete, with a few bright spots.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, you see him pop up, and then just how are you able to even, if you didn't see him load up, it would be just another gray blob.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, here's a core problem of the game. Thank you for showing us this. You see these bubbles that you're collecting from these flowers, these nano flowers. So on the one hand, the nano cloud destroys everything. On the other hand, you're collecting these nano flowers that are also part of the nano cloud somehow that don't kill you. And that's your money. That's basically currency lying around on the ground. It's like you're collecting money as in Mario or Sonic. Bayonetta 1 and 2 don't have that. Yes, they have some halos in urns that you destroy in the environment. Okay.
They're almost spells, though. They're almost spells. You can they weren't just everywhere.
Here it's everywhere.
You actually had to. Yeah, you had to actually earn the halos.
Yeah, and here it's like when I played through this game, I felt like I got more of this stuff than from the actual fights. I got more from walking around and collecting coins. That's not Bayonetta gameplay. I'm sorry. There's already too much distracting stuff, and this is the biggest thing. I complained about that Bayonetta 2 has these unnecessary chests. Bayonetta 3 goes full bonkers with collectibles that distract you from the actual gameplay, from the game path. It's absolutely horrible. And it's there's this extra thing for the gallery and that other collectible thing for the gallery, and some of those I think you can rebuy everything in the shop later for currency if you didn't find something. It's really like what the hell? And there's several types of these. There's more stuff off the path than there is path. It was at the point that at the Chinese wall level that I didn't even know that I forgot where the actual path is. It's so distracting. It's like horrible. This is not Bayonetta gameplay. This is something they took from Astral Chain, because in Astral Chain you have this nano shit. This is evil nano shit that's in the other world that you can collect, and that comes from contamination. That's basically what this is. This is taken just from Astral Chain and reskinned. That you use as extra currency. And that if you collect it all, you get more points on the level or something, because that game is more, because you're a police officer, you have this this vibe of investigation in the level that kinda it sort of fits somehow. In Bayonetta it doesn't. It just doesn't. And Exhumed Legume is in the chat as well. Hello. So let's see a little bit more what happens here. Yeah, they put more work into all these silly travel forms than making the game right. And I found this was an interesting design, but now it just looks stupid. Here, you see well, in Bayonetta 1 and 2, when you fight, and here as well, when you fight, when you get the bonus fights with angels and demons. With the angels, you get the glowing golden angel barrier. With demons, you get the red barrier, the red blood barrier, if you will. And with these new stupid nano enemies, you have the gray nano cloud background barrier. And then the enemies that appear are this glowy green-gray nonsense. Let's look at it. Okay, uses the big stuff, the tower. For some reason you can summon
Oh,
that.
jeez. Jesus. So I want just one thing I wanted to point out. So you know the enemies in the third game have visible health bars.
Yep.
Well, see,
That's another thing.
Yeah. Right. This clutters up the screen, and I think they added these health bars so that you actually know where the enemies are.
precisely.
Because in Bayonetta 1 and 2, only strong enemies get health bars, like Raids and Glory, and they're in the bottom right corner, like where bosses would be. Okay, this is one of the only interesting fights, this enemy. And God, the story is so stupid. And this woman is not Bayonetta, we'll get into that as well. This is and I think he's somewhat modeled after Grace and Glory in the way that it feels to fight him.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't feel like Jeanne or the Lumen Sage. He feels more like an actual monster. And yeah, I'd say it's the one fight that's fun in the entire game. There's the panic button. We'll talk about the panic button. And I'd also say he's one of the few enemies that contrast somewhat, but that's due to the fairy wing nonsense. Overall, he also blends a lot with the background.
Especially here, where the entire thing is more red. And he's also like quite, reddish and everything.
It's the same color as the building.
Yeah.
And why does this building have this hole up there? Just to have this cool scene with the moon? I don't get it. That's really strange. Wouldn't it be enough to have the moon? I didn't understand that thing at all. So what else do we have? This seems like a good example here. Something else. Oh, everything is just so bright.
Which timestamp are you guys on?
I'm trying to look for something else. It was something more brightish. Yeah, let's jump to this here.
Kaiju fight.
It's that thing. Okay, so this is a big special enemy. Oh, it now even shows you. I forgot that. It shows you how many extra hit point bars it has. I was fine with just having this different color coding in Bayonetta 1 and 2. Yeah, it's just this always the bright green. And it just looks like the background. I don't know. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with this. Dun, dun, dun. That's the stupid train. Another example. That's always the Chinese wall level is way too long and reuses assets to an insane degree. there something in this that I can also fits into this? So all, basically, the city levels are really horrible with this, with the color schemes.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Also, the UI looks like as if it was some mobile game on the iPhone. Looks like iPhone UI, or what I imagine iPhone UI to be like, as if I was designing it.
Much more minimalistic approach compared to the past games.
And these oh yeah, in the first and second game, the menu is basically a spell book of a witch. That looks horrible. It's basically a spell book of a witch. It's all on pergament, and you have these hand-drawn images in the background where you equip the hand weapons. You have hands in the background, and all of this. Yeah. And here it's this cold, super cold menu. What's this fight here? Pew pew. Which time? Like, I'm sorry, this is all the same color.
Oh, and also, which time actually makes the mother worse in here? Because it's also kind of bluish. It's purple, but it kind of sticks with the palette.
And when I look at it now, I at least see the weapons sticking out of the small enemies. They're glowing. But the first playthrough, I never even noticed that they're visually sticking out. And why would they have seals? Why would they have magical seals? They're nano machines. They're nano machines, son. What is this here? She just does some attacks. Sorry. Okay. It's this section. And the climbing here in these levels. What annoys me here is in some portions you can't get onto buildings because of invisible walls and invisible ceilings. You can't climb further instead of it just being limited by your jumping power. Why is that? Because you have a spider form, travel form, that can crawl on walls, that can wall walk. So you could technically crawl over the entire level. How do they limit your movement? With these death clouds that kill you and invisible walls. Why do you give me a wall climbing form? Why do you give me the ability to freely climb walls to then limit me with invisible walls? That is not just bad game design. That is atrocious, abysmal game design.
I would say it's just a big oversight.
No, this is why I think this game is just duct taped together from other games. It's just it's like you have elements from Astral Chain, duct taped together with elements from Bayonetta, and then slap the name Bayonetta on it. Like, I don't even know how to transition into Bayonetta 3 because there's just so much to talk about that's wrong with it. Let's see, have some menus. Some menu things. That's just a world map.
I'm not sure there's a lot because I think that in this playthrough he's mostly, going for the high scores and just finishing the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't find a menu spot on the fly. No. Sorry. I don't want to dwell on his thing too long.
yeah.
Because it's his footage in the first place. So, go away, woman. Let's get the other background back. Bayonetta logo. Bloop. There we go. There. Much nicer. Well, Bayonetta 3. Before we talk about what is wrong with story and characters, we've already mentioned the looks of the game in terms of color palette and having distinguishable enemies from the background and their telegraphing is extremely important in a game like this. That's problem number one. That's just before there's anything with characters, story, anything. This is a plain visual thing. And this is a similar issue that Warcraft Reforged did wrong. Because Warcraft 3 did something very important right, and that is it had low polygon models that stood out against the background, and by the sheer shape of them, you could always tell what enemy there is, what unit there is, because they all had completely different shapes. So even without textures, you would be able to tell what unit it is. StarCraft 1 had the same thing. You could always tell which unit is which. StarCraft 2 already fucked that up because it had dark colors, basically a dark color palette, against dark backgrounds. And the humanoid units all looked way too much the same, which is probably a thing you automatically get when you go full 3D. Like you had black, gray, dark blue Space Marine armor against a dark gray background for the most part. And with the Zerg, you had these dark brown units against dark purple creep. With very little team player decals. That should tell you that, hey, I'm part of this faction, I'm part of this players group. And while that may have looked silly on some of the units of Warcraft 3, it's a vital element in an RTS. You need to be able to tell to which faction a unit belongs. Simply from looking at it, you need to be able to see its shape clearly against the background. StarCraft 2 already threw that away. And when Warcraft 3 Reforged threw out the low polygon models without understanding why the shapes, the basic shapes, are so important, and just had all the units replaced with things that you'd use in cinematic trailers with high detail, and also reduced size of team color decals, it's just a mess. It's a mesh against a background where you don't see anymore what's going on. That's not an improved game. That's already garbage just from a visual standpoint. That was already my critique in StarCraft 2 when the game came out, and why I didn't like it very much. Aside from other gameplay design issues that I saw with it, because it seemed like, oh, we got all this advanced stuff from got all these cool new units in Brood War, and then Warcraft 3 went to 4 factions, would have liked to add a 5th and a 6th even, with all these different units and all these cool combinations you could pull off, and was still balanced somehow. They pulled that magic off. And StarCraft 2 then was like a reduced version of StarCraft that pretended to be more than it was. And the graphics were meh. You could say, oh, but that looks amazing for the time. Yeah, in a still image. Not for a real-time strategy game. And apparently they never figured that out. And here in Bayonetta we see a similar problem, which is all the new enemies look almost the same, and all have the same color palette. And the color palette meshes with the background. And it's all neon bright stuff in the same range in the color wheel. I'm sorry, it's visual garbage. And we're not talking about gameplay, we're just talking about visual at this point. Shall we talk about gameplay? Or do we have something else in that fashion? Oh,
I'm not quite sure at this point. I mean, I think we broached quite a lot of things right now. I am not entirely sure what would be your idea right now.
The
Just trying to
different.
go for the
Yeah.
Sorry, you go.
No.
Nah,
I talk so much. I know it's my channel, my
I
stream,
know,
but
I
I
know.
have you on
It's.
that I don't talk all the time.
I mean, you're very passionate about this topic. I just don't want to impede on that too much.
Impede
Just,
all you need. You
just
saw me
trying to
play through it,
go.
even though my stream quality was horrible.
Nah, it's just trying to go for all the footage to see if there's anything I could add. But you, but yeah, the main visual issues are being covered.
Oh, maybe the bad stream quality on my end made the problem stand out more, because once the game stream pixelated more, it really was just a green mush mess, green neon soup.
Come to think of it, yeah.
It's just Bayonetta 3 is just always one color, or one dominant color, and the rest just hangs off of it, and there's no contrast.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Maybe if I go back to, let's see, yeah, the kaiju boss, the boss fights.
Mm-hmm.
While you're playing as Gamora. Big
In Bayonetta 2 or in Bayonetta 3?
and free.
In 3. I think there was a section here where Matthew did that. Scroll around.
I think you could summarize the game's visual issues in this one footage alone.
Yeah, I thought that as well when I saw it. I just need to find the timestamp again. Wait, let me. While I'm looking for it, this is window capture free. Here. This is also a good thing that illustrates that. This is the super boss doing some shit. And like, okay, it's reduce the resolution a little bit, and it's all just one blob. Isn't that awesome?
This was taken at 720p, so so if I go to
I found a screenshot.
oh gee, oh my fucking Christ.
What context?
I reduced the resolution to 144p.
What the hell are they doing
It's
down
literally
there?
a smudge.
I think my neighbors are juggling washing machines.
That's an interesting comparison.
That's exactly the screenshot I was looking for. Hey, can I just copy image? No, copy link. And I just throw that in here. Saves me some time, hopefully. You can see how beautifully fast my browser is at this point. Yeah. Yeah, that was the frame I was looking for. It's basically this. It's nothing else. Gray, blue, greenish, gray turquoise, and then Gamora being a bit blackish. It's
Got a little speck of purple at Gamora's face, but that's about it.
that's so little. That is so
Yeah.
little. And this fight, by the way, this is fun maybe to do once, but this is way too long. Because they thought they'd make a proper mini-game fight out of this, and it's not fun. It's super slow. So what you have in...
They repeat this like, what, five or more times?
Yeah. And it's an extension of the thing I described with Madame Butterfly against Temperancia in the Lumen Sage fight in the background, where at the end you get this short sequence where you punch Temperancia's face a few times and dodge like one attack. That was short, that was fun, and here it's this entire sequence with these slow-moving things. Bayonetta is a fast game. We talked about how fast Bayonetta gets at the end, where you play on frames, on frame-by-frame speed. And here it's a super slow movement that's telegraphed really long and then takes 3 seconds to execute the attack. And this fight just goes on. This is not fun.
I can't look at...
It just breaks it. I'll take it off. I'll take it off.
I can't watch this at 144p.
It's just horrible. So I'm not gonna torture you with that more. Why did Discord go dark? Oh, because I have the image open there. I see. Yeah, so hopefully you get an idea of what is visually wrong with Bayonetta 3. I don't want to torture you with more of it. The menu itself, I already said, looks like some soulless iPhone shit. It's horrible. And then we have an issue with weapons. It's very basic. Number one, all this, when in Bayonetta 1 and 2 you buy a new technique from Rodan, you have it. You just have it. You have the weapon skill. You can use it with whatever weapon it works with, or it's a standalone thing aside from that. Like the spin attack. Like twirl the analog stick and do an attack button, and then it does a special thing. Not so in Bayonetta 3. In Bayonetta 3, you gain skulls for some reason. So you gain so you don't buy your skills with these nano bullshit coins. You buy other stuff with that from Rodan's shop. But for some reason you get the skulls that the demons drop if you're good enough in a fight. So you get them as a bonus thing, reward currency. Makes no sense. And with those, you can then unlock the techniques, the basic techniques, in the menu. Not in Rodan's shop, in the menu, per weapon. So the jump kick, you have to unlock for each weapon subsequently. The travel form, you have to unlock for each weapon subsequently, because Bayonetta now doesn't have her standard travel form. She now has a travel form in relation to the demon of the weapon she has equipped. which at least those forms are interestingly designed. The terrain is just ugly and silly. And interestingly enough, those demon forms usually actually look feminine, like voluptuous and such, which is something that Bayonetta 3 otherwise has cut down on massively. We'll talk about that later. So, in Bayonetta 3, you have to buy each skill over and over again for each weapon, which means that even if you get a new weapon, you won't be able to use it yet unless you have saved up on these bonus points. So, and you won't even know if you even want to use that weapon because you haven't tried it out yet. And it's like, it's horrible. Why would you do that? This is just to introduce an unnecessary grind into this game that keeps you from the actual gameplay. I need another background. Oh, I know what. That was Scarborough Fair. Right. What do I get right? Oh, I haven't saved those yet. Haha. So, and then the next big problem is, because, well, how do you determine which is the travel form demon thing? That, for example, is the spider form, which can crawl along walls. Well, it's because you equip that weapon. You're not combining weapons. That's something you have to realize. In Bayonetta 3, the core, wacky, amazing fun idea of combining weapons between your arms and your legs is gone. If you select Madame Butterfly's weapon, the guns, you have the guns on your hands and feet. If you select, what do I know? The yo-yos, because Bayonetta 3 has attack yo-yos. They're actually kind of fun. They're a bit like the whip. And, well, what do they play like? They play like something else from Bayonetta 1 and 2. I'd say they play a bit like Durga, like the claws, but at range. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. But they're actually fun to use, fun enough to use. And they also give you the spider form. And you have 4 of them, so you have them on your arms and your legs. You can't combine them with the guns. You can't combine them with anything else. I'm sorry. What?
That's lame.
You can't combine the weapons anymore. The whole thing about having the weapons on your arms and legs is so you can combine them. Not in Bayonetta 3. You get the weapon. And this is also it's probably also why Bayonetta 3 has more big weapons that are these big clubby two-handed things. And it's like, so if you there's a whip in the game, and if you equip the whip, you have the whip. You don't have pea shooters on your legs. You have the whip. This is bullshit. I hate it. Once I realized that, it's like, what am I doing here? What is this game?
Speaking of the weapons, did you have the feeling that some of them just blended together, like did some of them feel more unique or useful compared to others?
The weapons themselves, you mean? I didn't try out too many of them. Like, I didn't try out Gamora's weapon too much because it's this really slow club. So I should have put this together and I would have a meme already. Put this here. I mainly played with the yo-yos, to be honest, because they were really versatile and did a decent amount of damage. That's one. That's two. I am creating a meme here on the fly. What? Why can I not save this?
Like, honest to God, I swear, the game it had just so many demons, so many new weapons, so many. There's just so much bloat at
Yeah,
first glance.
the combination part is now about you equip a weapon that gives you a demon form as well. But what you actually do is you combine that weapon with the up to 3 demons that you can equip. So you're not equipping lollipops anymore. You're equipping the demons, which is a mechanic from Astral Chain. Because in Astral Chain you do the main combat actually with your demon Pokemon things that you send around. You are stationary and you move the demons around to wrap the enemies in your astral link with the demon, which then allows you to do special super attacks and stuff. That's the Astral Chain gameplay, summoning the demon, and
Yeah, your makeshift JoJo stance. But yeah.
yeah, and this is also why and that's magic reliant. The magic depletes while the demon is active, but the magic naturally replenishes without your doing. If you attack enemies, it replenishes faster. But it's all about
I don't like that.
It's all about the demon. It's not about Bayonetta gameplay. It's about summon the demon to whack things.
It's just
You can ignore the demon and just play it as straight Bayonetta, but honestly, I feel like I'm being tricked here. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say there. So we have dumbed down Bayonetta gameplay, and we have dumbed down Astral Chain gameplay, and mashed that together, and then call that Bayonetta for some reason. It's not about the Bayonetta gameplay. The Bayonetta, yes, you still have the dodge offset and stuff, and la di da, and you can switch between weapon set A and weapon set 2, which is just 2 weapons. But it's not I'm sorry, that is not Bayonetta. And you can just you basically hit the summon demon button as a panic button. You summon that thing, it does tons of damage, it stuns and staggers enemies, and it's already enough to just tap it. It comes out, does one attack, you don't even need to control it. It will just, it's enough to just stun the enemies enough. Like, you don't get witch time, okay, and I summon the demon. It stuns you, and then I do my combos on you. Same thing. And you can get an accessory by which the demons move automatically. They are less efficient then, but you can then still fight yourself. Which is, as with the secondary character that they introduced in the game, basically the same thing, because her demon automatically acts on its own. It doesn't get commands, and you can still fight. The stupid thing is that the first boss fight that character is in, she has a sword, and she only has a sword. And she also doesn't dodge. She blocks to get witch time, which is absolutely stupid. Like, if it was
that's
parry...
another thing. That's another thing. This game doesn't only borrow from Astral Chain. It borrows from Metal Gear as well. Because one of the core mechanics in Revengeance is parrying. Except you don't slow down time with each successful parry. Unlike in Bayonetta 3.
Yeah, and block is really not a mechanic that flows very well. It also tells me that this alone says this character has no grace, which she doesn't in any way, in any form or another.
Just looks and feels off.
Here's our wonderful new character. And yeah, but that she has this demon that acts on its own, and there's this boss fight against this kraken, and I haven't figured out how to get close to it because it spits ink in front of it, so you can't get close to actually damage it. I think you can damage the tentacles maybe when they come down, but they don't come down that often. And you can basically, when you first play this on normal, you just stand there, hold the summon demon button pressed, and your demon gets forward into the face of the boss and whacks it down to half hit points. Then the magic has run out, and you wait for the magic to replenish, summon it again, it runs into the face of the boss and kills the boss. That's the gameplay. Are you kidding me? Yes, I haven't played it on Infinite Ultimate. Okay. But are you telling me that that's the gameplay? That's the normal gameplay for a new user of this game, for a new player. This is spitting in the face. Sorry. The hell are you doing? So I'm not even done with the demons yet. So, but there we go. That is. Oh, I need to pull these down a little bit. So.
With regards to the demons, would you say that the level design itself takes a hit because as a result of the implementation?
Level design in which way?
The combat arenas, mainly.
Well, they all look samey, boring. There's nothing to them. You have I think at least 3 levels that is just the same city over and over. Just like, oh, but this time it's Paris. It looks like Tokyo. It looks the same.
Yeah, same assets.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, today you could make the argument because this globalization crap is turning every city into a mirror image of another. But it's not that bad yet. It's not that bad yet. Demons. Bloody demons. Like, they destroy the gameplay. And there's another thing, by the way. You play with the standard guns that are associated to Madame Butterfly. And I do not know why. I think they just did that, because that's the thing in the first game. Because the demons in the guns are not Madame Butterfly, but alright. It's just a standard contract. Oh, maybe it's getting a bit late.
It is 1:40 a.m. on my end.
Oh god, I'm sorry. I'll get. You know what? I'll get an energy drink because I think we can get through this the part of how horrible Bayonetta 3 is relatively well. Give me 20 seconds. There we go. I did not expect we just be talking about the first 2 games that long. That there's so much to say about them. Just a second.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I've been drawing for the rest of the day, so it hasn't been time wasted.
Well, that's good too. Okay, where were we? Because
You're
there's so much about this game. Just the gameplay.
mhm,
You don't have punch kick punch. It's not a thing.
right.
Bayonetta 3 does not know punch kick punch. It knows punch 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 punch.
Oh yeah, because you're quote unquote not actually playing the OG Bayonetta.
Uh-huh. Well, you know what the game does? In the beginning, it does let you it makes you play by the original Bayonetta. And she does know
Oh
punch
yeah,
kick punch. And then she dies. But she knows punch kick punch. And then you play the actual Bayonetta 3, and I was wondering, why is the game not doing what I want? Until eventually I noticed in the combo list there's no punch kick punch. Why is there no the easiest combo of Bayonetta 1? It's not there. It's just this dumb button mash combo. And I have to check whenever I restart that game, whether I accidentally messed up the controls or whether that is on the that way and on basic. But I think they switched around the punch at the kick button. Because when I got back to Bayonetta 1, it was the other way around. So weird. I would have to check that in game, really. But if I just messed up the controls, I don't want to say anything wrong here. But if they have switched the punch and the kick button, I want to eat my table. Just sad. So aside from that, missing. So you don't have punch kick punch. You don't have weapon mixing. Torture attacks are free now. They seem to happen at random. They don't cost magic, as far as I could tell. I don't know what you think about that.
Okay.
No, they just appear as on-screen button prompts. With over the respective enemy that is ready for a torture attack, you then can just press AX and then the torture attack is executed. And you can do several in a row, and it didn't look like it cost any magic or something. I don't know how that gets triggered. No idea. Just there.
So it's another free insta kill.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just hit the panic buttons at the right moment. I've mentioned the spider walk. I think the spider walk illustrates the bad level design at most. The most. And then you have way too many of these stupid mini challenges where instead of the witch grave treasure chests, you have all these ancient golem treasure chests that you always have to hit 1,000,000 times and end with a wicked weave or something, like do massive damage on it for it to open. I don't like them. And they're not consistent, because you don't actually... They finish off sometimes and there's still 2 or 3 bricks of it not activated. So what the hell is that? It doesn't even need to be fully activated to open? It's weird. I don't get it. And they have more of these mini-game challenges, jump and run puzzles. Some of them I'd say okay, but in general I already didn't like the gather all the 5 pieces of the treasure chest to get the thing. I didn't like that much. At least they're not verses here. The one thing I liked about these things were when it was a mimic chest, and the chest would turn into a tiny golem that would then attack you, and there are 2 versions of those, I think, and they're kind of fun. So the mini golems are fun, and that's sort of one of the very few things I can say about the game that's positive. The mini golems are fun. Hooray! And jumping around with the spider, of course, yeah, because it feels nice, but it's kind of it. And with the spider, I can at least imagine. Okay, how can you jump around in the open field in the desert with the spider, like Spider-Man? Well, maybe she's spitting the spider thread through a demon portal in the air, and that's how that works. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. But then why does this new character do that with a grappling hook as well? Where's the grappling hook attached to? Makes no sense. Just has it because, oh, it would be cool if she had the grappling hook, right? Yeah, what else can be said about the gameplay? The final bosses of the stages, they end in these mini games with your demons. Which with Gamora you have this Godzilla fight that's really slow. The one at the Chinese wall against a Son Goku demon. Monkey King demon. No, not demon. But a nano thing. Why the nano things that make become a deep Monkey King thing? I don't understand, but okay. That one's at least kind of fun. It's stupid, but it's fun. Like Madame Butterfly is in the clouds and bathing in the clouds, and then the more and more of the little Monkey King super bosses come and try to kill you. Okay. You put them into soap bubbles. It's so great. There's at least a game involved with that. And it captures the spirit of Bayonetta a little bit. I'm fine with that. And then there's the one in the desert where you have the frog princess turn into this really ugly Lolita, gothic Lolita opera singer. And the boss battle, and I kid you not, there is no boss battle. It's only, what's this game called? It's an arcade game. That's just, there are these nano mosquitoes, nanotech mosquitoes, flying in at you on the left, on the top, or on the right. And you just have to put the shield into the right thing so that they disappear, that you don't get hit. So we just switch that around. It's sort of a rhythm game. And that's the boss fight. It's just that. There's nothing else. It's like going out on a whimper. I felt so let down by that. It's unbelievable. What else can I say about the gameplay? I think that's mainly it. Bad demons. Like I can understand why they wanted to incorporate the demons more into the game, but this is the wrong way. The core gameplay has essentially been abandoned, I would say. Due to the demons. The demons are too present. They're too powerful. Then you have this new horrible character that doesn't fit in at all, and who has gameplay that doesn't fit in with Bayonetta, if you ask me. Probably mentioned something else. Like, you know where the fights are fun? In the secret bonus encounters where you fight angels or demons from the previous games, because those are actually well-designed enemies. So level structure, story structure. Not the story itself, just the structure of how the game goes. We talked about Bayonetta 1 having this sort of classic rigid structure that slowly builds up. Bayonetta 2 is a bit more flexible and does the roller coaster and does the ups the spectacle. Bayonetta 3 pretends to up the spectacle. The problem is I don't care about any of these places. It's not about destroying buildings that make Bayonetta 2 spectacle in any way better. It actually did rather few very little building destruction. Bayonetta's 2 spectacle came from being carried to the gates of heaven in chapter 2, 3? Yeah, I think chapter 3 that was. It's the first boss fight. Oh, wait, here. Yeah, Gates of Heaven. Chapter 3, you're carried to the gates of heaven that are in the skybox. And it's not a big boss fight, it's something that you can figure out relatively easily. But it's great spectacle and it is part of the story. It's not just there as an obstacle. Everything brought you forward in that. And what is it in Bayonetta 3? You have several islands. You go from island to island, and at the end is a boss fight. And it's always, you are on this boring island that just looks absolutely ugly. The graphics on that are so ugly. The grass keeps shifting with this. It looks like a texture bug. And
the draw distance.
The
with
draw
with
distance
the bushes.
Yeah, the draw distance is broken. Like bushes, like there's like a triplet of bushes that is reused, and when you get closer, it's the I think it's the back bush that appears first, or the middle bush, and then the other bushes appear as you get closer.
Something like that, yeah.
Like, what the hell? And also, there's on the one hand, there's the invisible walls that prevent you from moving around too much with your spider walk, with your wall climb. And then there is, it's not just places where you can just jump off the level and then fall into your death. There was, I think it was in the desert, there was a spot where you could walk along the cliff. It looked like a secret area, like you could find something. And you would just walk out of the level and lose health. So you were dying. You were on the ground and you just walk forward and you're dead. And there's no stupid nano cloud, nothing. It's just the geometry of the level just reaches into the out of bounds area. This game was scrapped together in a couple months. This was not made over the length of 5 years. Probably not 3, probably not 2. This thing has not been in the oven. It has not been play tested much. This is just horrible. Maybe I'll try to make a shorter version of this at some point, because I really didn't think it would get this long. I can't get over the geometry issues. Oh. No, I'm repeating. I know I'm repeating myself. This game is traumatizingly badly designed.
Surprising that quite a lot of people are overlooking those sort of issues as well.
Well, 90% of the players don't finish hard mode. I don't expect people who only play normal to bother much.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Which sounds more condescending than I mean it. But people who just buy a game, play through normal mode once, and then throw it away, they don't think much about the details of it or whether the game makes much sense. They just want entertaining flashes on the screen and then, oh, get to the game over screen, I beat the game, I don't think much. Especially the Tumblrites that probably enjoy the story and the new character, for whom this new character was made. So
Oh boy.
the structure is basically you get onto the stupid island, activate the stupid portal, get into the between world, and get into the start of the target world where you're supposed to find MacGuffin 1 of 5. So you
Get
start
all
with
the fucking 8 Chaos Emeralds to go to the Alpha verse.
oh fuck off. So you start with one MacGuffin, and you need to find the other 4 MacGuffins.
Ah,
How's that a
Christ.
story? Neither Bayonetta 1 nor 2 did any of this super basic, boring, uninspired crap. Find all the magic stars. Fuck off. No,
That's what
that's not a story. That's bullshit. After this,
meanwhile,
it has to compare to the writing of 1 and 2. It's not a new game that starts with, well, let's do this super basic stuff. No, this thing has to hold up against 1 and 2. Sorry, I was cutting you off there.
just wanted to mention that you pointed this out earlier that let me just pause it. You pointed this out as well, as that all the exposition is done for the cringe Sue in self insert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is usually Enzo's job, and not even he gets to do his job.
He got fucking shafted in this sequel.
Oh yeah, and in the beginning, Enzo, it seemed like he was crying. It implied his kids were dead. And by the end they're not, or what happened there? That's the stuff I need explained. That's the stuff I need some exposition for. But that's nothing the game tells me about. The game tells me about bullshit. Or irrelevant stuff, or obvious stuff. It doesn't tell me about this part that's actually interesting. What's with Enzo's kids? No, it all needs to be about Cringe Sue. There was one more point. Where was I? Brain, don't leave me now. Right, the level structure. So the level structure is you start on stupid. First level is always stupid island. Activate portal, go through portal, have stupid transit world where nothing happens. I think later there's like one fight or two. And then later one. Then you get first glimpse of the new parallel dimension in the multiverse, which is a city, a desert, the Chinese wall, and a city. They couldn't even give me a jungle. Or a snow thing. Like, no, the fourth thing is also a city. This is so sad. So they couldn't even do the basic go through all the 4 climates right. It's great. Oh, and Chinese wall and desert are basically both deserts. They both feel the same. So it's basically city, desert, desert, city. Isn't that cool? So, then the second level is that world proper, like from beginning to end. And the third level is something boss fight. Like you have something that you have a bit of level before that, and then you have the boss fight of that world. And then you come back. Then you go to next world, where you have the same thing again. Island, portal, transit, glimpse of next world. Next chapter is full thing, full that world, and then you get that world with boss fight. and you repeat that 4 times. That is not a story. That is repeating the same shit over and over again. This is not the same as the asset reuse that was done in Bayonetta 1 and in part in Bayonetta 2, where the remembrance of time is even a core aspect of the world, is part of the lore and mythology, where memories are reused in order to bring you through somewhere. And with the limited resources that Bayonetta came out on originally, this is even a creative application of that. I mean, I even played around with it with where you have this plaza of Vigrid that you then spin around in its entirety in the void of the angels to connect it to some other part so that you can go there. That I'd say is a creative use of reuse. But what they do here is they just reuse the same structure over and over with not really story progression. Like, no, you can't tell me that anyone really cares about Cringe Girl's story and how she is somehow afraid of telling Luca and Bayonetta that she's their daughter. Why would she? What's the point? There's no explanation for that. Why is she embarrassed over that? And the only thing I would say is that both would have said, someone like you, a cretin like you, would never be my offspring. Because it makes no sense that this is supposed to be the daughter of Bayonetta. She's somewhere between, I don't know, 16 and 20, 25. I can't tell what age she's supposed to be. Don't know if it says so in the info pages. And I don't care, because by that age that she is, she should know the magic. She should know what's going on. Somehow she has all this background knowledge on the multiverse and all of that shit and can fight and has a magical demon friend who does not have a contract with her, who's not eating her soul right away, who's just possessed the plushie and saves her life numerous times without any explanation. It is the absolute Mary Sue Tumblr crazy cat lady super friend fantasy. Like, my cat is actually a demon that's in my plushie and it saves me all the time. It just likes me. It doesn't eat my soul. It just likes me. No. That thing alone screams Mary Sue. The world bends around this character. There's no reason anyone should like her or take her seriously because she's appalling. Yet she gets she gets the plushie. She has a demon that somehow likes her without a contract and saves her life repeatedly throughout the game and is an absolutely grotesque design. She gets Bayonetta's glasses, she gets Luca's scarf and grappling hook, she gets Bayonetta's name.
Oh, jeez.
She gets everything. She gets the Rey Palpatine treatment. She gets everything. She gets the TIE Fighter, she gets the Millennium Falcon, she gets all the lightsabers of everyone, and she gets the name. So, did I miss anything? This is Rey Palpatine. The exact thing. It's a self-insert. It's a blank slate self-insert that comes out of nowhere and magically can do everything while she pretends to be ashamed of her skills and of her powers. And, oh, it's so weird that I can do these things. And it's like, this hasn't been written by the Japanese, this character. This character must have been written by a committee. By some I don't know, some ESG bullshit. Or outside pressure. I cannot imagine that Kamiya himself wrote this.
I did spot an English name amongst the writing team.
I haven't screenshotted the writing staff credits.
Yeah.
I I laughed hard when after I watched through Dead of Boy 2 Ragnarok that Anthony Burch was part of the writing team. That explained a lot. Together with probably other people, but that name stood out. That name stood out, man. And yeah, wow. So we slipped right into the character, but just just let it sink in that all this game is in its basic structure of level structure is 4 times the same thing. And every time, at the end of every world you go to, the Bayonetta of that world dies. And then you get her weapon, her demon weapon thing. And she just dies. And it is also the same thing that repeats, where you get the demon associated to that Bayonetta is somehow friendly towards you, and you can temporarily use it. And then at the end of it, when that world's Bayonetta dies, you get the actual weapon demon thing transferred to you. It's every time the exact same structure. Sorry. And in order for each world's Bayonetta to die, she has to, Bayonetta, the character that slows down time, that the character that dodges everything, that has these insane, these light speed fights with the Lumen Sage. This Bayonetta that exists in every world now stands still for 2 seconds, like just waiting there. She could T-pose to be grabbed by some demon, by the nano thing, not demon, but the nano monster bullshit, to then stay within this claw or whatever and be killed. And be fully destroyed, where she turns into the Eye of the World crystal thing and then splatters into crystals. And yeah, that's... She's waiting to be grabbed. They couldn't figure out a way to kill any of these Bayonettas without having her stand still and just zone out. It's hypnotizingly bad. General story. Nanobots. You're playing Bayonetta. Nanobots. What do you think?
Biblical figures, like actual biblical figures struggle with killing this character.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and the previous law is we base the monsters on the psychedelic psychosis angel descriptions of the Bible. That's creative. Like pulling that off, it's cool. Interesting. Now we get Nanogoop. Nanogoop. It's green. It's good for you.
Yeah, we just at the same time it's all created by a single person, but somehow also working separately.
I mean, the nanomachine stuff would have fit more into Astral Chain. And I think that's where they took the basic idea from. Because Astral Chain is dealing with interdimensional nonsense that is destroying the world. And as I said, I sadly didn't get to play through it yet. It was too much for my brain at the time when it came out. I wish I would have gotten it done by now. I got stuck in Bayonetta 2 after I figured out, man, that game is actually fun once you get to Ultimate. was very surprised by that. So give it a chance. Give Bayonetta 2 a chance, and wait. Don't keep your money on Bayonetta 3. Don't buy it. It's probably too late for most people, but just in case you're wondering, don't buy 3. Yeah, but what do I have to deal with nano machines? Why do I need a new faction in Bayonetta 3? Just because it's free, we need another faction? And even 2 started mainly with fighting angels. The demons only came into play, aside from Gamora in the prologue. They only came to play once you actually got down towards the gates of hell, where it made sense that demons would appear. And here it just starts right off with this goop nonsense. And they're non-distinct, they're nondescript, they all look the same. But you can say that about the angels, of course, as well, because, well, they all share the same character models. But the nano creatures look the same in more ways than that. And they don't have character. And they can't have character because they're all controlled by a central intelligence. It's basically all the same person. So why it feels even more detached that way. And it somehow feels more pointless as well. But not in the way of that pointlessness feels when you feel hopeless. It feels pointless in the sense of, this is boring, why do I do this? This is all dumb. And the whole idea of bringing the multiverse idea into Bayonetta breaks it completely. Because if I remember this right, if I'm wrong here, please correct me. When this thing started, it was then explained that the multiverse is a thing that happens in the world of chaos, the human world. But there's only one Paradiso and one Inferno. And this guy wants to bring all the multiverse together into just one world. Which, okay. So he wants to make order. So all of creation is at stake. Oh god. But it's now more because it's all the multiverses. Like, I don't give a shit. It's like this game has all the bad writing ideas of the past decade. It has so the multiverse is a bad idea. Nano machines, so you should use those very sparingly. It has the Rey Palpatine arc. Well, the non-arc of Rey Palpatine. What other things does it use?
So I pretty much ripped off the MCU.
Basically, I guess they thought at Platinum, oh well, let's use all the things that all these people liked that actually made no money. Like, the MCU did make money, yes, but there's a Ghostbusters 2 reference in Bayonetta 3.
Yeah.
Of all the things you put in a Ghostbusters 2016 reference. And that should tell you what this game is and who was in control over this game. I don't want to believe that Kamiya was actually in control of writing this game. Like, he's credited with supervising it, but I think they just put him on a chair and rolled him into a closet or something. Told him, we're gonna do this now. We know what the kids like.
Yeah, when you put it that way.
Yeah, because the writing of 1 and 2 was good. 3 is mashed together garbage. And so there's a problem that appears now. So if the world of chaos, our world, is the multiverse, but there's only one Inferno, that means the demons there, which are limited, are contracted to billions of Bayonettas at the same time.
Not even billions. It could be infinite amount.
Yeah, but also in one of the descriptions, it was also said that in the farthest reaches of the multiverse, and if there are farthest reaches, that means there's an end to it. That implies an end. So the multiverse is not infinite. I don't think they thought about all these things when they wrote them. They just wrote random sentences.
They didn't.
And oh god, there's typos in that game. When you read the info pages of all the enemies and everything, there's typos galore. They couldn't even use the autocorrect feature. That would tell me, hey, this word is wrong.
Fucking opponents.
Yeah, I don't remember them, but I've one of those typos I just broke down laughing. It's like you can't. This game isn't real. This game is not real. And oh, by the end, there's a fight where you control Madame Butterfly directly, and you fight with her against 3 giant enemies, like the standard Colossus types, instead of Bayonetta. And well, she moves very slowly.
That was where you encountered the game breaking bug.
Oh
right?
Yes, there was a game breaking bug. That was great.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, because then the cutscene didn't start right, and it would have been the end of the verse. It would have saved after that. But it didn't. Somehow one of the other enemies then was alive again. I don't know. Madame Butterfly was stuck in the ground. Was she stuck in the ground? But invincible.
Sure.
And the enemy tried to hit her, and nothing happened. And it's like, okay, I guess I have to restart the bloody thing. And that's when I noticed I couldn't skip this cutscene. And it's like a 2-minute long, really boring cutscene of Eggman, Mark Zuckerberg in the wheelchair, in his iPod, saying stupid things. And because at the end is a tiny, completely unnecessary QuickTime event where Madame Butterfly, I think it is, jumps at one of these poles to spin around on to activate the big machine, and you have to spin the analog stick. And after that, you can then finally skip the cutscene. But you have to wait about 2 minutes for it to get to that point. You cannot skip it. How can you mess that up? Why is there no break in the cutscene to before that? It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And oh, right, the other bad writing they took from Ray Palpatine is that at the end of the game, somehow the killed Bayonettas were not killed after all. They're back, probably because of Luca shenanigans. Because Luca is you saw this werewolf zodiac fey creature. That's Luca now. Luca has now superpowers. He's a super werewolf.
How?
Not explained. Just is. We can assume that one Bayonetta somewhere gave him this power because he has this what's it called? What do you call it? Not zodiac. Just this star sign on this constellation on him, on his chest. And in the intro cutscene, Cringe Girl gets a constellation onto her leg when original Bayonetta casts some magic on her shortly before she's killed. So the witches can bestow this sort of fey transformation power. But it's never explained where Luca got this from. He just has this, and he's turning mindless when he is in this form at first. Like it's you know this trope of the woman wants to tame the beast. So Luca has to become the beast that has to be tamed. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
I can fix him.
Exactly. But yet he's still the comic relief character, but they do it even stupider now. Now they go overboard with it. Just as they go overboard with Cringe Girl because she is the child of Bayonetta and Luca. So she has to have all the traits. So she's also the funny comic relief that does stupid things, that to whom stupid things happen that happen to Luca. Like when her ass gets set on fire and she runs a few meters where you have to dodge obstacles until she jumps into the water, and then she tries to wring out her clothes while still standing in the water. It's unbelievably silly, and not in the funny way. It's just in the oh god, this is
yeah.
And it's all supposed to be funny because she is this pseudo self-aware character who is somehow ashamed of all the weird things that happen to her, right? Because that's how the intro narration also starts. Because she is speaking the intro narration, and where it's something like, "Oh, I would never have imagined, with all the stories of science fiction and fantasy, and that something even weirder would happen to me." Who writes this but a 5-year-old? Absolutely unbearable. Oh yeah, so on top of so Bayonetta doesn't have a sword. She has the sword. You know, the weapon that everybody loves in Bayonetta. Let's give that to her. She has a self-controlled demon that doesn't kill her. She has the plushie of Bayonetta, the glasses, the grappling hook of Luca, the scarf of Luca, gets the name Bayonetta because that somehow is now a title. And she gets super magical Fey powers where she can turn into her ultimate form, where she becomes this invincible flying Fey creature.
Also,
and she's not out of control. She is in full control. She just goes all out bonkers fighting. Sorry, you were saying.
No. One other thing that kind of also destroys the like main principle behind Bayonetta, which is not getting hit. She can only enter that form when she is on low HP.
I didn't know that.
I think that's what was written on the marker, that when she becomes critically wounded or something like that, she can then transform.
What? But that getting hit destroys my points.
Yeah.
Nice, more panic buttons.
Everything about this game is wrong. And
Well,
she comes in.
This time, this was the persona.
I think this is a self-insert of some SJW at the company that they got in.
Oh yeah.
And her voice actress is as cringe as her, because she played the game when it came out, and wrote on Twitter, "Oh, how weird is it cosplaying Bayonetta while playing Bayonetta 3? Well, I'm the voice actress of Viola. Ha 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 ha." It's this same fake embarrassed mentality, which makes me believe that maybe they modeled this character after her if she was involved in the writing. I don't know. It's just an intuitive feeling. It doesn't need to be right, but it's what it feels like. And you know, feelings are facts now, so I'm correct. So she comes in, Cringe Girl comes in, is immediately accepted somehow. And knows about all this multiverse stuff. Knows that Bayonetta is a witch. Somehow got to this age where she can use witch time for some reason by blocking. And then when she gets onto this ancient island with Bayonetta, she doesn't know what a witch door is. You know, these doors that you hit several times and then they open? They let you through and then they return back to their dormant state. She didn't know what that was. For, I guess, tutorial reasons or something. It's like unnecessary exposition. Are you still there, or did the connection broke?
No,
Okay.
we are here.
I know, it's
I'm good.
getting tiring, but I think we're almost through. This character is just something to behold, because she does not fit in at all. The entire thing. The gameplay doesn't work, the humor doesn't work. Maybe we should have done this segmented. Oh dear. Yeah.
It was worth the wait. I can tell you that.
Oh, the Tears of Blood, they changed as well. That every level now has a cat, a raven, and a frog that you have to catch. And the frog stays in place, and the other two move. And especially the cat looks super uncanny in how it's animated, how it moves. It wasn't. I didn't think it was fun to try to catch them. Like, no, give me other things. I'd rather stick with just the ravens. Right. So maybe last thing. I don't know if you have more things to think of, but I need to save these. I think I need to save these pictures here for that. So I want to switch through them. All right, we can start with what I have still here. That's Scarborough Fair. Right, so now, bloop, bloop. This is our new Bayonetta. You see it in the stream in a few seconds, hopefully. Why did it appear here? That's strange. Oh yeah. Isn't she beautiful? What is that chin?
Give me a sec.
Maybe I'm going to ask.
What happened here?
Is it she sort of reminded me of Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Oh god.
No. Oh no. I got a better one. Wobby Rotten from Lazy Town.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So, so there's this. What do I have here? Ah, that was that picture.
Oh Christ! What did I get into?
Oh, you see it now?
Oh, I've just I was looking for, the stuff about Viola and this transformation, about how she could even do it, the conditions or anything. I cannot find anything. So, yay. But the, I just found some really weird article, which I'm not even going to bother. Like
It's not
on
from
the
good. It's
first
not from.
on the
Sorry, you
first
go first.
page of Google searches,
Mm-hmm.
there's like 3 or 4 articles about Bayonetta 3 and the queerness or stuff like that.
The what?
Queer.
Is that because of Cringe Girl's bad makeup?
Also because Bayonetta must be lesbian and all because
What? She
yeah,
had a romance with Luca all the time.
yes, but people think that no, she cannot be attractive to straight people.
What? Have you looked at her?
I don't know. I don't know what's going through these people's minds, but I can even send the link to this article that I found, but it's
Unbelievable.
yeah. Just
Game America.
yeah, exactly. And this is what shows on the first page of Google searches.
So, I
That's
I
how much
remember
this
at
is being
first the
pushed.
feminists complained about Bayonetta being uh, for the male gaze and just exploitative towards women and everything. When we brought up that she's actually a strong female character and she actually uses the strengths of femininity to do shit, and she also doesn't let people dictate to her how to dress, how to look, and she doesn't just let others define what with whom to associate with whom to hit the sack, if you will. She makes those decisions because she's an actual strong woman. And the site is called Gaming Mag with
Yes.
gay instead of. And of course, it writes an article like
What
that.
a reliable news site.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This is what's being pushed by algorithm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can finish off with that article later. So here we have another picture of Bayonetta with the MacGuffin. For some reason, there's 5 of them. So what else? What else do I have in here? All right, I'll switch this with. That's the chin thing. Let's do Bayonetta 1 and 2 for comparison. Plop. So these are the Bayonetta designs from 1 and 2. They have. Like, do you see the chin here on Bayonetta on the left? Like, maybe I can. Oh no.
Which image
Wait,
is that?
I think I'll just put them also in the Discord so you don't have the delays. So this is. Whoop. So you compare these. These are Bayonettas 1 and 2 that you see in the Discord, and below that is the chin monster.
The chin is one thing. Just look at her nose compared to the other ones.
That nose is smaller in some other shots, but I think it's generally big. And you can also see the different. So for one, the chin, like she has a feminine chin, and she has a more pointed face, I would say. It's more elegant. Everything's more elegant about her face, and then you get this super chin. And not only that, also check out the glasses that she has. She had elegant somewhat slim glasses, like I do. And in the second one, she has these huge, almost problem glasses that are hip with the SJWs. It's not the full problem glasses, but it's a giant departure from the original design of being actually elegant, because these are not elegant glasses. I think they wanted to just build on the Cerisa look, because they also kept the braids of Cerisa when Bayonetta was a little girl. But the whole point is that was a little girl, and these Bayonetta 1 and 2, they're grown-ups. And this Bayonetta somehow kept the braids and kept the glasses of Cerisa. I don't think that makes sense.
Well, if you look at it this way, she never grew up, so it makes a lot of sense.
You could make you could draw that conclusion. But the thing is that this Bayonetta doesn't get much of a say in the story. She's just dragged along, and she often just stands there without making any comment whatsoever, with no expression whatsoever. You could just, every time that happens, I want her to T-pose. Just to highlight that. So I think because this woman does not look very elegant, I think this one was modeled after someone that was working on the team.
Yeah.
Just sad. So there's this problem. And then we have another thing. Oh, what is this one? Ah, that was that. What is this picture? Ah, yes. It's the other issue. Here we see her face from the front. And compare this to our old Bayonettas. Like, they're not facing the front right, but the new Bayonetta has a way more angular face.
Yep.
This is not the elegant curved face. This is instead this is some angular square face. But on this one you can also see that the nose seems a little bit smaller, at least. But this is not the same character. And there's one more thing where we can see that. So for one, we also know that she's dressed differently. Like, I understand making a new attire for her, but this one is the least sexy, I would say, because they just went with this. Oh, let's make a cute dress for her. The first one had this very revealing leather outfit. The second one had some more accessories with it, and both had the tassels on the arms, like raven wings, which is what those allude to, because the whole Umbra Witch thing is tied to ravens. This dress does not have the tassels. It does not have the wings.
Yep.
And it shows now it's just a dress. It covers her up completely. And the big thing about that is, and I don't know in which direction I'm gonna start with you on that. Maybe just go with the standard. Although the opposite one. No. Go. I think the effect is bigger if I start with 3. That's too big. It happens when you don't ready anything. Oh. So here is Bayonetta 3. When I took the screenshot, I took it with the very obscuring weapons here, so sorry about that part. Because when you finish the game, you can switch her out for the Bayonetta 1 or 2 costume. But you know what? They didn't bother, they didn't take the effort to actually just model the costumes of Bayonetta 1 and 2 onto this model. They instead just took the original model from Bayonetta 1 and from Bayonetta 2 and inserted them into this game. I'm not kidding. Because, so that I think you can see it better, even though it's smaller, but with the proportions all tied to this. So this is Bayonetta 3. And now I'll add Bayonetta. This Bayonetta 1, I think that's the best difference. Because 2 is the same model as 1, but with different clothes over it. So, this. Now, you scroll a bit up in the Discord. You can see them early. They're above the the cringe meme. And on the stream.
Oh yeah, I see them.
Yeah, on the stream I now activate Bayonetta 1 over Bayonetta 3. Which I don't because I'm in the wrong order. So, and everyone on the stream hopefully saw the difference. I'll switch them back in a second. There's a slight difference that you might notice. Let's see, where can I fasten this to something else so that it doesn't flip as much. Dun, dun, dun.
Let's just say that this is quite a big difference.
Yeah, I would say so. I would quite say so. And we can't tell about her hips or legs because there's this skirt above it. But I think we can also tell of although the hair, it's always the big braids are in the way to really tell. But I think you can also tell that the facial structure is different with this new one. And it's why I saw that. Yeah, that's why I really noticed, yeah, right, the glasses are so much bigger. And for the fun of it, let's throw Bayonetta 2 in the mix. No. There's number 2. She looks like number 1. She just has the clothes over her, so it's just a bit more rounded, but she has the same proportions as Bayonetta 1. She has the same facial structure as number 1, I would also say. She just has different hair and a different dress. She just looks less super sexy because she doesn't have the super skin tight suit, but the tassels over her also go over her chest. And then you get number 3, and she's just another person. Number 3 is a completely different person.
Yep.
So, which tells me even more that Bayonetta 3 is not Bayonetta. Because she doesn't even look like Bayonetta. She doesn't have the proportions of Bayonetta. She doesn't have the face of Bayonetta. She doesn't have the glasses of Bayonetta. And she doesn't fight like Bayonetta. She doesn't have the combos of Bayonetta. She doesn't combine her weapons like Bayonetta. Who is this imposter?
She literally doesn't have the same voice actress as the original Bayonetta.
I think that's the least problem, and honestly, that part I really don't care about, because those are things that just happen, and had nobody told me, I don't think I would have noticed it, or for a long time not noticed it. If you want to use that as an extra argument, all right, but that aside, all of these elements tell me this is not Bayonetta. Nothing about this is Bayonetta. How? And then this game makes the claim, at the end, it makes the claim that this is the super original alpha Bayonetta, and the other ones are from parallel worlds. Like that this was always the real one, so we have to accept that. That's the canon now. The stupid Bayonetta with the cringe girl character, this is the real Bayonetta. And she's dead now. We have to accept that. This is the canon now. Because this is when canon matters. Canon matters when the SJWs get what they want. Canon doesn't matter when they don't get what they want. Then it's just up to interpretation, and we can all make things different, and we shouldn't modernize things and update them, and all of this nonsense. And what else this game claims at the end is that the Bayonettas of Bayonetta 1 and 2 are not the same person. That they are from different parallel worlds of the multiverse. As if the story of Bayonetta 1 and 2 does not tell a closed story. Bayonetta 2
contradicts it.
Hmm?
It completely contradicts the notion that Bear 1 and Bear 1 and 2 are two separate people. Like, it's obviously the same character, right?
They're the same person.
Yeah.
This is the same Bayonetta from 1, just after the story of 1. And it's in Bayonetta 2, and that's good that I replayed that. There are cutscenes in telling the story that have flashbacks. It doesn't just reference the events of Bayonetta 1. It has flashbacks, screens of Bayonetta 1, where it shows Balder in this big lecture hall at the end. It makes visual, not just textual, but visual references to Bayonetta 1. And this game, this fraudulent game, wants to tell me that Bayonetta 1 and 2 are from different universes. This game is drunk. Whoever wrote this is drunk. Whoever wrote this didn't play the games. Whoever wrote this didn't actually read the story or even just watch a playthrough to get familiar with what's actually going on in this story. It's someone who only read the cliff notes and then inserted stuff that's left out by the cliff notes. Otherwise, you cannot explain what is being said in Bayonetta 3. Right, and the final thing that I alluded to before with the bad writing choices of the past decades. And this is probably how the multiverse gets fixed and all the Bayonettas come around to help fight the evil guy. Is by Luca gets, after he got killed or almost killed in the fight, another Luca who's like Oberon from another world comes to this prison thing that the supervillain tricks everyone to go to. And we didn't even talk about Mark Zucker in his iPod. He then appears with the corpse of werewolf Zodiac Luca, Fey Luca, floating next to him, does some stuff, and then he becomes, like, Fey Luca becomes all the Lucas. I'm not joking. He becomes all the Lucas from all the multiverses. and then jumps into this multiverse destroying vortex thing, which then changes color. And that's how our heroes, in quotation marks, get home and get to start the actual super fight against the supervillain, finally. And at the end of that, all the Bayonettas appear. And I guess Bayonetta becomes all the Bayonettas or something. I don't remember, but something like that. And then finally beat this nerd in his iPod. He's literally his wheelchair literally looks like an iPod, and for some reason he has high heels. So I don't get this game. I am all the Jedi. It's like the writing wants to be bad.
Unfortunately.
Did I go over everything?
I think that's most, if not all.
Yeah. So we have lots of good things about Bayonetta 1 and 2. And 3 is
Abomination.
well, it's lacking some
Three's a-
things.
Pretty special, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's lacking some things, and it's not just the cup sizes, but I think those themselves tell that of the desexualization of Bayonetta. And all right, it has a censorship mode that you can activate if Bayonetta is too gory to you. I don't even know where there's gore in this game. It's all just nanogoop anyway.
There's gore?
I don't know. I didn't see any. Seriously, this is what the hell?
Hell, wait. When you even when you were fighting the stages with the original angel enemies, I don't think was there any blood?
With the angels, yes, it gets pretty ugly and gory. But the thing is, Bayonetta 1 is for 18-year-olds. It's 18 and up. And that's fine. And they should have stuck with that. I keep saying, embrace the R. Bayonetta 2, 16 and up. Okay. But Bayonetta 2 still kept the innuendo. And it does it well. It does it elegantly. I'm usually not a innuendo humor. It usually doesn't get me. But in Bayonetta, it's pulled off in an elegant way, and I think that's why I can say, there's an element of art to it. Bayonetta 3 doesn't have anything. It just says fuck a few times, and I guess the closest thing to any sexual stuff is when Bayonetta summons the demons and she dances in her hair and that she's naked during that, and that's it. I don't know what else there is. It's like Madame Butterfly in the clouds or what? I don't fucking know. This game is tiring. Tiringly bad. It's just, I can do this all day.
They marketed this game for well, it's exclusive on Nintendo platform, so.
Well, 3 certainly doesn't deserve a port. 3 deserves a dumpster. Just like E.T. Oh right, it's bugged. That's why the E.T. comparison isn't even so bad. This game is broken. It's garbage. It's badly designed. Even the level choice thing, while 2 was very bland on that, it was still, it wasn't obnoxious and bad, and it's a thing where you choose a level by throwing a dart at it, at the world map, and you can throw the darts at other things in the room, but it doesn't react right. Like in some things it gets stuck that it shouldn't, in other things it just falls off.
doesn't react at all. That's the thing.
Yeah. Um,
See
for
those light
example, in
bulbs
the
at the corner? You can't even break them.
yeah, and in the top right, there's like light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, and through one of them, you just throw the dart through it, and the other
Yeah.
one, the dart gets stuck in the light bulb. What? What is this? Who made this? These people got paid for this. So, I that chin, the chin of doom.
The cheat of Doofenshmirtz. I agree.
So don't buy Bayonetta 3 because it's not Bayonetta. It's not the character. It's not the gameplay. It's full of bugs. The story is horrible. The writing is dismal. The level design is bad. The humor isn't funny. Oh, we haven't even talked about the emasculation of Rodan,
Yep.
because he too gets the treatment.
I was about to ask why he looks like a washed up R&B has been.
Because he's in New York and it's cool. Because that's what black people are like. Because everything has to be Californian now. Although New York is not there, but it's a sort of similar political culture.
He has all the swagger of a average black man, I see.
And in Bayonetta 2, there was this joke of him dressing up as Santa. And that he gets upset at Enzo because Enzo doesn't believe that he is actually the true Santa Claus. And that's kind of a funny undertone humor thing that's going on in the background, because you're left with this, well, is in this world Rodan really Santa? That's scary. But in 3, they put this up a notch and make him sell fast food in a van with a silly outfit and a silly hat. I think that goes beyond it. And of course, he doesn't sell you moves anymore. And I think he also doesn't sell you weapons anymore. He just gets to give you the Gamora weapon in the beginning, and that's it. So he delivers the guns as in the original and as in the previous 2 games in the opening, and then you get the Gamora weapon in his shop, and that's in the cutscene, and that's it. Because all the other weapons you get from progressing in the story, and you just get them handed to you. So Rodan doesn't actually have anything to do anymore. He just sells you collectibles in the shop and costumes and stuff, and even
They watered him down to being a vendor shop NPC.
Yeah, I mean, he was that before. But they
Yeah,
took the
but at
cool
least-
stuff from him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In the first game, he had personality. Like he went to the gates of hell. Like that whole, it wasn't just another menu. You look at the UI and how immersive it was to be in that sort of place.
And in 2, he's still around, and I think he still works in 2, despite the Santa joke, or with the Santa joke. It's up to you. But in 3, he even gets called, or he basically gets backhanded by his shop, the Gates of Hell, his bar, being called by Bayonetta a literal man cave. I don't think Bayonetta would be that dismissive.
Oh, that was stupid.
I can see the joke sort of working, but with all the other stuff in the game, I can see the feminist writing in this. Because nobody else calls something dismissively a man cave. Especially when it's a bar that is to the tastes and likes of Bayonetta. I see there's some activity in the chat. Yeah, go on.
I would say that was it was out of character for Bayonetta to say that line.
I would say so too. It didn't fit there. It didn't fit by her. J.K. Lilly says, I feel like the only reason they kept the braids was to do the Bio one giving her ribbon away. Well, she doesn't need the braids for that. I think they just ran out of ideas on how to make Bayonetta different and just said, oh, let's just make her Cerisa, but big. And I don't know. They took her wings away. Oh god. They chopped off her wings. They took off the little angel's wings. That should tell us everything. Silver Mushroom says censorship mode is probably for streamers, since YouTube Twitch can be weird about loot content. I've streamed the entirety of Bayonetta 1 and 2, but didn't get anything. Maybe that's for bigger channels, I don't know. But when you stream this game, like it's in the database. If at least Twitch was sane in any way, it would have an algorithm that checks, oh, it's that game, so the stream gets certain flags off or flags on and so on. However, I don't believe that Twitch is sane or well written. So I can see your point. But still, well, you don't have that for Bayonetta 1, and you can still play Bayonetta 1 on it. I don't know. Getting weapons free was sad to get with other bios dying in cheap shots. Yes. Someone got in trouble for Witcher. For Witcher 3. It happens, and this is what I mean. These sites, they don't. If you play certain games, then maybe it should go into 18+ mode automatically. Like, oh, this stream has that game loaded. That game has an 18+ rating, so it's automatically an 18+ stream.
Witcher 3 has explicit nudity, so I can definitely see that happening.
Mm-hmm. They try to go for Biofree being the little one grown up. Yeah, probably trying that, but Bayonetta 1 is already that. That's how the time travel worked. That's the entire thing. That's why she could be used to resurrect Jubileus, because the right eye had been, no, the left eye had been primed now, and all of that, because the little one is Bayonetta 1. We see that in the cutscene. There's no other Bayonetta that grows from that. Bayonetta 3 is just lying to us. I don't know if I missed it, but what was your guys' thoughts on 3's ending? Complete bullshit. We haven't talked about that yet. So for one, the ending claims that the Bayonettas from 1 and 2 are different people from different universes.
That's a retcon.
Yeah, that's just absolutely wrong. You play Bayonetta 2, and it has not just textual, but visual references to Bayonetta 1. And Balder in Bayonetta 3, which is the pure Balder of Bayonetta 2, which is the pure Balder, is sent back in time, containing the ultimate evil, which is what turns him insane and start the plot of Bayonetta 1. And that's the big circle that comes around. So Bayonetta 1 and 2 is a time travel story within a time travel story. It's two loops that go around. That's what that's the insanity. You have two time travel plots woven into each other, and the story still makes sense. That's a rare thing to pull off, right? Even with just one time travel plot. The other thing is Bayonetta dying and going to hell, and then Luca going with her for some reason. I mean, he has now magical multiverse mending superpowers, so maybe he can save her in hell? I don't know. But I don't want a game that continues a story based on Bayonetta 3. This series, I think the story killed the series. And worst of all, it really tries to pass on the torch to this completely made up character that was just inserted into it, that harmonizes with nothing, not even with the gameplay. It just gets handed absolutely everything imaginable. It is the ultimate 5-year-old super story of, well, my mother is Bayonetta, my father is Luca, and I get all the things from Bayonetta and all the things from Luca, and I'm also funny and I'm also embarrassed about it all, and I'm afraid to tell Bayonetta that I'm her daughter from another world, because I'm embarrassed, and oh, it's so embarrassing. But I really want to tell her, and at the end I do, and then she's happy for me. I'm sorry, this is a child's fantasy. This is the immature, narcissistic nonsense you read on Tumblr fanfiction. Self-insert, Mary Sue nonsense fanfiction. It's the most uncreative thing in the world. Because it makes the world bend around you effectively. Which I mentioned this before, where she comes in, she has all this knowledge about the multiverse, and she somehow knows Bayonetta is a witch. But at the same time, she has absolutely no clue about witch powers, not even the bloody door. She doesn't even know what the damn door is. It makes no sense at all. And the one thing, with all this needless exposition they give, the one thing they should have explained, why all the Bayonettas come back, they didn't. So probably Luca, who's all the Lucas now, did something. I don't know. Maybe I missed that. Alright, there's one thing that you can mention somewhat positively, is the side mission with Jeanne. That is basically the ancient game called Impossible Mission. Not Mission Impossible, Impossible Mission. That came out on a floppy disk. And not the little floppy disk, but the old, actually floppy disk, which is why it was called a floppy disk, because it was very elastic. And that game was, the special thing about that original game was that it was the first one with human speech. And it wasn't actual human speech, it was sound synthesized to sound like words, which is why it was very scratchy. And it said, impossible mission. Did you hear that?
Not sure.
Okay, because the mic even flicked on for a second. It was this super... Like somebody's throwing around washing machines, and the whole house is shaking.
I heard like a faint sound or something.
I always and it's always during somewhere between 4 and 6 p.m. Maybe I'll try to just lurk in the staircase someday and to figure out which apartment this actually is, because it's slowly tearing this house apart. The cracks in the walls are getting bigger. It's probably something gonna creep out of the things before the walls completely collapse, and I end in a pile of rubble. Yeah. So the game makes no sense. The entire thing of it is the multiverse in the world of chaos, but only one Paradiso and Inferno is already not mind-breakingly stupid. There's more text. If I miss one, yes, but Bayonetta 2 still went through one event. Yes, because that's the same Bayonetta. She just got a haircut. The joke about Bayonetta 2 is that Jeanne now has the long hair and better makeup. And Bayonetta now has the short hair. It's they're friends, so they play around with things like that. Games of Bayonetta 2 still did one in the archives. Then why does the ending say something different? It felt odd they added Twilight Fairies free with too much going on. I don't exactly know what you mean by that. Just the characters, or do they come from somewhere else? But yeah, that was just stupid. Because if you add that stuff, then you should also give some background information on it that is not hidden in menus, at least. Because at some point I didn't feel like reading further through the lore and the menus. Especially when I read through the enemies, and it's just so boring. It's so boring. They have all these stupid names, and there's just nothing to them. It says, yeah, this is the bigger guy, and this is the even bigger guy. This is the more autonomous guy. Like, okay. Watch an explain video that points out Biofree using the final boss's power to change reality, which brought back all the other Bayonettas. Okay. Didn't look like that. Maybe I missed something. I only played through it once. I didn't seem like that.
I would guess it's an explanation that someone came up with to justify the way the story ended.
Yeah, because people who want to like it no matter what, they immediately start to make up justifications and headcanon and fill the gaps with that and the logical errors and try to explain them away. So maybe it is that and I just missed it. On the fly, I don't think so. I will eventually go back to that game just to be entirely sure, and we'll try and maybe then finally learn video editing, make a more comprehensive rant about this, because the differences between the first two games and this is so insane. It's not a Bayonetta game. All I can say, this is my conclusion about this. This is a duct taped together pile of leftovers from other game projects. And they couldn't figure out a story for it. Why they went with all the worst ideas of the past decade, I can't imagine. I really have no answer. I can just keep pressing this button and it will never cease to be not amazing. Just a model change. I mean, you can even... This is like a pixel off or something. But you can see how even her jaw is different. Horrible. But yeah. Thank you, Platinum, for being so lazy to include the original models so that we can actually see that these are not the same people. Bayonetta 3 is an imposter through and through. Yeah. Anything else before we did this almost full workday long stream that nobody's gonna watch in its entirety?
Yeah, I think we touched on the most things. Like, there was a lot of stuff. I'm not sure. Like, there are a lot of differences in the games. I think we spoke quite a lot around the main mechanics and all of that stuff that made Bayonetta 1 and 2 and how it was completely ditched in the third game. So yeah.
Uncreative new enemies. Yeah. Black Jacket, I know you've only seen me play Bayonetta 3 and you haven't finished the story of 1. I'm sorry if I now gave you spoilers, but this we need to explain the story somewhat.
No. Don't feel bad about that. This is it was out of necessity, so I completely understand.
Yeah, and I needed to play through Bayonetta 1 at least twice to actually get what's going on, because that's the story is deliberately made vague, that you have trouble figuring out on the way what is actually going on, and it's so complex that by the end you replay the game. And I think that's where it even benefits from afterwards going through hard mode and going through ultimate, because you replay the game 3 times, and that's enough time to really digest the story and figure out, oh, that's what's going on. Oh, here this thing is foreshadowed, and there's that thing, and this is why Jan does the things she does, and so on. And the coming around of Luca really makes sense, and this little line where Cerisa says, no, she doesn't need the glasses. And where it begins to dawn on Luca what is actually going on. Because he figures it out, but he doesn't say it out loud. And, oh yeah, by the end, it is so obvious that Bayonetta has feelings for Luca. It's... how these people could claim any other thing. All right, you posted this article, right? Do I want to look at that?
I am not sure. It's, I would say, a bunch of garbage. That's the mainly activist stuff. I don't
Yay,
think
more
it's even
rainbow
worth.
gobbledygook.
Yeah.
And the book mini games? The book mini games? Did I miss something? Claims that she went to the home of the Twilight Fairies when she was young, which still makes no sense to me. It's probably more just made up on the spot nonsense to justify random crap like that cat demon that possesses the plushie that likes her instead of killing her and eating her soul.
Yeah.
I have not found any book mini games. I know there's this extra mini game challenge in the Gates of Hell that you can do with. All right, I didn't finish about that. So the Impossible Mission mini game with Jean, which is like interlude chapters that happen every time between these islands, between the main worlds. And I thought the first time, this is really cool that they went to the effort of remaking Impossible Mission with this. That's nice. But then you do it 3 times.
Yeah.
I would have thought that the next interlude is another mini game from referencing another arcade game. And so would be the third. And instead it's just, oh, it's Impossible Mission again. Oh, it's Impossible Mission again. What the fuck? I'm sorry, that's not creative anymore. And where you see another design issue is when you do the mini games in the Gates of Hell, and you get they're all grainy. They all get pixelated with the old TV distortion, like the bend, and the pseudo pixelation filter is so bad on this that you really start to see the problem with this neon green gold crap against usually whitish background, and it's really hard to make out what's going on the screen, because these missions are all pixelated because we're playing the arcade game. Haha. It's horrible, absolutely horrible. This site uses cookies. Yeah, well, I don't. So how long is this article? Who writes this much text
Yep.
about this? Are you joking? Are you no? If you want,
That's
we
what I
can go
expect.
over this article next week. So I think my mind is going. I think my brain is melting.
Yeah, I would expect that.
Yeah. Uh, so let's have another look at Chinetta, just for good measure at the end.
Oh,
So
actually,
this is what
Wisp,
we
actually,
yeah.
I just found some probably something interesting. I found some concept art for Mary Queen Sue
Yeah.
on a wiki.
Okay. So don't forget, what we had was this. And what they made was not just they didn't give her a double mastectomy. Oop, where'd I put her? Here. They didn't just give Bayonetta a double mastectomy. I do not know what they did with her skull. Oh, her model in 3 also has giant hands. She has an idle animation where she does her makeup, and it's just these giant hands that are double as big as her head.
She
And it looks
pretends
so
to do her
off.
makeup.
Hmm?
She pretends to do her makeup. Yeah, like you look closely at the animation, it's just
Yeah, it looks so off. And of course, Jeanne is even flatter than she was before, because, well, if Bayonetta is deflated so much, she's basically on the level that Jeanne is in Bayonetta 1. And, or almost, she's like maybe a cup more. Like they reduce her to a B. Jeanne is completely flat now, so maybe she's a guy, I don't know. Maybe she's a trap. Jeanne is a trap. And Bayonetta's daughter somehow is also super flat. Because tell you what, the boobs don't come in that late. If they're that flat when you're 18, there's not much more gonna come. Concept art. Yeah, what the hell is that? And yeah, and she just hides darts in her jacket with her punk fashion pants. I don't know. I don't know, it doesn't convince me. Who thought this was a good idea?
looks so out
Someone
of
on
place for a
Tumblr.
game like this. For looks out of place for a series like Bayonetta.
Yeah. We got Chinetta now. Hey, we have a name for her. Chinetta. It's not Bayonetta, it's Chinetta. Cringe?
Yeah.
Mary Cringe Sue and Cringe Netta. Oop. Yeah, it loaded. Whoop. Where was this on? 200%. Yeah, I don't know. Not convincing. I will close out on this image. Because I think it summarizes everything that Bayonetta 3 tells us. Lily told us that you buy the book from Rodan and find the free keys in other levels. Okay. So it's the actual lore of why there's this Fey nonsense is because it's hidden in the game. Oh god. That's stupid. If you knew what a Twilight Fairy was, how did she not know what type of monster Luca was? Good question. The book of minigames claims that she went to the home of the Twilight Fairies when she was young. Okay, yeah, I read that already. Yeah, you're correct. It makes no sense. If she went there as a kid, why wouldn't she know what Luca was, and why didn't she know what she turned into, or was surprised by it? And why could Bayonetta give her that power? And if she could give her that power, and Cringe Sue didn't know what that was, wouldn't that also imply that she got taught other things by Bayonetta? Because by the time Bayonetta was old enough to fight, she knew all of the Umbra Witch secrets and stuff. Why would Bayonetta not teach her? Nothing makes sense. Nothing. And that is how Mary Sue writing happens. It doesn't concern itself with the world, with logic, with lore, with not even with internal consistency. Things are rewritten on the spot to make sense in the second it happens. It doesn't consider what was 5 seconds before. It doesn't consider what is relevant 5 seconds later, or even 1 second. It's just, the new thing happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. It's basically J.J. Abrams writing. He only does that because he has the mind of a 5-year-old. And on top of that, has discovered the concept of mystery boxes while not knowing how to use them. He just sets them up everywhere and has nothing inside. That's not how mystery box works. Someone should tell him what foreshadowing is instead. All right. As I have autistic troubles with goodbyes, and I think I already said my final line. This make a meme out of this if you like, if you wish. I would certainly hope so. And this is, I think, what all that Bayonetta 3 is telling us. What we have on the screen right now. What are your final thoughts, Haunt Rabbit?
I don't know. It just shows the complete capture of major companies by SJWs and just them doing whatever they want. We will see how long will it take until we get something semi-normal again.
Mm-hmm. Black Jacket.
Me, Platinum Games, you done goofed. And it's right now it's 3 a.m. I'm in the sack.
Oh god, I'm sorry. But hey,
Dobby.
big staying power. With that staying power, you can finish Bayonetta, no problem. Okay. The obvious question at the end. Haunt Rabbit, after this, would you buy Bayonetta 4?
Definitely not before I saw how it, launches and everything. Because I would have to know that certain people that were tied to this game are not tied to the other one.
Yeah, Black Jacket? Would you buy Bayonetta 4?
Wait, what's a Bayonetta 4?
Well, after seeing what Bayonetta 3 was, would you buy Bayonetta 4?
I'm sorry, I do not comprehend this language that you're trying to ask me right now.
Okay. So I bought Bayonetta 3 blindly. I knew nothing about it. I didn't want to know anything about it because I like to be surprised by a game, and I had trust in Platinum Games. So I didn't even know this cringe character existed. I didn't know anything about the story, the gameplay, differences, anything. I bought it blindly, played it, and was appalled. I will not blindly buy Bayonetta 4, and that alone is a bad reputation. Because your players, your fans should have enough trust in you to buy the next game blindly so they can be surprised by what you actually did. And that trust is dead. you've lost my trust. And yeah, maybe you got your pitch with the SJWs, but don't think they will keep your company alive, because they're not that much of a paying audience, and we've seen that with Star Wars and all these other franchises. That oh yeah, it made $1 million. Oh god, at the box office. Yeah, but the next movie made 300,000 less, and or 300 million less, and the next one made a couple 100 million less. You still made a lot of millions, but you made less instead of more, or the same. You made less. And this is the same. The next time you will make less. So get a grip and embrace the R.
Yeah.
So, good night, everyone. Probably.
Night.
Good night, Black Jacket.
See ya. Oh. Fuck me.